This video continues with Kistar, Comprehensive Comics, Rise from the Bone King, Kistar, the Palace Banquet Hall. Vaya and Gilk Arabic Noon Arabiket Arabic Fa sat on the royal family's exclusive thrones, looking down at the increasing number of nobles in the hall. Lord Vaya, the most excellent noble ladies of the empire are all here. Is there anyone who catches your fancy? Looking at Gilk Arabic Noon Arabiket Arabic Fa, who wanted to form a marriage alliance with him, Vaya showed an expression of displeasure. Your Majesty, I heard you do not yet have an empress. The most excellent noble ladies of the empire are all here. Is there anyone who catches your fancy? You actually used my own words against me. Gilk Arabic Noon Arabiket Arabic Fa couldn't help but laugh. It seems I was too hasty and have made you somewhat unhappy. Right at that moment, Saintess and Freya followed Ninbal into the banquet hall. Seeing Saintess, Gilk Arabic Noon Arabiket Arabic Fa revealed a satisfied smile and stood up. Lord Vaya, this banquet can now begin. Then Gilk Arabic Noon Arabiket Arabic Fa ascended the podium. Nobles of the empire, esteemed guests from the City-State Alliance, I am pleased you could attend this banquet. Now, I shall introduce to you the guest of honor for this event. Vaya walked expressionlessly to Gilk Arabic Noon Arabiket Arabic Fa's side, feeling the gazes of everyone gathering upon him. I am Vaya Helios. Because the Riesti's kingdom and the Bahar's empire were neighboring countries and long-standing enemies at war, many imperial nobles had heard of Vaya's deeds. How could a noble from the kingdom be the guest of honor at this banquet? I heard the guest of honor was the delegation from the City-State Alliance. Could it be that Vaya Helios is more important than the City-State Alliance delegation? Silence. Hearing Gilk Arabic Noon Arabiket Arabic Fa's command, the nobles stopped their murmuring and looked at Vaya with curious eyes. Everyone, as you know, Lord Vaya was originally the White Dragon Count and a border lord of the Riesti's kingdom. But from now on, Lord Vaya is not only the kingdom's White Dragon Count, but also our Bahar's empire's White Dragon Duke, ruling all border territories east of the Tabu Great Forest. Today's banquet is held to celebrate Lord Vaya becoming a guardian of the empire. After hearing Gilk Arabic Noon Arabiket Arabic Fa's words, the nobles erupted like a boiling pot. Has the emperor gone mad? He actually ennobled a kingdom count to be an imperial duke. The emperor, who has always been stripping nobles of their territories, gave a vast ducal territory to Vaya Helios. Why would the emperor do this? Gilk Arabic Noon Arabiket Arabic Fa did not answer the nobles' questions. Now, by my authority as emperor, I declare this banquet officially open. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Vaya left Gilk Arabic Noon Arabiket Arabic Fa's side and walked up to Saintess and Freya. Sally, I didn't expect you to attend this banquet. Saintess said hastily. Lord Vaya, I received the emperor's invitation. Should I not have come? Looking at the nervous Saintess, Vaya showed a gentle smile. Sally, as long as it's a decision you made yourself, I will not oppose it. You've now entered the Magic Academy. How do you find life there? At the academy, I have teachers who guide me and fellow students more talented than I am. I really like the atmosphere. Saintess said joyfully. Lord Vaya, let me introduce you. This young lady is Freya of House of Duke Gusamond. She is not only the student council president of the Magic Academy, but also ranks among the top 3 students. Although Freya is a duke's daughter, she has been very kind to me and doesn't mind my commoner status at all. Duke Vaya. Freya bowed her head gracefully to Vaya. I am Freya Valia Ran Gusamond. It is my honor to meet you. Looking at this noble and elegant beauty, Vaya's eyes brightened. The fact that Freya could serve as the student council president at the Magic Academy was proof enough that, as a duke's daughter, she had received education in management, including territory governance. Miss Freya, would you be willing to become one of my people? Huh? Freya opened her eyes wide in confusion. Then, her snow-white face instantly turned into a red apple. Don't misunderstand. Seeing Saintess also wearing an incredulous expression, Vaya immediately explained. Miss Freya, what I meant just now was that I wish to recruit you to become the proxy lord, managing the White Dragon ducal territory on my behalf. Such a thing. Freya shyly lowered her head. I have indeed received education in territory management, but that was to assist my future husband. If you truly wish to obtain my talents, please propose to my father, Duke Gusamond. Then I must give up. Vaya genuinely wanted to recruit talent to manage his territory on his behalf, and was willing to pay a price for it. But using his own marriage, as the price was something Vaya absolutely could not accept. Selly, Miss Freya, to avoid awkwardness, I shall not disturb you further. After Vaya turned and left, Freya immediately asked Selija. Selly, you became Master Furiuta's only disciple and were invited to the palace banquet. Is it all because of Duke Vaya? Selija nodded. To me, Lord Vaya is as great as a deity. Everything I have now comes from Lord Vaya. As Vaya walked towards a corner of the banquet hall, Renaz pushed away several young nobles pestering her and walked towards Vaya with a gentle, sweet smile. Lord Vaya, would you dance with? Before Renaz could finish her sentence, a beautiful young woman with golden long hair tied into 3 braids came before Vaya. Lord Vaya, my name is Lee Gista Cavalia. Would you be willing to get to know me? Lee Gista Cavalia. Vaya turned his head to look at Gilk Arabic Noon, Arabic Yet Arabic Fa. Because this heir to the city-state of Biber would become Gilk Arabic Noon, Arabic Yet Arabic Fa, S most beloved woman. Gilk Arabic Noon, Arabic Yet Arabic Fa, meeting Vaya's gaze, raised his wine glass as if cheering Vaya on. You fool, are you actually supporting me in pursuing your favorite woman? After MENT, a LLY Chinese letter, Vaya's gaze returned to Gista. Miss Gista, I am pleased to meet you. I know you are the heir to the city-state of Biber. It seems you wish to discuss an important topic with me. Gista did not deny it. The 12 city-states of the Kasana's city-state alliance had once fought a war lasting 100 years. Moreover, Biber was the only human city-state in the alliance, making it greatly in need of powerful allies. This was precisely why Gista, as Biber's heir and a member of the delegation, had come to the Empire to meet the Blood Emperor. Lord Vaya, after witnessing the miracle of you helping Master Furiuta advance to the 7th tier, I wish to know the extent of your power. Miss Gista, as Biber's heir, you have received education in managing a city-state. Yes. Gista asked, puzzled. What does that have to do with your power? Vaya leaned close to Gista's ear and revealed his identity, then continued. I wish to recruit talent to manage my territory, acting as a proxy lord for my White Dragon ducal territory. If you accept my recruitment, I can become Biber's guardian, Kista and Freya. Vaya's true identity was actually the strongest species in this world. Gista snapped out of her shock, looking at Vaya with eyes clearly filled with fear. Lord Vaya, should I address you as His Majesty the Dragon King? Dragon King, the king of the dragon race. This title held special significance among the dragon race. Basically, only ancient dragons who had reached the highest age stage, powerful dragons with special abilities, and exceptional dragons capable of using origin magic could enjoy such an honor. As a powerful dragon exceeding level 50, the current Vaya could indeed hold the title of Dragon King. Because Vaya possessed origin magic. According to the standards of the slain theocracy, Vaya could even be considered a true Dragon King. Miss Gista, I have not yet obtained the title of Dragon King. Gista wore an expression of disbelief. In the stories of the dragon race interacting with humans, only the legendary 7-colored Dragon King transformed into human form to father descendants, with the ancestor of the Dragon Kingdom's queen, Drolatilan Oricris. Since you can transform into human form, even if you cannot rival the 7-colored Dragon King, you should possess immense power. Why would you not have the title of Dragon King? I can transform into human form because I possess the special ability form transformation, not because I have strength approaching that of the 7-colored Dragon King. Then your strength. Although I cannot rival a true Dragon King like the 7-colored Dragon King, my strength is enough to rival the Azure Dragon King. Azure Dragon King? Suviria Myronilk is one of the 5 dragon kings serving as lifetime counselors in the Agrand Council Nation. Among the 5 great dragon kings of the Agrand Council Nation, he is also considered to possess strength second only to the Platinum Dragon King. Lord Vaya, are you truly willing to become the guardian of Biber, just like the 5 great dragon kings of the Agrand Council Nation? That's right. Vaya gave an affirmative answer. As long as you accept my request, I will become the guardian of Biber, just as the 5 great dragon kings protect the Agrand Council Nation. I accept. Jista took a deep breath, showing an incredibly resolute expression. As long as you are willing to protect Biber, even if you require me to follow the example of the ancestor of the dragon queen Drolatilan Oricris and become your human wife, that is acceptable. No, that's not right. Please, I insist that you let me become your human wife. If the future rulers of Biber are our descendants, you will be even more willing to protect Biber. Among the 12 city-states of the Kasana's City-State Alliance, the others are all multiracial, and most are ruled by demi-human races. As the only exception in the City-State Alliance, the human city-state Biber is viewed with hostility by all demi-human city-states. To protect Biber, one must have a powerful guardian. The dragon race, feared by both humans and demi-humans, is clearly the best choice. Looking at Jista, who had made the resolve to sacrifice herself to protect Biber, Vaya felt somewhat helpless. Miss Jista, even if you do not become my human wife, I will still fulfill my promise to protect Biber. But my protection will not be eternal, because this is only a promise I made to you alone. As I thought, I must do this. Jista looked at Vaya with burning eyes, as if she had made some kind of resolution. When Vaya and Jista fell silent, Renaz walked over. Lord Vaya, it seems your conversation has ended. May I invite you to dance? No. The one who spoke was Jista. Lord Vaya belongs to me now. Then, Jista proactively threw herself into Vaya's arms. Lord Vaya, may I dance with you? I do not know how to dance. Vaya declined Jista's invitation. Jista, Renaz, you two should get to know each other. I plan to have you both manage my territory together. Jista will be responsible for the territory's internal affairs, and Renaz will be responsible for the territory's military. Renaz asked in surprise. Lord Vaya, Miss Jista is the heir to the city-state Biber. Why would she manage your territory on your behalf? Because I made a deal with Jista. In exchange for Jista helping me manage my territory, I will become the guardian of Biber. So that's how it is. Renaz generously extended her right hand to Jista. Miss Jista, since we are partners, I hope we can become friends. Jista left Vaya's embrace and used her right hand to shake Renaz's right hand. Miss Renaz, I also hope to become friends with you. In the banquet hall's lounge, Freya carefully walked into the room and bowed to Gilk Arabic Noon Arabicat Arabic Fa, who was sitting on the sofa. Your Majesty. Gilk Arabic Noon Arabicat Arabic Fa showed an approachable smile. Freya, I am not summoning you as the Emperor. I just want to show concern for my cute cousin as your older cousin. Just as the Riesti's kingdom is co-ruled by the royal family and the 6 great noble houses, the Bahar's empire was also once co-ruled by the imperial family and the 5 great noble houses, and it intermarried with the 5 great noble houses for generations. Gilk Arabic Noon Arabicat Arabic Fa, S mother, came from one of the 5 great noble families. Because the imperial family and the 5 great noble houses intermarried, Gilk Arabic Noon Arabicat Arabic Fa and Freya were indeed cousins with blood relations. Hearing Gilk Arabic Noon Arabicat Arabic Fa S words, Freya became even more nervous. Gilk Arabic Noon Arabicat Arabic Fa was able to become emperor because his mother's family assassinated the 6th emperor. But he did not thank his mother's family. Instead, he used the crime of treason to eliminate his mother's family's grandfather, uncles, cousins, and other blood relatives. Even though Freya was still a little girl, she knew how cold-blooded and ruthless the Blood Emperor was. Your Majesty, do you have any instructions for summoning me? Freya, what did Lord Vaya say to you? Lord Vaya. A shy blush appeared on Freya's little face. He wants me to be his. Did you agree? Freya shook her head. The next instant, Gilk Arabic noon, Arabic yet Arabic fa, S angry roar made Freya tremble all over. You fool, why did you reject Lord Vaya? That he could take a fancy to you is the luckiest thing in your life. Go to Lord Vaya and repent immediately. Even if you have to kneel on the ground and beg, you must make him accept you again. Your Majesty, you have misunderstood. Freya hurriedly explained. Lord Vaya does not want to marry me. He just wants me to manage his territory for him. Even so, you should not have foolishly rejected him. Gilk Arabic noon Arabic yet Arabic fa looked at Freya with cold, majestic eyes and ordered. Freya, Lord Vaya values your talent, and you are friends with Silesia. You must seize the opportunity to become his woman. As long as you accomplish this task, I will include you in the imperial family and make you the most noble princess of the empire. Your house of Duke Gusamond will never have to worry about being stripped of your title and territory again. Your Majesty, Freya couldn't help but ask, who exactly is Lord Vaya? He is not human. Not human. Lord Vaya is the strongest species in this world, the dragon race, possessing power that we humans cannot imagine. In order to make him the Empire's eternal guardian, the Empire must possess his descendants. Digging Orc King, the Imperial Palace, the Office of the Blood Emperor, Gilk Arabic noon Arabic yet Arabic fa. Looking at Kista and Renaz sitting on the sofa opposite him, Gilk Arabic noon Arabic yet Arabic fa showed a faint smile. Since the two ladies have come to see me, could it be that Lord Vaya has some instructions for me? Kista shook her head. Lord Vaya has finished what he needed to do in the Empire and has now departed for the Angelicia Mountains. We too also intend to head to the White Dragon Ducal Territory to manage the territory on his behalf, and we hope to obtain your Majesty's permission. He is just leaving the Empire like that. Vaya's behavior of ignoring him, the Emperor, made Gilk Arabic noon Arabic yet Arabic fa somewhat angry. But his anger did not overcome his reason. Miss Kista, Miss Renaz, the White Dragon Ducal Territory is a vast domain with a population of about 100,000. To establish effective rule over this territory, you will certainly need a large number of soldiers. I intend to lend you a knight order of 3,000 men. Please do not refuse. Kista wore a troubled expression. I do not wish to refuse your Majesty's kindness, but supporting 3,000 knights. This knight order will, of course, be supported by me. Upon hearing these words, Renaz immediately said, Then we shall accept your Majesty's kindness. Lord Vaya will surely be grateful for your Majesty's help when he learns of this. The Angelicia Mountains, the Dwarf Kingdom capital, Fayal-Bucana. At this moment, in this dwarven city jointly occupied by the Frost Dragon clan and the Earth-Digging Orcs, 16,000 Earth-Digging Orc warriors from 8 clans had been gathered by Ogre King Ryulo in the massive square at the city center. Yujai was a 1 in a 10,000 red earth-digging orc. He was not only intelligent, but also possessed great combat ability. Before Ryulo unified the 8 major clans of the earth-digging orcs, he had been a clan heir. Now, Yujai had lost his status as a clan heir, but his talents were recognized, and he had become one of the 3 commanders appointed by Ogre King Ryulo. Standing beside Ryulo and looking down at the army of earth-digging orcs, Yujai could not help but whisper, This is an army unprecedented in the history of our earth-digging orcs. Perhaps we can even defeat the hateful Frost Dragon clan. Do not speak foolishly. Hearing Yujai's words, Ryulo reprimanded him. There are only 20 hateful Frost Dragons. We submit to the Frost Dragon clan on the surface, but in reality, this territory belongs to us, the earth-digging orcs. The number of dwarves is greater than that of us earth-digging orcs, so the dwarves are the enemy we should defeat first. You are right to lecture me. Yujai lowered his head to admit his mistake. My wisdom is far inferior to your Majesty's. You are truly the greatest king in the history of us earth-digging orcs. Just then, a jet-black teleportation gate appeared in the square. Seeing Vaya, in human form, walk out of the teleportation gate, The earth-digging orcs were all filled with astonishment. Is that a dwarf? Idiot, dwarves are called dwarves precisely because they are very short. Could he be the legendary giant dwarf? A bunch of fools. Biriulo said loudly while walking toward Vaya. This guy is a human. Arriving in front of Vaya, Biriulo asked with a grave expression. Teleportation is 5th-tier magic. Are you a 5th-tier magic chanter? Vaya swept his gaze over the surrounding earth-digging orc army, then returned his focus to Biriulo. Biriulo, are you gathering an army of earth-digging orcs because you want to rebel against the Frost Dragon clan? No. Biriulo immediately denied it. We earth-digging orcs are loyal subjects of the great white dragon King Orc. I gathered the earth-digging orc army to attack the southern city of the Dwarf Kingdom, Fea to increase the territory ruled by His Majesty White Dragon King Orc. Human, I have answered your question. It is time for you to answer mine. Biriulo, do you really not recognize me? I know you. Biriulo showed a puzzled expression, because indeed, there was no image of Vaya in his memory. Before I reveal my identity, help me raise my level first. Vaya raised his right hand, aiming it at Biriulo. Biriulo's overall level was 38, corresponding to the 6th tier. If Vaya were truly a 5th-tier magic chanter, Biriulo would certainly have attacked Vaya without hesitation to demonstrate his own strength to the surrounding earth-digging orcs. But an instinct called intuition made Biriulo realize that Vaya was more powerful than him. Everyone attack this guy together. After ordering the surrounding earth-digging orcs, Biriulo immediately retreated, wanting to put some distance between himself and Vaya. World Severance Barrier. As Vaya activated Origin Magic, an invisible barrier enveloped Vaya and Biriulo. With a bang, Biriulo slammed into the invisible wall and immediately yelled in a panic. What magic is this? Hurry up and find a way to save me. The earth-digging orcs, isolated outside by the world's severance barrier, all frantically attacked the invisible wall with their fangs and claws, yet they could not cause the slightest effect on the invisible wall. Because in this world, only those who possess a world-class item and those who can use origin magic can break the blockade of the world's severance barrier. Biriulo. Looking at Biriulo, who was trembling all over in terror, Vaya's right hand released a white lightning glow. I have heard that lightning attacks are the weakness of you earth-digging orcs. As an ogre king of the 6th tier, will you be killed by the 5th-tier magic, Dragon Thunder? I surrender. I am willing to submit to you. Biriulo shouted in panic. As long as you are willing to spare me, I can offer you everything I have. Dragon Thunder. A dragon-shaped white lightning strike flew toward Biriulo. In this narrow space, sealed off by the world's severance barrier, Biriulo could not dodge at all. Dragon Thunder struck Biriulo, and this ogre king immediately screamed and fell to the ground. You are still alive. You are worthy of being an ogre king of the 6th tier. Confirming that Biriulo was only in a heavily injured state, Vaya immediately cast a 6th-tier healing magic on him. Great heal. Restoring Biriulo to his pre-injury state, Vaya released Dragon Thunder once again. The Dwarf Palace, now the throne hall belonging to White Dragon King Orc. The moment Yuzhai rushed into the hall, a blast of frost and cold air rushed toward him. Then, Orc reprimanded him in a majestic voice. You have great audacity to dare to trespass into my palace. Your Majesty White Dragon King. Yuzhai knelt on the ground and begged. A human magic chanter is trying to kill our clan king, Biriulo. Please go quickly to save the clan king. As long as you are willing to save the clan king, I am willing to die to atone for trespassing in your palace. Biriulo is 6th tier, and there is a human outside stronger than him. Orc wore a grave expression, because a human capable of defeating Biriulo was very likely a powerhouse of the 7th tier. Orc was also a 7th tier frost dragon, if the opponent was skilled in fire magic. Just as Orc hesitated, Yuzhai shouted, Your Majesty White Dragon King, that human is only a 5th tier magic chanter. He was able to defeat the clan king because he can use lightning attacks that counter us earth-digging orcs. White Dragon King, great heal. Vaya once again used the 6th-tier healing magic on Biriulo. Enveloped in the glow of the healing magic, Biriulo, whose body had returned to normal, suddenly pounced on Vaya with astonishing speed. "I'll kill you." Vaya dodged his sharp claws with the martial arts super evasion, while taunting him. "Biriulo, you're finally fighting back. You damn fellow, why are you tormenting me like this? First you heavily injure me with Dragon Thunder, then you heal my body with Great Heal. Are you treating me like a toy? This is my punishment for you. When did I offend you? When I left the Angelicia Mountains, you suggested I go to the Bahar's Empire. What was your purpose? You are..." Looking at Vaya's golden eyes, Biriulo's eyes widened. "No, you can't be that guy." Lightning strike. Seeing the white Dragon King Orcidic flying from the Dwarf Royal Palace, Vaya released 3rd-tier magic. A bolt of lightning struck Biriulo's body, and Biriulo collapsed to the ground, paralyzed. Biriulo looked at Vaya in disbelief and asked, "You really are the White Dragon Kings?" "Shut up." Vaya dispelled the world's severance barrier, then used fly magic to fly towards the White Dragon King Orcidic. Orcidic, who flew in front of Vaya, widened his eyes and spoke Vaya's identity. "You are Vaya. You really recognized me. You are my son. Even if you take on a human form, the bond of our bloodline will not disappear." Confirming that Vaya was not an enemy, Orcidic's gaze turned to Biriulo. "An earth-digging orc told me that you defeated Biriulo with 5th-tier magic Dragon Thunder. Is that true?" Vaya nodded. "This is impossible." Orcidic roared in anger. "As your father, I can only use 3rd-tier magic. How can you use 5th-tier magic?" Orcidic's overall level was LV46, composed of juvenile LV10, adolescent LV10, young adult LV10, prime LV10, elder LV5, and ancient LV1. Because dragons are a race that possesses both magic talent and warrior talent, theoretically, Orcidic could use 7th-tier magic corresponding to his level. But in reality, this world possesses origin magic belonging to the dragon race. Tier magic from the game world Yggdrasil is not suitable for the dragons of this world, so the dragons of this world cannot fully convert their racial levels into spellcasting levels. Are you unable to accept that I can use 5th-tier magic? Or are you unable to accept that I am stronger than you? Are you provoking your father? That's right. Vaya did not deny this fact. White Dragon King Orcidic, I want to become the ruler of the Angelicia Mountains. Are you willing to accept? Are you crazy? As my son, you actually want to usurp my position. Orcidic sprayed Vaya with bone-chilling frost dragon breath. My foolish son, immediately repent to me and beg for my forgiveness for your arrogance and ignorance. Even if you can use 5th-tier magic, you cannot defeat the great White Dragon King. If I refuse, will you kill me? HMPH. Orcidic's eyes were filled with icy killing intent. I have 16 children. Hearing Orcidic's reply, Vaya showed a faint smile. Then I won't hold back. Vaya raised his right hand, which was emitting white lightning. Chain Dragon Thunder. A giant dragon-shaped white lightning strike rushed towards Orcidic, who retreated while spraying frost dragon breath. Unfortunately, his speed was too slow. Chain Dragon Thunder pierced through the frost dragon breath and struck Orcidic's body. Orcidic screamed, and his massive body fell from the sky to the ground. As expected of a 7th-tier frost dragon, Vaya was not surprised to see that Orcidic had only sustained minor injuries. Because Orcidic had as high as 41% physical defense and 40% magic defense. Orcidic, who had landed on the ground, angrily rebuked. You unfilial son, how dare you actually injure me? Incinerate. Vaya released the 7th-tier magic Incinerate, summoning a blazing pillar of fire. If you continue to speak to me with that attitude, I will attack you with 7th-tier fire magic. Just as lightning attacks are the weakness of earth-digging orcs, fire attacks are also the weakness of frost dragons. Facing Vaya's threat, Orcidic's attitude instantly softened. Vaya, you are my most beloved son. In the Dragon Empire I wish to establish, you are my only heir. Can you tell me why you, who were originally only 5th tier, can now use 7th tier magic? Our dragon race's racial levels cannot be fully converted into spellcasting levels. Is your level already 10th tier? If 10th tier dragons could use 7th tier magic, the era of the true Dragon Kings would have ended long ago. You mean even 10th tier dragons cannot use 7th tier magic? Don't you know that the Azure Dragon King of the Agrand Council Nation is only a 5th tier magic chanter? Orcidic shook his head. He only knew that the Azure Dragon King possessed the Forest Priest and faith-based magic classes. Since the Azure Dragon King can only use 5th tier magic, does that mean your level surpasses the Azure Dragon King? Other races only need to be level 29 to become 5th tier magic chanters. However, the dragon race's racial levels cannot be fully converted into spellcasting levels, so the Azure Dragon King, as a 5th tier magic chanter of the dragon race, should be around level 70. Vaya's level, of course, could not surpass the Azure Dragon King. Orcidic, are you deliberately stalling for time? You found me out. Orcidic sneered. Boy, you disrespect me, your father. Do you not even respect your mother? As soon as Orcidic finished speaking, his 3 dragon consorts, Mayanadalong Funis, Muwenia Ilislim, and Kilisdoran Dan Shushua, flew from the dwarf royal palace. Seeing Orcidic's disheveled appearance after being defeated by Vaya, Muwenia Ilislim, the strongest of the dragon consorts, teased. The great white dragon king actually couldn't defeat his own son. Orcidic said, both ashamed and angry, that I could give birth to a son stronger than myself only further proves my strength. Vaya. Kilisdoran, like a mother welcoming her son home, came to Vaya with tears of joy. You're finally home. Mother has been worried about you all this time. I'm sorry, I am your enemy now. Eh? Vaya explained to the bewildered dragon, Mother Kilisdoran. I came to the Angelicia Mountains this time to become its ruler. Now, make your choice. If you do not accept me as the ruler, then you are my enemies. After saying this, Vaya released the 8th tier magic wave of pain. New Dominator, hum. The magic of pain ripple swept across the surrounding space, and the 3 dragon consorts immediately let out screams. It hurts, am I going to die? Vaya, did you do this? Orcidic, save us quickly. The 3 dragon consorts instinctively turned to their husband for help, but unfortunately, even Orcidic, who had 40% magic defense, could not withstand the damage caused by the 8th tier magic. Vaya, do you really want to kill us? Release your magic immediately. Do you accept me as the new ruler? I cannot accept that. Chain Dragon Thunder. Vaya once again unleashed a dragon-shaped white lightning strike at Orcidic. In the plaza in the distance, seeing that white dragon king Orcidic and his 3 dragon consorts combined could not defeat Vaya, Yuzhai widened her eyes in disbelief. That guy's strength is actually even greater than the white dragon king. He is a genuine monster. Hearing the voice of Biriulo, Yuzhai turned around and saw that Biriulo's entire body was trembling. Biriulo forced an ugly smile and said, Yuzhai, I said he is a genuine monster, not because of his strength, but because he is the son of the White Dragon King. The son of the White Dragon King. Yuzhai exclaimed in disbelief. Outside the gates of the Dwarf Kingdom Palace, under the torture of Pain Ripple and Chain Dragon Thunder, Orcidic finally shouted, Vaya, I am willing to accept. Stop torturing me with magic. Having received the answer he wanted, Vaya immediately dispelled Pain Ripple and then cast a 6th-tier healing spell. Under the radiance of Great Heal, as Orcidic and the 3 dragon consorts' injured bodies recovered, Vaya opened his status panel. Seeing that Dragon Chanter had increased to LV5, Dragon Ruler had increased to LV2, and his overall level had risen to LV56, Vaya showed a satisfied smile. Just as Vaya had expected, defeating Biriulo and Orcidic had increased his Dragon Chanter by 2 levels. The submission of the White Dragon King Orcidic, who ruled over the earth-digging orcs, also increased his Dragon Ruler by 1 level. The next moment, Vaya used the 3rd-tier magic dimensional shift to teleport in front of Biriulo. Biriulo, The White Dragon King has accepted me as the new ruler. Are you willing to lead the 80,000 earth-digging orcs to submit to me?" Biriulo immediately knelt on one knee. "Lord Vaya, you are the great king who defeated your own father to seize the status of ruler. I am willing to honor you as the new White Dragon King." "I do not like the title White Dragon King." Vaya showed a displeased expression. "Since you are willing to submit to me, go and execute my order now. Invite the representatives of the dwarves to meet me. I will not only conquer the 80,000 earth-digging orcs, but also the 100,000 dwarves. Tell the dwarves that if they are unwilling to submit to me, the Frost Dragon clan will help you wipe out all the dwarves." "As you command." After Biriulo accepted the order and left, Vaya opened a portal. "Vaya." A concerned inquiry came from his mother, the dragon mother Killy's Duelan, behind him. "Where are you going?" "I am going to eliminate the frost giants and the 3 great magical beasts. At the apex of the Angelicia Mountains ecosystem, there are not only the Frost Dragon clan, which is the strongest species, but also the frost giants who can contend with them. The Frost Dragon's trump card, Frost Dragon Breath, cannot harm the frost giants, who have complete resistance to the cold. And the attack power of the frost giants wielding their massive weapons is something even the frost dragons cannot underestimate. Furthermore, because the number of frost giants is greater, the Frost Dragon clan could even potentially lose to the frost giants. In fact, there have indeed been frost dragons who lost to frost giants and were used as guard dogs. White Dragon King Orisadek sired many children with his 3 dragon consorts, precisely to overcome the frost giant race with numbers. Besides the cold region dominated by the Frost Dragon clan and the frost giants, the Angelicia Mountains also contain a lava region known as Mount Lava Slayer. In this area, the sea of magma shines with light as bright as day. Just inhaling one breath of air will cause damage to the lungs due to the scalding air, making it an ultra-dangerous zone. Although it is only a few kilometers from the surface, there is magma flowing here because this world is governed by the common sense of magic. By means of natural gateways similar in nature to portals, the lava flows here are connected to lava flows in distant regions. There are 3 great magical beasts that act as rulers of this lava region. The lava ruler is the giant fish-shaped magical beast, the Sun Angler, that rules the sea of magma. The one that rules the surface is the ancient fire dragon, and the one that rules the sky is the phoenix. All 3 of these great magical beasts possess levels of the 7th tier. That is to say, killing the Frost Giant King and the 3 great magical beasts will allow Vaya's overall level to increase by 4 levels. The Angelicia Mountains contain vast and diverse mineral deposits. Besides ordinary gold, silver, copper, and iron, there are also rich veins of mithril, orichalcum, adamantite, as well as special white iron ore and heat. The earth-digging orcs, who grow into powerful individuals by feeding on minerals, have thus developed into a vast tribe with a population of 80,000. The dwarf race, which uses mineral resources to forge weapons and equipment to trade with humans, has established the Dwarf Kingdom, which possesses 4 cities. Unfortunately, starting 200 years ago, due to the attacks of the demon gods and the frost dragons, the Dwarf Kingdom was forced to abandon the royal capital Fio Burkana, which was destroyed by the demon gods, and the western city of Fio Thawes, which was destroyed by the frost dragons. Now, the Dwarf Kingdom only has the eastern city of Fio Jura and the southern city of Fio Razo remaining. Because there is a natural fortress Great Rift, on the west side of Fio Jura, this safer eastern city has become the current capital of the Dwarf Kingdom. The rulers of the Dwarf Kingdom are the Regency Council, composed of the Commander-in-Chief, the High Priest of the Earth Temple, the Chief of the Forge Workshop, the Chief of the Food Industry, the Chief of the Brewery, the Chief of the Cave Mines, the Chief of the Merchants' Council, and the Chief of General Affairs. The eastern city of Fio Jura, the massive building where the Regency Council is located. After Riulo's envoy made contact with the dwarves and conveyed Vaya's order, the Regency Council held an emergency meeting. The meeting room of the Regency Council. The Commander-in-Chief looked over the High Priest of the Earth Temple, the chief of the forge workshop, the chief of the food industry, the chief of the brewery, the chief of the cave mines, the chief of the merchants' council, and the chief of general affairs with a solemn expression. Everyone, you may have heard that the envoy of the king of the dug beastmen, Riulo, has made contact with me. The earth-digging orcs are planning to attack our southern city of Fiorazo. The high priest of the Earth Temple asked, "Did Riulo send an envoy because he wants us to simply abandon Fiorazo?" The commander-in-chief shook his head. Riulo's envoy made contact with me because of the orders of the frost dragon that rules the earth-digging orcs. Now the frost dragon wants to conquer our dwarf kingdom. If we, the dwarf kingdom, refuse, the frost dragon will help the earth-digging orcs wipe us out. Chapter 45 LV 60. There are 3 major obstacles when traveling from the eastern city of the dwarf kingdom, Fiojura, to the dwarven capital, Fioburkana. The first obstacle is the Great Rift. The second obstacle is the lava zone of Mount Rabaslia. The third obstacle is the labyrinth known as the Realm of Lost Paths. Since the 2 sides of the Great Rift are connected by a suspension bridge, passing the first obstacle is very simple. Unlike the Great Rift, passing through the lava zone and the Realm of Lost Paths requires the resolve to risk one's life. Mount Rabaslia. Gondo Firebeard, a dwarf with a long beard and a brown cloak, walked along the mountain path entering Mount Rabaslia with the high priest of the Earth Temple, one of the members of the Regency Council, followed by 12 dwarf warriors. "High priest, why must we go to meet the frost dragon?" Gondo complained with some dissatisfaction. The detestable Frost Dragon clan not only destroyed our dwarf kingdom's western city of Fiotewes, but also occupied our dwarven capital, Fioburkana. Gondo, the Frost Dragon, is different from the earth-digging orcs. The high priest of the Earth Temple explained, "Because we dwarves and the earth-digging orcs compete for precious ores, we are mortal enemies. The dragon race only likes to collect treasure. As long as the Frost Dragon clan is willing to protect us, submitting to the powerful Frost Dragon clan is not an unacceptable thing. I am still somewhat unwilling. Do you wish for the earth-digging orcs to annihilate us with the help of the Frost Dragon?" Facing a life-or-death crisis, Gondo could only say helplessly, "You are right. As long as the Frost Dragon clan protects us from harm by the earth-digging orcs, I am also willing to accept submitting to them." As the scorching air from the sea of lava hit their faces, the angry roars of magical beasts came from ahead. Gondo and the high priest of the Earth Temple looked ahead and were surprised to see the 3 great magical beasts that dominated Mount Rabaslia besieging a human youth who was flying above the sea of lava using the fly spell. They did not know that this human youth was the Vaya Helios who had summoned them. Among magical beasts, some creatures live long lives and gain powerful strength. Such magical beasts are called high-tier species and are often distinguished from their original species as a different race. Moreover, such monsters have undergone special evolution, becoming unique creatures that are the only ones of their kind in the world. The ruler of the sky, the phoenix, the ruler of the surface, the ancient fire dragon, and the ruler of the sea of lava, the sun angler, are such specially evolved high-tier monsters. At this moment, the giant firebird phoenix spewed a torrent of flames to attack Vaya. The ancient fire dragon without dragon wings spat huge fireballs at Vaya, and the sun angler, over 50 meters in size, rushed out of the sea of lava, trying to swallow Vaya in one gulp. Killing the frost giant king raised my level to the 9th tier, but I haven't verified the effect of 9th tier magic yet. The battle with you just now should be enough to let me level up, and as a thank you, I will use 9th tier magic to kill you. Using the world's severance barrier to block the attacks of the 3 great magical beasts, Vaya raised his right hand and aimed it at the phoenix. Grasp Heart. Grasp Heart is the 9th tier magic that the Bone King used against the White Dragon King Orisadek. As Vaya's right hand made a crushing motion, the phoenix screamed, and its body fell from the sky into the sea of lava. Next, Vaya's right hand aimed at the ancient fire dragon. Claw of the Polar Region. Claw of the Polar Region is an ice-type magic that tears the opponent with sharp claws containing freezing cold air. Although this magic can only inflict pure damage without additional effects, the amount of damage is the highest among Ice-type magic. Just as Fire-type magic is the weakness of the Frost Dragon, Ice-type magic is also the weakness of the ancient Fire Dragon. The claw of the polar region summoned by Vaya hit the ancient Fire Dragon's body, and the ancient Fire Dragon's body exploded due to the conflict between Ice-type magic and Fire-type magic. Finally, Vaya's right hand aimed at the Sun Angler swimming in the sea of lava. True Death. True Death is a 9th-tier instant death magic. The Bone King used True Death to kill Gaze of Stranoff, which caused the low-tier resurrection magic, Resurrection of the Dead, to be unable to resurrect him. The Sun Angler, which rushed out of the sea of lava and pounced on Vaya, was swept by the magic of True Death across its huge body, and immediately fell into the sea of lava like the phoenix. Having killed the 3 great magical beasts, Vaya immediately opened his status panel. Vaya Helios. Race, White Dragon. Race level, Infant LV10, Juvenile LV10, Young Adult LV10. Job level, Dragon Warrior LV7, World Guardian LV2, Priest of the Dragon God LV1, Dragon Chanter LV8, Primal Chanter LV5, World Connector LV5, Dragon Ruler LV2. Total level, LV60. Special abilities, Ancestral True Dragon, Dragon Race Talent, Magic Talent, Combat Talent, Form Transformation. Origin Magic, Limit Break, World Severance Barrier. Seeing that Dragon Warrior had risen to LV7 due to killing the Frost Giant King, and Dragon Chanter had risen to LV8 due to killing the 3 great magical beasts, and his total level had risen to LV60, Vaya closed his eyes and felt the changes in himself. Just as Vaya expected, level 60 is like a threshold. Now Vaya can already create mid-tier origin magic more powerful than the world's severance barrier. Thinking of Evil Eye of Blue Rose, Vaya opened his eyes again. Perhaps now I can create origin magic that transforms Evil Eye into a living being, just like the Elder Coffin Dragon Lord created origin magic to transform races. The next instant, Vaya used Dimensional Shift to arrive in front of the Dwarf Gondo, the High Priest of the Earth Temple, and the 12 Dwarf Warriors. Are you the Dwarf Envoys heading to the Dwarven capital for an audience? Yes. The High Priest of the Earth Temple looked at Vaya with fearful eyes. Human powerhouse, what are your instructions for us? I am not a human. Vaya showed a faint smile. You actually chose to pass through the 3 major obstacles to head to the Dwarven capital. Now we can both save time. I am the Vaya Helios who summoned you, the sole ruler of the Angelicia Mountains. Is your dwarf kingdom willing to become my loyal subjects? Having witnessed with his own eyes Vaya killing the 3 rulers of Mount Rabaslia, the High Priest of the Earth Temple certainly could not say no. Great His Majesty Vaya, our dwarf clan is willing to submit to you. But in exchange, you must protect the dwarf clan and let us no longer be attacked by the earth-digging orcs. No problem. Vaya readily agreed to this request. I promise you in the name of Vaya Helios that the earth-digging orcs will no longer actively attack the dwarf clan. Now, return to the dwarf city and forge 20,000 pairs of sunglasses for me. Vaya used the 7th tier magic, Greater Item Creation, to create 2 pairs of sunglasses, and then threw them to Gondo and the High Priest of the Earth Temple. Gondo, wearing the sunglasses, couldn't help but ask, "Is this pitch black? I wear something you made for the earth-digging orcs. I stole it." Earth-digging orcs are a demi-human race that can only survive in dark spaces. Because under sunlight, earth-digging orcs become blind. To allow earth-digging orcs to move about in the sunlight, their eyes must be protected from sunlight damage. It is obvious. Sunglasses are a tool tailored specifically for earth-digging orcs. Hearing Gondo's question, Vaya turned his gaze toward him. You are quite clever. Tell me your identity. I am Gondo Firebeard, a rune craftsman of the Dwarf Kingdom. Gondo Firebeard. Vaya pondered his information. I recall that you are a rune craftsman with a job level of only 1. A big shot like you actually knows of me? If by level 1 you mean low tier, then you are correct. I am indeed an incompetent who falls far short of my grandfather and father, capable only of crafting low-tier rune weapons. Our dwarven magic items used to be made with runes. But 200 years ago, when the dwarven capital was attacked by a demon god, and the last royal left the country to crusade against the demon god, human technology flowed in from abroad, letting us know that runes were already obsolete. Speaking to this point, Gondo took a sword from his bag and showed Vaya a rune character on the blade. This is a low-tier rune character that means sharpness. Because it is inscribed with a rune character, this sword, as a magic sword, has the effect of increasing sharpness, making it easy to inflict heavy wounds on opponents. This is a very basic magic effect, and the production time varies depending on the strength of the added effect. However, using enchantment technology to create a magic sword with the same effect only requires half the time and materials. Because enchantment technology was introduced to our country, there are fewer and fewer rune craftsmen capable of carving runes. Everyone would rather become a magic chanter capable of using enchantment technology. Gondo, you inherited your family's excellent bloodline and should have become a mid-tier or even high-tier rune craftsman. Vaya extended his right hand toward Gondo's head. Since the dwarves are now my subjects, in order to support your development of rune technology, I will help you awaken your bloodline. As the radiance of the origin magic limit break enveloped Gondo, Gondo's job rune craftsman increased from LV1 to LV2. Is this a divine gift? I suddenly understand the technique for carving 2 runes onto one item. Gondo, I am a priest of the dragon god serving the great white dragon god, and this is a divine favor I bestow upon you on behalf of the white dragon god. Not just you, but all rune craftsmen in the dwarf kingdom can receive the white dragon god's favor to raise their rune craftsman job level. His Majesty Vaya. Gondo's tears gushed forth in gratitude as he knelt on the ground. We rune craftsmen have already been abandoned by our kin, yet you are willing to grant us a divine favor. I can assure you that all rune craftsmen will become your loyal subjects. Vaya's gaze shifted to the high priest of the Earth Temple. Tell me your identity. I am the high priest of the Earth Temple, one of the members of the Regency Council of the Dwarf Kingdom. Do you think the other members of the Regency Council will agree to submit to me? Seeing the high priest of the Earth Temple show a hesitant expression, Vaya plucked a dragon scale from his own body and then infused it with the 9th-tier magic storm. As the strongest species in this world, the dragon's body can be said to be a treasure from head to toe. Dragon skin and dragon scales can be used as substitutes for anti-magic crystals, and can even be infused with 10th-tier magic. Take my dragon scale back. Throwing the dragon scale to the high priest of the Earth Temple, Vaya explained. This dragon scale holds a 9th-tier magic storm. You only need to say activate to release it. I believe the power of the 9th-tier magic storm is enough to help you convince the other members of the Regency Council. Dwarven capital, Fiaberkana. The dwarf royal palace, occupied by the Frost Dragon clan. The White Dragon King Orc roared in anger at his 15 children. Get out, all of you, get out. The hateful frost giants have been annihilated, and I no longer need you. Tragilith was the most powerful among all the children. Father, he protested to his dragon father, who was banishing him. You said we would be together forever and establish a dragon empire centered around you. You fool, not driving you away was to establish my dragon empire. Now that my dream of a dragon empire has been shattered, what reason is there to keep you by my side? Hajimer was a frost dragon with a fat body and glasses, and he asked in a voice filled with fear, Father, may I take my books with me? Orc glared at Hajimer with a fierce gaze. Just then, Vaya's voice suddenly rang out. Brother Hajimer, I allow you to take the books, and I also suggest you head to my White Dragon Ducal territory to use your wisdom to help my acting lord build a dragon god city. Vaya. Hajimer looked at Vaya in human form with wide, surprised eyes. You not only transformed into human form, but you also possess your own territory in the human world. Including the Angelisha Mountains and the Tabu Great Forest, The area of my territory already exceeds 30,000 square kilometers. 30,000 square kilometers. This is already equivalent to a medium-sized country. His own dream of a dragon empire had actually been realized by this hateful son. Orsatic looked at Vaya with jealous and angry eyes and questioned him. What are you doing here? Are you trying to take the royal palace as well? I have no interest in your royal palace. Vaya explained. I came here only to take the treasure from the royal treasury. Treasure, that's right. Orsatic suddenly thought of something. Vaya, when you left, I discovered that someone had stolen my treasure. That was you, wasn't it? That's right. Vaya did not deny it. I stole your treasure. HMPH, since you stole my treasure, you must compensate me. You must give me half of the treasure in the royal treasury. I can only give you a quarter. Throne Hall. Vaya and Orsatic arrived in front of the royal treasury door, and Orsatic looked at Vaya with suspicious eyes. The treasury door is under the long-term protection of guardian magic cast by dwarven rune craftsmen. Can you really open the treasury door? Crimson Nova. Vaya attacked the treasury door directly with a 9th-tier fire magic spell. The rune magic guarding the treasury door was clearly unable to withstand 9th-tier magic. Under the blazing flames of the 9th-tier magic, the rune characters on the treasury door began to collapse and disappear one by one. Vaya pushed open the door that had lost its magical protection, and Orsatic's roar sounded from behind him. These treasures all belong to me. Vaya did not retort, simply using an item to collect all the gold, leaving behind all the weapons and equipment. Digging Orc Army, half a month later. The capital of the Dwarf Kingdom, Phayao Bikana. The Chamber of Commerce and Industry, the building with the second largest scale after the royal palace. Vaya's gaze swept over the commander-in-chief of the Dwarf Kingdom and the high priest of the Earth Temple, then returned to his own attribute panel. The levels of World Guardian and Dragon Ruler had both increased to LV3, and his comprehensive level had also risen to LV62. This was sufficient proof that the dwarf race had genuinely become Vaya's subjects. Commander-in-Chief, High Priest of the Earth Temple, are you here as representatives of the dwarf race to swear your allegiance to me? Yes. The Commander-in-Chief replied in his booming voice. To prove our loyalty, we have brought the 20,000 sunglasses crafted according to your requirements. 20,000 sunglasses crafted in half a month. This was a massive quantity that could only be completed by the dwarf race using the strength of their entire nation. Vaya's gaze turned to the ogre King Biriulo. Gather the 20,000 earth-digging orc warriors. Understood. After Biriulo accepted the order and left, Vaya walked to the middle of the 4 boxes containing the 20,000 sunglasses. Commander-in-Chief, High Priest of the Earth Temple, as a reward for your pledge of loyalty to me, I once again guarantee in the name of Vaya Helios that I will not let you be attacked by the earth-digging orcs. Now, take these sunglasses and follow me to the plaza of the Dwarf Kingdom capital. A moment later, Vaya led the dwarves to the plaza, where the 20,000 earth-digging orc warriors had assembled. As a warrior who had been fighting the earth-digging orcs for decades, the commander-in-chief's face displayed an expression of extreme terror upon seeing these earth-digging orc warriors who possessed such powerful aura. These earth-digging orcs, how could they be so powerful? Half a month ago, they were 20,000 second-tier earth-digging orc warriors, including 200 third-tier earth-digging orc warriors and 4 fourth-tier earth-digging orc warriors. Vaya explained to the bewildered commander-in-chief. Now they have all become third-tier earth-digging orc warriors, including 200 fourth-tier earth-digging orc warriors and 4 fifth-tier earth-digging orc warriors. This is because they have received the grace bestowed by the White Dragon God. As long as the dwarf race devoutly believes in the White Dragon God, they too can receive the White Dragon God's grace and become stronger, just like the earth-digging orcs. After finishing his explanation, Vaya's gaze turned to the earth-digging orcs. Earth-digging orc warriors, the dwarf race has brought the sunglasses crafted for you. As long as you wear these sunglasses, you can live in the sunlight. Now, tell me loudly, whom should you thank? Thank you, Lord Vaya. Thank you, Lord Vaya. The 20,000 earth-digging orcs shouted in unison. Wrong. Vaya denied the earth-digging orcs' answer. You should thank the dwarves who crafted these sunglasses. Lord Vaya, I cannot accept your words. Biriulo shouted. Although the dwarf race crafted the sunglasses for us, it was because of Lord Vaya's order. It is not that the dwarf race genuinely wanted to help us, the earth-digging orcs. Then are you, the earth-digging orcs, willing to live in peace with the dwarf race? Now we, the earth-digging orcs, and the dwarf race are both Lord Vaya's subjects. As long as the dwarf race remains loyal to Lord Vaya, we, the earth-digging orcs, will not attack the dwarf race. Hearing Biriulo's reply, a satisfied smile appeared on Vaya's face. Commander-in-Chief, High Priest of the Earth Temple, as a symbol of the friendly coexistence between the dwarf race and the earth-digging orcs, I would like you to personally hand the 20,000 sunglasses to each earth-digging orc warrior. Are you willing to accept this task? The Commander-in-Chief and the High Priest of the Earth Temple nodded, because they also wanted to improve the relationship between the dwarves and the earth-digging orcs. East side of the Tabu Great Forest, a ruined town that had been abandoned due to monster invasions, was now bursting with vitality because of the arrival of Kista and Renaz. At this moment, in the town square, Renaz had assembled 1,000 knights, preparing to set out on an expedition. Renaz, thank you for your hard work. Kista looked at Renaz full of apology. Compared to my work, your job is both hard and dangerous. I'm already used to it. Renaz showed a faint smile. In the past, when I was the eldest daughter of the Rock Bruce family, I loved taking the family's night order to sweep away monsters and bandits in our territory. Now, being able to lead a night order once again to protect Lord Vaya's territory, I actually feel very happy in my heart. Kista, you have to establish rule over the approximately 100,000 residents of the White Dragon Ducal territory. I think your work is harder than mine. This is only about 100,000 residents. Kista was full of confidence. As the heir to the city-state of Biber, I received an education in managing a population of 500,000. Managing Lord Vaya's territory is very simple for me. Just as Kista finished speaking, a huge shadow covered Kista and Renaz. The two looked up and saw a fat, frost-white frost dragon descending from the sky. Dragon race. Could it be? As soon as the thought that this frost dragon could be Vaya appeared, Kista and Renaz shook their heads simultaneously. Because this frost dragon was too weak. It completely lacked Vaya's powerful aura. Under the gaze of Kista, Renaz, and over 1,000 knights, the fat frost dragon landed in the plaza and asked Kista and Renaz. This is the administrative center of the White Dragon Ducal territory, right? That's correct. Kista sized up the fat frost dragon and asked in return. I am the acting lord of the White Dragon Ducal territory, Lee Kista Kavelia. May I ask why you have come here? Well asked. The fat frost dragon put on a majestic appearance. My name is Hajimer Heliel. I am the older brother of your lord, Vaya. I have come here to use my wisdom to help you build a divine dragon city. Vaya has already promised me that, as a reward for my helping you, you must provide me with housing and food. Lord Vaya's older brother. Kista was somewhat incredulous. Lord Hajimer, can you transform into a human form? No. Hajimer shook his head. Not only me, but even my father, King Orceda Heliel, cannot transform into a human. You are Lord Vaya's older brother, after all. Renaz teased. Could it be that your strength is inferior to your younger brothers? My strength is not inferior to my other brothers, but Vaya is different. Hajimer whispered. Even my father, Orceda Heliel, cannot defeat Vaya. Vaya's strength is abnormally powerful. As expected, Lord Vaya is a special existence even among the dragon race. Hearing Hajimer's words, Renaz did not feel surprised. Lord Hajimer, now I am going to lead the Night Order to sweep away the monsters and bandits in the territory. During the time I am away, I hope you can protect Kista's safety. No problem, Hajimer said confidently. Although I cannot compare to Vaya, I possess 5th tier strength, which is sufficient to defeat most humans and monsters, Saintess Qi Ya Lei, White Dragon City. The White Dragon God Temple, located in the town center. At this moment, thousands of believers gathered here. Most of them came to worship the statue of the White Dragon God, and dozens came to ask Qi Ya Lei, the Saintess of the White Dragon God, to heal their illnesses and injuries. Seeing Qi Ya Lei heal believers with 3rd-tier magic severe injury cure, Vaya cast 9th-tier magic attribute probe on her. The effect of attribute probe is to view the target's attribute panel. If the target's level is close to or even higher than one's own, attribute probe will fail. Qi Ya Lei Bellin. Race, human. Class level, Magic Maid LV5, Priest LV5, Saintess LV5. Overall level, LV15. Qi Ya Lei, who doesn't have the talent of a magic chanter, can actually upgrade Priest and Saintess to LV5. Is she a fanatical believer of the White Dragon God? As Vaya finished speaking, Clementine's voice echoed from behind him. Her ladyship, the Saintess, does not believe in the White Dragon God she has never seen. She completely regards you as the object of her faith, so she should be considered your fanatical believer. Vaya turned around and saw Clementine dressed in a white priest's robe. Lord Vaya, you're finally back. Clementine teased him with a mischievous smirk. Qi Ya Lei misses you every day. Why don't you appear directly before her? I don't want to hinder Qi Ya Lei from healing the believers. After explaining, Vaya cast attribute probe on Clementine. Clementine Hacia Quintia. Race, human. Class level, Warrior LV10, Berserker LV10, Assassin LV10, Killer LV5, Paladin LV5. Overall level, LV40. Remember the fastest novel site on the whole network 101.com. Clementine was originally just a 5th-tier hero. Now she has become a 6th-tier abnormality. Clearly, after awakening the divine human bloodline, as Qi Ya Lei the Saintess's guard, she gained the new class Paladin. As Qi Ya Lei's guard, your strength is still a bit weak. Vaya took a dragon scale from his body and infused it with the magic 7th-tier angel summon, which summons a Dominion angel. Clementine, this is made from my dragon scale, similar to a magic sealing crystal. You can use it to summon a Dominion angel. Receiving Vaya's dragon scale, Clementine asked with a puzzled expression, "Why are you giving me something like this?" Just then, Qi Ya Lei saw Vaya, who was with Clementine. Lord Vaya. Shouting with joy, Qi Ya Lei directly used 3rd-tier magic flight to fly towards him. Vaya turned and embraced Qi Ya Lei, saying somewhat at a loss, "Qi Ya Lei, I'm back. Lord Vaya, I have so much to tell you. Please come with me to the lounge." Those pleading believers. All the pleading believers have already been healed by me. The lounge of the White Dragon God Temple. Clementine sat on the sofa opposite Vaya. Qi Ya Lei lay in Vaya's arms, first asking about her sister Selly, then about Vaya's experiences in the Bahar's Empire. After listening to Vaya's narration, Qi Ya Lei looked disheartened. When I was spreading the faith of the White Dragon God, Lord Vaya met many more excellent girls. Miss Gista and Miss Renaz are both noble young ladies of high status, and they can manage the internal affairs and military of Lord Vaya's territory. Lord Vaya must like them very much. Qi Ya Lei, you don't need to misunderstand. Vaya explained helplessly. I just want to use Gista and Renaz. I don't like them as girls. Really? Qi Ya Lei's eyes lit up, and she smiled joyfully again. Clementine couldn't help but let out a snicker. Lord Vaya, you're so hardworking that I can't help but feel sorry for you. Eh? Qi Ya Lei immediately asked. Clementine, why do you feel sorry for Lord Vaya? Because there's a girl whose feelings for Lord Vaya are abnormally heavy. Qi Ya Lei didn't realize that the girl Clementine was referring to was herself. She looked at Vaya with worried eyes. Lord Vaya, do I know that girl? Qi Ya Lei, don't worry, I have a way to deal with that girl. Vaya placed his right hand on Qi Ya Lei's head, stroking her hair while changing the subject. How many believers are in the White Dragon God Temple now? About 10,000 people. Qi Ya Lei lowered her head in shame. The number of believers is increasing less and less now. This must be because I am too incompetent. The total population of the White Dragon territory is only over 20,000 people. In just a few months, Qi Ya Lei was able to attract about 10,000 believers, which indeed fits the identity of a saintess. Qi Ya Lei, the population of the White Dragon territory is too small now. To make more people believers of the White Dragon God, I want you to go to various parts of the kingdom to spread the faith of the White Dragon God. Are you willing to accept this task? Qi Ya Lei agreed without hesitation. Since this is the only thing I can do for Lord Vaya, I certainly won't disappoint you. White Dragon Castle. The bustling VIP room. Lachius, Evil Eye, Gagarin, Tina, and Tia sat around the tea table, happily enjoying black tea and pastries. Lachius, I can tell from your smile that you're really happy here. Lachius, that's natural. Lachius showed a pure smile. Just like you didn't like the restraints of your family and became an adventurer, I actually don't want to be restrained by His Majesty, the King, and my 2 brothers in the royal palace. But, Lachius said with a hesitant expression, as you gradually enter marriageable age, your continued stay in Lord Vaya's castle will affect your reputation. Lachius, I've already decided to marry Lord Vaya. Do you also treat me like a little girl and think I don't understand what love is? You are little girls. Of course, Lachius couldn't say such a thing. Lachius, of course I won't treat you like a little girl. But Lord Vaya, there are many rumors unfavorable to him now, and there are even rumors that he is not human. Lord Vaya is a dragon of the strongest race, and I am willing to marry him. As soon as Lachius finished speaking, Vaya pushed open the door and walked in. Members of Blue Rose, welcome to my castle. After greeting his guests, Vaya's gaze fell on Lachius. Lachius, I'm back. Lord Vaya, you're finally back. Lachius feigned a surprised expression, wanting to throw herself into Vaya's arms. Lachius, I'm sorry. Lachius hugged Lachius from behind, then looked at Vaya expressionlessly. Lord Vaya, His Majesty the King has recently learned many rumors unfavorable to you and has asked me to take Princess Lachius back. After explaining, Lachius opened a teleportation gate, transformation of relatives. After Lachius used teleportation to take Lachius, Gagarin, Tina, and Tia away, only Vaya and Evil Eye remained in the room. Evil Eye, are you still willing to stand with me? Vaya looked at Evil Eye with a smile. HMPH. Evil Eye let out a cold, Tsundir snort. I'm not human myself, so of course I wouldn't betray you because of humans. Now that His Majesty the King knows you're of the dragon race, are you going to leave the human world? Vaya shook his head. From the beginning, I never intended to hide my identity forever. Even if my identity as a dragon is exposed, I won't give up my territory and subjects. After saying this, Vaya walked up to Evil Eye and reached out his right hand to grab her mask. Evil Eye did not resist. As the mask was removed, Evil Eye's delicate, doll-like face showed an expression of embarrassment and annoyance, her crimson true ancestor vampire eyes glaring at Vaya. To want to see my face so much, you really are a pervert, which is why you kept the 12-year-old Lachius in your castle. Don't misunderstand. Vaya explained. I took off your mask to let you drink my blood. Evil Eye, I currently cannot use high-tier origin magic to turn you back into a human, but I've come up with a mid-tier origin magic with a similar effect, which is to use my dragon blood as a medium to transform you into my familiar. I am a true ancestor vampire. Can you really turn me into a familiar? Without a doubt. A true ancestor vampire is a monster that approaches or even rivals the dragon race. Remember the fastest novel site on the whole network 101.com. If Evil Eye were truly a true ancestor vampire, Vaya indeed wouldn't have the confidence to transform her into a familiar. In fact, Evil Eye only used her innate ability magic storage and replication to copy and store the origin magic soul suck of the Elder Coffin Dragon King, maintaining her state as a true ancestor vampire. If she were to release soul suck, Evil Eye would lose her soul and become a mindless zombie. Evil Eye, drink my blood. Vaya extended his right wrist toward Evil Eye. For a vampire, blood is merely a luxury item. They don't need to drink blood to survive. However, a vampire's blood-sucking act can transform other races into familiars. Looking at Vaya's right wrist, Evil Eye hesitated slightly. If I drink your blood, and it results in you becoming my familiar, I won't take responsibility for you. Rest assured, I won't become your familiar. Vaya showed a confident expression. Evil Eye no longer hesitated, and bit into Vaya's right wrist with her vampire fangs. Gulp, gulp. Evil Eye began to drink Vaya's dragon blood, and Vaya also aimed his left hand at Evil Eye to use origin magic. Convert familiar. A distinct ripple appeared in the world's river of souls. Agrand Council Nation. The room where the main body of the Platinum Dragon King resided. The sleeping Platinum Dragon King suddenly opened his eyes and woke up. Who is using high-tier origin magic? The Platinum Dragon King turned his gaze toward the Riesti's kingdom. Is it Deep Darkness, Elder Coffin, or the seven-colored Dragon King? No, none of them have a reason to appear in the Riesti's kingdom. White Dragon City. The room where Vice and Evil Eye were. Under the radiance of the origin magic, Evil Eye's body began to grow at a speed visible to the naked eye. Originally, her body, as a true ancestor vampire, was fixed with the face and figure of a 12-year-old. Now, her body grew rapidly, eventually becoming a 16-year-old girl with an exquisite face. Her eyes were no longer the crimson pupils of a vampire, but had turned into rainbow-colored eyes reflecting 7 colors. Her figure was no longer a regrettable flat plane, but heart-stirring peaks and valleys. Evil Eye, you can stop now. Hearing Vaya's reminder, Evil Eye let go of Vaya's right wrist and only then realized her body had undergone a massive change. This, am I really not dreaming? As Evil Eye looked down at her current body, a silver-white dragon tail swayed left and right behind her. This is, my tail, have I really become part of the dragon race? As my familiar, you can only be considered a dragonoid. After explaining, Vaya cast attribute detection on Evil Eye. Kino Fasris Imbaran. Race, dragonoid. Racial levels: infant LV10, juvenile LV10, young adult LV10, prime LV10. Job levels: sorcerer LV10, elementalist LV10, wizard LV10. Total level: LV70. Innate ability: magic storage and replication. As expected of a vampire over 250 years old, your racial levels are higher than mine. My attribute detection works on you, likely because you are my familiar. After checking Evil Eye's status panel, Vaya opened his own status panel. Because he created Convert Familiar, which approached high-tier origin magic, Vaya's Primal Chanter and World Connector, leveled up to LV6, and his total level also increased to LV64. What do you mean by that? Evil Eye's small face was flushed with embarrassment. Do you think I'm very old? When I became a true ancestor vampire, my body and mind both stopped growing, so I'm still a young girl. Evil Eye was clearly lacking confidence. Evil Eye, don't misunderstand, I'm praising your high racial levels. When you were a true ancestor vampire, your racial level was only 20. Now that you've become a dragonoid, your racial level is 40. The maximum racial level for the dragon race is 50. Perhaps your racial level can continue to grow. Evil Eye was quite shaken. The racial level of the dragon race increases with age. The higher my racial level as a dragonoid, the more it represents my age. Evil Eye, as a dragon, I am also over 200 years old. Really? I have no reason to lie to you. Actually, Vaya lied. Vaya's racial level was only 30. Evil Eye's racial level being as high as 40 was enough to prove there was a clear age gap between Vaya and Evil Eye. Lord Vaya, thank you for turning me back into a living being. Now I must tell you a secret. My name is not Evil Eye, but Kino Fasris Inbarun, a princess of a southern kingdom that was destroyed by the evil deities over 200 years ago. Vaya already knew Evil Eye's true name was Kino. He also knew the culprit who destroyed the Enbelia kingdom wasn't the evil deities that rampaged over 200 years ago, but the Elder Coffin Dragon King. Now that Evil Eye was willing to tell Vaya her greatest secret, it was enough to prove she completely trusted him. Evil Eye, since your surname is Inbarun, then the undead nation in the south of the continent, the Inbelia Kingdom, is your homeland. Evil Eye nodded. Since you can create magic to turn me back into a living being, I hope you can also create magic to save my parents and all my subjects, turning them from undead back into living beings. As long as you fulfill this wish, I will do anything for you, even let me be your slave forever. Evil Eye, I will definitely do my best to fulfill your wish. Platinum Dragon King strikes, the royal capital. This capital of the Riesti's kingdom, much like Ramses III himself, was an old and aging city. The royal castle, Rolent, was situated on a hill that was easy to defend but hard to attack, surrounded by a forest. In the forest at this time, a teleportation gate suddenly appeared. Vaya and Evil Eye stepped out of the gate. Evil Eye put on her mask and asked, "If Lachius and Gagarin see me as I am now, will they not believe I am Evil Eye? When they see your face, they will surely believe your identity, for your face has not changed much." Just as Vaya finished his comforting words, a familiar voice came from above. "Vaya Helias." Vaya and Evil Eye looked up at the sky and saw the platinum armor controlled by the Platinum Dragon King. As heroes who had fought the demon gods over 200 years ago, Evil Eye and the Platinum Dragon King were once comrades who fought side by side. Seeing that the Platinum Dragon King clearly regarded Vaya as an enemy, Evil Eye questioned him in dissatisfaction. "Char, you're going too far. Can't you see me?" The Platinum Dragon King's gaze turned toward Evil Eye. "Little sister of Inbarun, it has been a long time. For you, a vampire, to be able to grow up is undoubtedly a miracle. In this world, only world-class items and high-tier origin magic can cause such a miracle." After saying this, the Platinum Dragon King's gaze returned to Vaya. "Vaya Helias, just now, I sensed someone using high-tier origin magic, causing fluctuations in the River of Souls. I followed these fluctuations here. Can you explain to me why the little sister of Inbarun has traces of origin magic on her, and why her race is no longer vampire? I used origin magic to turn Evil Eye into my familiar." Vaya did not hide the truth. In the next instant, the look the Platinum Dragon King gave Vaya became filled with killing intent. "Vaya Helias, after the 8 Desires Kings polluted the world with world-class items 500 years ago, the newborn dragon race were all forced to learn tier magic, losing their qualification to learn origin magic. Are you asking me to accept the fact that you can use both tier magic and origin magic?" "That's right. You, just who are you?" "I am the son of the White Dragon King Orcida Hyliel of the Angelicia Mountains. Do you think I haven't investigated you?" The Platinum Dragon King snorted coldly. Orcadic, his 3 dragon consorts, and his 15 children are all just ordinary frost dragons. Vaya Helias, why can you completely convert your racial levels into caster levels? Why can you take on a human form? Why is your leveling speed the same as a player's? These are my innate ability and special powers. You're lying. The Platinum Dragon King descended from the sky and landed in front of Vaya and Evil Eye. There is only one answer. You are not a member of this world's dragon race, but a dragon player from Yggdrasil. I'm a player from Yggdrasil. Hearing the truth the Platinum Dragon King had concocted in his head, Vaya couldn't help but laugh out loud. "Great Platinum Dragon King, do you really think I'm a dragon player from Yggdrasil? Since I'm from Yggdrasil, why can I use origin magic? Players always descend with world-class items. That you can use origin magic might be because the world-class item you possess can connect to the River of Souls. It sounds reasonable, but unfortunately, your guess is completely wrong." A serious expression appeared on Vaya's face. "Platinum Dragon King, I am indeed the son of the White Dragon King Orcida Hyliel, and I have nothing to do with Yggdrasil. I can use origin magic because I myself am very special." The Platinum Dragon King could tell that Vaya was not lying. But he could not accept this result. "Vaya Helias, if you are allowed to continue growing, you might become a calamity that threatens the entire world. To protect this world, I am willing to bear the crime of killing you. To kill me in the name of protecting the world, you truly are great. You must have used protecting the world as an excuse when you killed Riku before he could become a level 100 player, too. So as not to provoke the Platinum Dragon King's killing intent, Vaya kept the following words to himself. The person named Riku was a player who descended to this world 200 years ago. At first, Riku was just a novice player with a level lower than 40. After the heroic team to subjugate the demon gods was established, Riku increased his level at an astonishing speed, becoming a level 95 player in just a few years, and becoming the leader of the heroic team known as the 13 Heroes. Even more astonishingly, Riku also borrowed a large number of items, including a guild weapon, from the 8 Desires King's guild base, Oriuntiu. According to the rules of Yggdrasil, a guild weapon is the symbol of a guild. As long as the guild weapon is destroyed, the guild will dissolve. In other words, Riku, who held the 8 Desires King's guild weapon, could completely inherit the 8 Desires King's guild and become the new master of Oriuntiu and its dozens of guardians. Riku was killed before he could become a level 100 player, perhaps because the Platinum Dragon King was worried that Riku would become the second-generation 8 Desires King. Legend has it that Riku killed a comrade and then committed suicide, refusing to be resurrected. This was as absurd as the 8 Desires Kings choosing to kill each other and ultimately perishing together, when faced with the powerful dragon race. Riku's inability to be resurrected was more likely due to his soul being obliterated by the Elder Coffin Dragon King. Char, are you serious? Evil Eye rebuked him in dissatisfaction. Lord Vaya's actions fully qualify him to be called a hero. As one of the 13 heroes, are you really going to kill Lord Vaya for such a nonsensical reason as protecting the world? Little sister of Inbarun, I am not a noble person worthy of being called a hero. To hide the truth of my killing Vaya Helias, you will also be killed by me. You're going to kill me. Evil Eye's eyes widened in disbelief. Recovering from her shock, Evil Eye gave a cold laugh. Platinum Dragon King, this is your true face, isn't it? Treating us weaklings, whom you could kill with one hand, as friends and equals was nothing more than a disguise. The Platinum Dragon King did not respond and directly used origin magic to seal off the surrounding space. World Severance Barrier. Fly. Taking advantage of the brief moment when the Platinum Dragon King used the World Severance Barrier, Vaya pulled Evil Eye and flew into the sky using the fly magic. Seeing Vaya and Evil Eye pass through the invisible barrier, the Platinum Dragon King said in disbelief, "Why can the little sister of Inbarun also pass through the World Severance Barrier? Is Vaya Helias's world-class item on her? I've already told you, I have nothing to do with Yggdrasil." Vaya explained in dissatisfaction. Evil Eye is able to pass through the World Severance Barrier because she used her innate ability to copy and store origin magic. 10th Tier Magic, Francia Palace. The large conference room where the court council was held. Ramses III's gaze swept across the nobles led by the 6 great nobles, then returned to the first Prince Pablo and the second Prince Senak. Everyone, perhaps you already know the reason for today's meeting. News has come from the Bahar's Empire that the kingdom's White Dragon Count, Vaya Helias, has been titled White Dragon Duke by the Blood Emperor of the Bahar's Empire, becoming the ruler of the empire's border territory on the eastern side of the Tabu Great Forest. What are your thoughts on this matter? As a noble of the kingdom, to actually accept a title from that Blood Emperor, Vaya Helias has already committed the crime of treason. The speaker was the leader of the noble faction, Marquis Boralep. Your Majesty, please strip Vaya Helias of his title and territory. Marquis Boralep, you're being far too impulsive. Senak showed a face of helplessness. Do you not want to know why the Blood Emperor titled Vaya Helias as an imperial duke? The first Prince Pablo followed up. Marquis, there is a rumor now that Vaya Helias's true identity is not human, but the strongest species in this world, the dragon race. Marquis Boralep widened his eyes in surprise and looked toward Ramses III. Your Majesty, do you believe such a ridiculous rumor? It is a fact. Ramses III asked back expressionlessly. If Via Helias is not of the strongest species, the dragon race, why does he possess power in the mythical realm at such a young age? Why would the Blood Emperor use the title of Duke and territory to win him over? Seeing Marquis Boralip fall into silence, Marquis Raven, the strongest among the 6 great nobles, spoke slowly. Since Via Helias is of the strongest species, the dragon race, we certainly cannot turn him into an enemy of the kingdom. Senak said in agreement. Father, in order to keep Count Vaya neutral between the kingdom and the empire, I believe the kingdom should also title Count Vaya as a duke. I object. Marquis Boralip glared at Senak with an angry gaze. Prince Senak, the highest rank for a kingdom noble, is Marquis. Making Via Helias the kingdom's unique duke would be granting him a status equivalent to the royal family. Because Marquis Boralip was a supporter of the first Prince Pablo, Senak refuted without hesitation. Marquis Boralip, Count Vaya's true identity is a dragon race capable of destroying cities and being a nation destroyer. Giving him a status equivalent to royalty is only natural. Your Majesty. Marquis Boralip looked at Ramses III. Is this also your thought? Ramses III showed a hesitant expression. Just then, Lachius and Lachius walked in. Father, are you willing to listen to your daughter's advice? Lachius. Seeing his favorite youngest daughter, a trace of a smile appeared on Ramses III's face. No matter how naive your advice may be, you can say it in front of me, your father. Father, you should now title Lord Vaya as a kingdom duke and gift him the border territories, including Irantal. These words from Lachius immediately stunned everyone. Raising Vaya's rank to duke had already met opposition from great nobles like Marquis Boralip. Lachius actually proposed giving Vaya a vast territory befitting a duke's status. As expected of you. Senak exchanged a glance with Lachius, then walked to her side. Father, I support Lachius's proposal. Senak, are you crazy? Pablo roared in anger. Irantal is a territory belonging to the king. Even if you cannot inherit the throne, you should not sell out my interests. Pablo, shut up. Ramses III gave Pablo a disappointed look, then turned his gaze back to Senak and Lachius. Senak, tell me your reasons for supporting Lachius. Father, the kingdom fights the Bahars Empire at the Katz Plains every year just to prevent Irantal from being attacked. If Irantal becomes Count Vaya's territory, the kingdom will no longer have to worry about going to war with the Bahars Empire. After all, Irantal is the trade hub between the kingdom, the Bahars Empire, and the slain theocracy. It is one of the kingdom's most important cities. Ramses III couldn't help but say, giving Irantal to Count Vaya would be a massive loss for the royal family. Just as Ramses III finished speaking, a knight entered the conference room in a panic. Your Majesty, a demon legion has appeared in the sky above the royal capital. Please head to the basement to take refuge. Above the royal capital. Using fly to put enough distance between himself and the platinum armor controlled by the Platinum Dragon King, Vaya immediately released 10th tier magic. Final War, Evil. The effect of Final War, Evil, is to summon a demon legion. As pitch-black mana swirled into a giant vortex around Vaya's body, swarms of demons flew out from the vortex. It started with 64 lesser demons around level 10. Then came 32 scythe demons around level 20, 16 corrupt devils around level 30, 8 supplicant demons around level 40, 4 war demons around level 50, 2 high demons around level 60, and 1 archdemon around level 70. Once the demon summoning was complete, Vaya immediately asked Evil Eye. Evil Eye, can you replicate this magic? Even though Evil Eye had now become a dragonoid, she would not be like a true dragon race, able to learn tier magic as she grew. But she possessed the innate ability magic storage and replication, which allowed her to copy and store any magic she endured or witnessed, and use it as a magic she had learned herself, not excluding even super tier magic and origin magic. I can. Evil Eye gave an affirmative answer, and then activated her innate ability. Final War, Evil. The pitch-black mana swirling into a giant vortex appeared once more, and swarms of demons flew out. When the Platinum Dragon King deactivated the world's severance barrier and flew above the royal capital, the Demon Legion, led by 2 archdemons around level 70, immediately launched an attack on the Platinum Dragon King. Seeing the Platinum Dragon King forced to manipulate a spear, a katana, a hammer, and a greatsword to slay the surrounding demons, Vaya opened a teleportation gate with a smile. Your Majesty Platinum Dragon King, before you can eliminate these demons, Evil Eye and I will use the teleportation gate to escape. Will you still be able to lock onto our location? After slaying all 128 lesser demons and 64 scythe demons surrounding him with incredible speed, the Platinum Dragon King did not continue his attack and voluntarily retracted the spear, katana, hammer, and greatsword. Via Helias, I underestimated you. When the Platinum Dragon King first met Vaya, Vaya could only use 7th tier magic. Thus, the Platinum Dragon King really hadn't expected that Vaya would now not only be able to use 10th tier magic to summon a Demon Legion to block him, but also use Origin magic to break through the confinement of the World Severance Barrier. It was obvious. The Platinum Dragon King was already unable to stop Vaya from using the teleportation gate to escape. Aid to the Dragon Kingdom. I would like to apologize for today's foolish behavior. Are you willing to forgive me? Upon hearing the Platinum Dragon King's words, a cold sneer appeared on Vaya's face. For Vaya knew that the Platinum Dragon King didn't truly believe his own thinking was wrong. As the son of the Dragon Emperor, the Platinum Dragon King was worthy of being called the strongest true Dragon King, yet the platinum armor he controlled only possessed the strength of around level 85. He was willing to apologize to Vaya only because he knew he couldn't use the platinum armor to kill him. As expected of the Platinum Dragon King, who knows when to yield, he doesn't care at all about bowing his head to a weaker enemy. Your Majesty Platinum Dragon King, how could I dare let you apologize? As long as you guarantee that you will no longer attack me, I will treat today as if nothing happened, and you will remain a friend to both me and Evil Eye. Evil Eye looked at Vaya in disbelief. You're actually as hypocritical as Char. It's you who are too naive. Vaya explained in a low voice. As long as he guarantees not to attack us again, I'll say anything he wants to hear. We are still friends. The Platinum Dragon King couldn't help but laugh. Vaya, as long as you do not commit acts that harm the world, I promise I will not attack you again. Having said that, the platinum armor controlled by the Platinum Dragon King vanished. Confirming that the Platinum Dragon King had truly left, Vaya breathed a sigh of relief. To guard the guild weapon of the 8 Desires Kings, the Platinum Dragon King's true body could not leave the Agrand Council Nation. In other words, if the Platinum Dragon King wanted to kill Vaya, his only option was to seek help from other true Dragon Kings. This was why the Platinum Dragon King was willing to guarantee he would not attack Vaya. Before the Platinum Dragon King finds a true Dragon King willing to assist him, I must speed up my leveling to ensure I can escape from a true Dragon King. Having made his decision, Vaya grabbed Evil Eye's right wrist and descended upon Francia Palace with her and the Demon Legion. Francia Palace, the courtyard outside the Grand Conference Room. Seeing the Demon Legion descending from the sky, Gazef immediately shielded Ramses III behind him. Your Majesty, please be ready to flee at any moment. All 62 of these demons are stronger than I am. Gazef's strength was unrivaled in the 4th tier. The fact that all 62 demons could defeat Gazef proved that they all possessed 5th tier strength. To be able to summon such a mythic-level demon legion, Via Helias truly is. Before Ramses III could finish his sentence, Vaya and Evil Eye descended from the sky and landed in the courtyard. Your Majesty, I heard you have already learned that my identity is that of the dragon race. Vaya asked straightforwardly, what do you plan to do next? Ramses III countered with a question. If I were to strip you of your title and territory, would you use this demon legion to destroy the kingdom? Vaya shook his head. I would only announce that the White Dragon Count's territory is seceding from the Riesti's kingdom. Hearing Vaya's answer, Ramses III breathed a sigh of relief. Count Vaya, I will not strip you of your title and territory. Since the Blood Emperor of the Bahar's Empire has granted you the title and territory of an imperial duke, I shall also grant you the status of a kingdom duke, making the kingdom's border region centered around Irantal your territory. Vaya's eyes lit up. As the trade hub for the Riesti's kingdom, Bahar's empire and slain theocracy, Irantal gathered a large population. With the border region centered on Irantal becoming Vaya's territory, his two major classes, World Guardian and Dragon Ruler, would rise to level 3. Your Majesty, I have not yet performed any meritorious service for the kingdom. Do you really intend to grant me the title of Duke and such territory? Ramses III nodded. From now on, Count Vaya is the kingdom duke ruling Irantal. Father, Pablo looked dissatisfied. Are you just going to give him Irantal unconditionally like this? Pablo. Ramses III glared at Pablo, his face showing the helpless expression of someone disappointed by a failure. Your Majesty, please do not blame His Highness Pablo. Vaya took the initiative to speak. I also believe you should make a request of me. A request? Ramses III looked at Lachius. Lachius showed a bashful smile on her face. Duke Vaya, may I arrange an engagement between you and Lachius and entrust her care to you? No. Vaya refused directly. Princess Lachius is still a young girl. You should let her marry the person she truly loves. Ramses III hesitated for a moment. The Dragon Kingdom is currently being invaded by the Orc nation. The Dragon Queen has already sent an envoy to the kingdom for help. May I have you represent the kingdom in aiding the Dragon Kingdom? The Dragon Kingdom, ruled by the Dragon Queen Derodile Oricris, is geographically remote and isolated, with a vast mountain range where the Wyvern tribe resides and the Katz Plains where the undead appear in large numbers to the north, the giant border lake to the southwest, and a small orc nation to the east. Although established by one of the true Dragon Kings, the seven-colored Dragon King, the Dragon Kingdom is also a nation dominated by humans. Because the Dragon Kingdom is small in area, its population is only around 3 million. Just as the Rabble Holy Kingdom is invaded every year by the demi-human alliance of the Abelian Hills, the Dragon Kingdom breaks out in war with the Orc nation to the east every year. Due to years of war, the Dragon Kingdom's financial expenditures are enormous, and it is already showing signs of gradual decline toward ruin. I can. Vaya agreed to this request immediately. As the World Guardian, what Vaya protects is precisely the human world. With the humans of the Dragon Kingdom being ravaged by orcs, protecting them is a responsibility Vaya must bear. After Ramses III left with Gazef, Lachius and Lachius immediately came before Evil Eye. Lachius asked in an exaggerated tone, Miss Evil Eye, what kind of magic did you use to suddenly grow into such a beauty? I want to use magic to grow up too, so Lord Vaya will stop treating me like a little girl. Don't you doubt my identity. Evil Eye was full of surprise. We are companions belonging to the same blue rose. Lachius gave a mischievous smirk. Even if Evil Eye turned into a man, I would still recognize you. I won't turn into a man. While the three girls were chatting, Senak arrived before Vaya with Marquis Raven. Duke Vaya, we meet again. His Highness Senak, thank you for your support. Why? Senak's eyes widened in surprise. Did you know that I would definitely support you? Because I know you are a wise and sagacious person. Vaya's praise made Senak lower his head, somewhat bashfully. I have neither the tall and handsome appearance of my eldest brother, nor the monstrous intelligence of Lachius. You really think too highly of me. His Highness Senak, you should have more confidence in yourself. After encouraging Senak, Marquis Raven's gaze turned toward Vaya. Duke Vaya, the reason His Majesty is conferring the title of Duke upon you is precisely because of the counsel of His Highness Senak and Princess Lachius. As a reward for His Highness Senak's support, Vaya spoke words that caused Senak and Marquis Raven to break into delighted smiles. I will support His Highness Senak in inheriting the throne, White Saintess Irantal, the plaza located in the center of the city. A teleportation gate that seemed to swallow light suddenly appeared, and then Vaya, Evil Eye, and Lachius stepped out. Looking at the city that he was about to rule, Vaya revealed a slight smile. Irantil is not only a trade hub connecting the Riesti's kingdom, Bahar's empire, and slain theocracy, but also a military fortress against the Bahar's empire, with tens of thousands of troops stationed there long-term. Lachius, after you and Evil Eye take over Irantil, immediately have Brian take command of the army stationed here. Lord Vaya, I refuse to accept your order. Lachius complained like a spoiled child. You refuse to get engaged to me, which makes me very sad. I don't want to be used by you anymore. Lachius. Vaya placed his right hand on Lachius's head, performing a head pat. The reason I refuse to get engaged to you is that you are still a child and cannot understand what true love is. When you grow up, I will definitely respond to your feelings head-on. Lachius sighed helplessly. Lord Vaya, since you can use magic to make Miss Evil Eye's body grow up, please use the same magic on me. As long as my body grows up, you will understand that I am truly not a child. Lachius, I didn't use the magic you're talking about on Evil Eye. Vaya explained. My magic only turned her into my familiar. The reason she became like this is because her true age exceeds 260 years. 260 years old. Lachius stared at Evil Eye with wide eyes. Evil Eye took off her mask, revealing an exquisite little face whose beauty was not at all inferior to Lachius's. Princess Lachius, don't think of me as an old woman. As a long-lived dragonoid now, my age is equivalent to a human in their 20s. How enviable. Lachius's expression was somewhat gloomy. Miss Evil Eye not only possesses great power, but also a long lifespan. You say you envy me. Do you want to discard your identity as a human? Lachius did not deny it. Lachius, I can also turn you into my familiar, a dragonoid. Hearing Vaya's words, Lachius instantly broke into an excited smile. Lord Vaya, I will execute your order to take over Irantil immediately. When will you turn me into your familiar? If you haven't changed your mind by the time you're 16, I will turn you into my familiar. After making the promise to Lachius, Vaya's gaze turned toward Evil Eye. Evil Eye, I am going to the Dragon Kingdom now. I hope you can protect Lachius just as Clementine protects Kyrenia. Katz Plains. This area, shrouded in mist day and night, is widely known as a region ruled by undead and monsters. Only during periods when the Riesti's kingdom and Bahar's empire are at war does the pervasive mist briefly dissipate, as if welcoming the impending war to produce more of the dead. Because the massive casualties caused by war allow the Katz Plains to give birth to even more undead. The areas where undead are active become cursed lands, where not a single blade of grass grows. The Katz Plains is such a reddish-brown desolate land. Only dilapidated ruins of buildings can prove that this place was once a vibrant green plain. In the northern part of the Katz Plains, there is a Vadi's free city that belongs to neither the Bahar's empire nor the Riesti's kingdom. This small city was actually built with joint funding from the Riesti's kingdom and the Bahar's empire to prevent the undead from leaving the Katz Plains. Vaya used fly magic to arrive above the Katz Plains and suddenly heard massive footsteps coming from the ground. Sunlight burst. After using a 7th tier area of effect attack spell to disperse the surrounding mist, Vaya saw a Death Knight sprinting toward Vadi's free city as if fleeing. Behind the Death Knight, a woman dressed in a white gown and a white veil, dressed entirely in pure white, was chasing him. From the woman's wax-white complexion, it could be seen that she was actually an undead. Because a large patch of mist was dispersed by sunlight burst, the female undead stopped chasing the Death Knight and looked up at Vaya. An ordinary human cannot possibly be a 7th tier magic chanter. Are you a godkin of the slain theocracy? Vaya descended from the sky and landed in front of the female undead, asking in return, Are you the true White Saren, Granchen Roka? As expected of the slain theocracy, to be able to grasp my information. The female undead did not deny Vaya's guess. This female undead, dressed entirely in pure white, was indeed Granchen Roka, the true White Saren belonging to the Abyss of Death. The Abyss of Death is a secret organization established over 400 years ago by undead magic chanters, possessing the powerful strength to easily destroy nations. Initially, the Abyss of Death was just a gathering initiated to adjust each other's interests so they wouldn't conflict. Its members consisted of only 4 Knight Licks and 3 Elder Licks. After 400 years of development, the Abyss of Death is now a large organization composed of 9 members in the inner circle and 46 members in the outer circle, totaling 55 members. Most members of the inner circle are legendary 7th-tier undead. The true White Saren Granchan had even crossed the boundary between the 7th and 8th tiers, becoming an 8th-tier undead. Because of your interference, that Death Knight I was originally going to dominate has escaped. Seeing as you are a godkin of the slain theocracy, I forgive your rude offense. After saying these words, Granchan opened a teleportation gate. World Severance Barrier. After using origin magic to seal the surrounding space, Vaya smiled at Granchan. True White Saren, you are an 8th-tier magic chanter. You shouldn't be so weak as to surrender. If you don't want to die, do your best to fight me. I have no interest in fighting you. Granchan directly entered the teleportation gate. In the next instant, bang! Granchan's body slammed into the invisible wall sealing the area. What magic is this? Chain Dragon Thunder. Hearing Vaya's voice, Granchan immediately turned and released Bone Wall. A wall composed of countless skeletons blocked the way in front of Granchan, completely stopping the dragon-shaped white lightning strike. Holy Strike. Vaya released another holy attribute attack that could exert greater effect against evil creatures. Wall of Hell. Granchan summoned a pitch-black wall while questioning Vaya. Why are you attacking me? Is the slain theocracy trying to eliminate the Abyss of Death? My only interest is exploring the Abyss of Magic and ascending to the 9th and 10th tiers. I have no intention of becoming an enemy of the slain theocracy. As long as you let me go, I am willing to quit the Abyss of Death. Granchan Roka, I am not a godkin of the slain theocracy. Then why are you? I am fighting you also to increase my level. Hearing Vaya's answer, Granchan shouted in rage. Die. This was an 8th-tier instant death spell. Unfortunately, as a dragon race, Vaya possessed over 60% magic defense. Granchan's magic could only cause slight damage to Vaya. Chapter 54, LV 65. Encountering the true White Saren, Granchan Roka, in the Katz Plains was indeed an unexpected surprise for Vaya. This was because the 8th-tier true White Saren could provide the combat experience Vaya needed to level up. Burst. After the 8th-tier instant death magic Death proved ineffective against Vaya, Granchan used the 8th-tier magic Burst on him. The effect of Burst was to cause the target's body to explode from the inside. Vaya did not put up any defense and directly countered against Granchan. Extreme Good Strike. Scrambling to dodge the blast of Extreme Good Strike, Granchan immediately demanded, "Who on earth are you, and why is my instant death magic ineffective against you? To be able to immunize yourself against 8th-tier magic, are you at the 10th tier?" Chain Dragon Thunder. Vaya responded with Chain Dragon Thunder. Half an hour later, Vaya opened his status panel. Vaya Helios. Race, White Dragon. Racial levels, Infant LV10, Juvenile LV10, Young Adult LV10. Job levels, Dragon Warrior LV7, World Guardian LV3, Priest of the Dragon God LV1, Dragon Chanter LV9, Primal Chanter LV6, World Connector LV6, Dragon Ruler LV3. Total level, LV65. Special abilities, Ancestral True Dragon, Dragon Race Talent, Magic Talent, Combat Talent, Form Transformation. Origin Magic, Limit Break, World Severance Barrier, Convert Familiar. Seeing that his Dragon Chanter level had increased to LV9, and his total level had risen to LV65, Vaya stopped wasting time. Divine Flame. Divine Flame was a 10th-tier holy spell that could be learned as long as the conditions were met. However, as a holy spell, the power unleashed by Divine Flame was determined by the user's karma value. Boom, boom, boom. As the raging holy flames approached, Granchen was terrified and fell to her knees, shouting, "I surrender, please don't kill me." Vaya retracted the divine flame and teased, "You really are afraid of death. If I weren't afraid of death, how would I have lived until now as an undead?" Granchen muttered silently to herself, "As long as you are willing to spare me, I can do anything for you." Vaya walked over to Granchen, lifted her white veil, and admired her face. Granchen's appearance truly lived up to the title True White Saren. "Granchen Roca, I can spare you. As the price for not killing you, you must act as the Saintess of the White Dragon God and go to the Bahar's Empire to spread the faith of the White Dragon God. Spread the faith of the White Dragon God. Although I would like to agree to your request, I am an undead. You only need to answer whether you accept my request." "I accept." Upon hearing Granchen's reply, Vaya sliced his left palm with his right hand and held his bleeding left hand out in front of Granchen. "Drink." Granchen obediently lowered her head. Gulped. After drinking Vaya's dragon blood, Granchen immediately widened her eyes, understanding Vaya's identity and the reason he could immunize himself against 8th tier magic. Convert familiar. Vaya used origin magic on Granchen with his right hand. Agrand Council Nation, the room where the Platinum Dragon King's true body resided. Sensing a ripple in the River of Souls, the Platinum Dragon King opened his eyes once again. It's Vaya Helios using origin magic again. Glancing at the platinum armor in the corner of the room, the Platinum Dragon King's eyes showed a hint of helplessness. "My true body cannot leave this place, so I must seek help from other true Dragon Kings. Kutsukabari, Deep Darkness, 7-colored Dragon King, which of them is most likely to be persuaded by me to kill Vaya Helios, who is also of the dragon race?" Katz Plains. Under the dazzling brilliance of the origin magic, Granchen Roca transformed from an undead with skin like white wax into a living being with fair skin. Seeing a white dragon tail hanging down to the ground appear behind Granchen, Vaya immediately used attribute detection to check her status. Granchen Roca. Race, Dragonoid. Racial levels: Infant LV10, Juvenile LV10, Young Adult LV10, Adult LV10, Elder LV5. Job levels: Mage LV10, Elementalist LV10. Total level: LV65. Because her race had transformed into a Dragonoid, Granchen's racial and job levels as a Dark Knight Undead, Mage had all disappeared. However, she now had a Dragonoid racial level of LV45, so the transformation into a Dragonoid had caused her to jump directly from the 8th tier to the 10th tier. Thump, thump, thump. Feeling her strong, powerful heartbeat and the changes throughout her body, Granchen Roca looked at Vaya in disbelief. To actually be able to turn an undead into a living being, could you be the legendary true Dragon King? You guessed wrong. In this world, only the original magic of the true Dragon Kings, origin magic, should be able to create such a miracle. I did indeed use origin magic to turn you into my familiar, and by the standards of the slain theocracy, I am indeed a true Dragon King. Then why did you say I guessed wrong? Because compared to a true Dragon King, my strength is too weak. After explaining, Vaya continued. Granchen, my name is Vaya Helios. You may have heard of me. Now I am heading to the Dragon Kingdom, and you are to immediately carry out my orders. Go to the Bahar's Empire and spread the faith of the White Dragon God. A look of hesitation appeared on Granchen's small face. Lord Vaya, the Abyss of Death is a very large organization, and I alone possess vast wealth and dozens of undead great mages as subordinates. In gratitude for transforming me into a living being, I am willing to offer the Abyss of Death to you. Undead great mages were 4th tier undead. Granchen having dozens of undead great mages, as subordinates proved that she alone possessed the power to destroy the Riestai's kingdom and the Bahar's empire. Thinking of how Furuta was secretly researching a plan to turn undead into a labor force, and had already achieved some results, Vaya scanned the Katz Plains. Granchen, I have new orders for you. First, you must make all the undead of the Abyss of Death, my subordinates, Kill anyone who refuses to submit to me. Then, you must lead the members of the Abyss of Death to bring all the undead and monsters in the Katz Plains under your control and turn the Katz Plains into my territory. Understood. Hearing Granchan's reply, Vaya used Fly to continue toward the Dragon Kingdom. Watching Vaya leave, Granchan couldn't help but smile. Abyss, Death Rider, King of Corruption, Lord Red-Eye, Wise Wolf, Withered Elder of 10,000 Armies, Devourer, Sallow Ghost. You must not blame me. Abyss, Death Rider, King of Corruption, Lord Red-Eye, Wise Wolf, Withered Elder of 10,000 Armies, Devourer, Sallow Ghost. The holders of these titles were the inner circle members of the Abyss of Death, who stood alongside Granchan, and they were also companions whom Granchan had known for hundreds of years. If I want to have enough time to research magic, I have no choice but to let you execute Lord Vaya's orders in my stead. After saying this, Granchan opened a teleportation gate back to her base. Dragon Queen. The Dragon Kingdom, established by the seven-colored Dragon King, one of the true Dragon Kings, boasts a geographical layout that is easy to defend and difficult to attack. To the north of the Dragon Kingdom lies the Katz Plains, ruled by the undead, and mountains inhabited by wyvern tribes. To the southwest is the giant lake, the. Between the two mountain ranges to the east of the Dragon Kingdom, there is a canyon connecting to the central part of the continent. Because of this canyon, the small orc nation in the central continent invades the Dragon Kingdom annually, plundering humans for food and slaves. The Dragon Kingdom, with a population of over 1 million, became a target for invasion by the small orc nation because ordinary human soldiers only possess first-tier strength, while ordinary orc soldiers possess second-tier strength. Even with a numerical advantage in soldiers, the Dragon Kingdom cannot defeat the Orc Nation. To resist the Orc Nation's invasion, the Dragon Kingdom must donate large sums of money to the slain theocracy each year to request aid. Dravel. This capital of the Dragon Kingdom had tens of thousands of soldiers gathered due to the Orc Nation's invasion. The Dragon Queen's palace. In a rather luxurious conference room. Under the expectant gaze of the Dragon Queen, Derodile Oricris, celebrate the gentlemen, thank you for coming to aid our Dragon Kingdom. Derodile, who appeared as a girl of about 12, proactively thanked them with an innocent and adorable girlish voice. Celebrate, who held the Your Majesty, as your subject, it is my duty to protect you and the Dragon Kingdom. Optics, carrying a deep crimson greatsword on his back, revealed a hearty smile. Since we have accepted your employment, fulfilling the contract is an obligation that we workers of the Bahar's Empire must complete. Nigun was a tall man with short golden hair and an ordinary appearance. As a faith-based magic caster, he wore special clothing woven with metallic threads. His most distinctive feature was a scar on his left cheek. This was proof that he was defeated by Lachius, the captain of Blue Rose who protected the demi-humans, when he led his subordinates to eradicate a demi-human village. Disgusting. Nigun looked at Derodile with disgust. An old woman pretending to be a young girl to flirt with men is already disgusting enough. But what's even more disgusting is that you're also a hypocrite. You bastard. Celebrate angrily drew his sword and pointed it at Nigun. Even if your Sunlight Codex are guests here to aid us, you shouldn't so brazenly insult our queen. Was there anything I said that was wrong? Nigun sneered, completely fearless. You perverted Lalakin. Isn't the Dragon Queen's actual age that of an old woman? Celebrate fell silent. Because Dragon Queen Derodile was indeed not a 12-year-old girl, her current appearance was fake. Nigun continued. Our slain theocracy's doctrine is human supremacy. The reason the theocracy cannot fully aid the Dragon Kingdom right now is because the Dragon Kingdom, as a human nation, is ruled by a Dragon Queen who inherited 1/8 of a true Dragon King's bloodline. If the Dragon Queen truly values her subjects, she should hand over the throne to a human like the Prime Minister. If the ruler of the Dragon Kingdom were human, the theocracy could fully aid the Dragon Kingdom and exterminate all the orcs threatening it. Since the Dragon Queen has not abandoned her throne for her subjects, it proves she is a hypocrite. After hearing Nigun's words, Derodile did not get angry. Captain Nigun, I am not someone who covets the throne. I declare that I will give up the throne. Can you guarantee that the slain theocracy will definitely eliminate the Orc nation, threatening the Dragon Kingdom? Nigun showed a hesitant expression. Because behind the Orc nation, there were 6 other great nations established by orcs in the central continent. Currently, the slain theocracy had no plan to help the Dragon Kingdom eliminate the Orc nation, also to avoid war with the 6 great nations in the central continent. Seeing that Nigun could not give an answer, Celebrate mocked. It seems Captain Nigun cannot guarantee that the theocracy will help our Dragon Kingdom eliminate the Orc nation. HMPH. Nigun snorted coldly. Dragon Queen, let's proceed with the meeting quickly. We, the Sunlight Codex, will never accept your orders and command, so we, the Sunlight Codex, will not join your battle plan. Celebrate, Optics, and Nigun sat down by the conference table, and Dralatilin placed her small hand on the map on the conference table. The scale of this Orc army is the same as in the past. My battle plan is for the Crystal Tier to go to the northern defense line, the Blazing Red Lotus to go to the southern defense line, and the Sunlight Codex to act freely and hunt down the Orc army's commanders. Just then, the conference room door was pushed open. Dralatilin looked at the Prime Minister, entering the conference room in surprise. You interrupted this meeting. Is there something important happening? The Prime Minister nodded. The Riesti's kingdom has sent reinforcements. Do you agree to their participation in this meeting? Dralatilin's eyes lit up. All who come to aid us are important guests. Quickly invite them in. The next moment, Vaya walked into the conference room. Seeing Dralatilin in a black short dress, Vaya immediately understood why Gilk Arabic Noon Arabic Arabic Fa, the Blood Emperor, disliked her. Dralatilin had a very strong sense of incongruity about her. She had the figure of a 12-year-old, long black hair that reached her waist, large purple eyes like a dragon's, and a delicate face whose beauty was no less than lacheous. But her expressions and movements were all feigned to create a cute image. Feeling Vaya's gaze, Dralatilin's fair little face feigned a shy expression. Thank you for coming to aid our Dragon Kingdom. Could you please introduce yourself to me? My name is Vaya Helias, the White Dragon Duke who rules the border regions of the Riesti's kingdom and the Bahar's empire. After hearing Vaya's self-introduction, everyone's eyes widened in disbelief. Recovering from her shock, Dralatilin blinked her large eyes. Are you truly Duke Vaya Helias? I heard that your true identity is a dragonkin. Is that true? Whoosh! Vaya exhaled frost dragon breath to prove his identity. As a descendant of the 7-colored Dragon King, Dralatilin was no stranger to dragon's breath. Feeling the biting chill of the frost dragon breath, Dralatilin revealed a joyful smile from the bottom of her heart. Duke Vaya, because I am a descendant of the great 7-colored Dragon King, we are half-kin, so please speak with me as equals. How many reinforcements have you brought to aid us this time? I will have 20,000 earth-digging orcs participate in this war. Vaya began to introduce his army. These 20,000 earth-digging orcs are commanded by 4 5th-tier earth-digging orcs, with 200 4th-tier earth-digging orcs serving as captains, and every earth-digging orc warrior possesses 3rd-tier strength. Derodile, this is impossible. After listening to Vaya's introduction, Nigun immediately shouted. The Angelicia Mountains only have about 80,000 earth-digging orcs. Even if all these earth-digging orcs submit to you, you can at most only have 200 3rd-tier earth-digging orcs. I'm not asking you to believe my words. After responding to Nigun, Vaya asked Derodile Oricris, Your Majesty the Dragon Queen, do you also think I am lying? Derodile Oricris shook her head. You have no reason to deceive me, so I believe you have 20,000 3rd-tier earth-digging orc warriors. Dragon Queen. Nigun stood up angrily and threatened. If you truly believe Duke Vaya Helias's arrogant words just now, I and the 50 members of the Sunlight Codex will refuse to participate in the war against the Orc nation. Captain Nigun, are you threatening me? Derodile Oricris's small face showed a troubled expression as she looked at Nigun and Vaya. Nigun sneered and said, I just want you to make the right choice. Since you say so. Derodile Oricris walked firmly to Vaya's side. This is the right choice I have made. You are indeed not human. After leaving this sentence, Nigen left the conference room with a gloomy expression. Only Vaya, Derodile Oricris, the Prime Minister, Celebrate, and Audiobook remained in the conference room. Derodile Oricris complained like a little girl. I donate so much money to the slain theocracy every year, yet he actually dared to leave. How could the theocracy let such an idiot be the captain of the Sunlight Codex? Looking at Derodile Oricris's feigned cuteness, Celebrate showed an excited expression. Your Majesty, thank you for your trust in me. To prove to you that I am not lying, I would like to invite you to the Angelicia Mountains to see my 20,000 earth-digging orc army with your own eyes. After saying this, Vaya opened a teleportation gate. Your Majesty. The Prime Minister walked up to Derodile Oricris and shook his head at her. You don't have to worry. Derodile Oricris showed a confident smile. I trust my judgment. Although she appeared to be a girl of about 12 years old, Derodile Oricris was actually around 100 years old. Furthermore, she inherited the wisdom of the seven-colored Dragon King, so she had long seen what kind of person Vaya was. Angelicia Mountains. The dwarven capital's Chamber of Commerce and Industry. In a room filled with the smell of alcohol, Ogre King Derodile lay on a sofa, hugging a wine bottle and shouting. I am the king of the Dug Beastmen, the true, the only king. A teleportation gate quietly opened. The moment Vaya and Derodile Oricris stepped out of the teleportation gate, Derodile Oricris covered her nose with her small hand. The smell of alcohol is too strong. Hearing the unfamiliar girl's voice, Derodile stood up cautiously and saw Vaya and Derodile Oricris. Lord Vaya, did you hear what I just said? What did you just say? Vaya stared at Derodile with a suspicious gaze. Tell me what you just said. Derodile feigned an honest appearance. I was drunk just now and said things like, I am the greatest king of the Dug Beastmen. You are indeed the greatest king of the Dug Beastmen in history. After praising Derodile, Vaya gave his command. Derodile, gather 2,000 earth-digging orc warriors. I am taking you to battle now. As you command. After Derodile left as if fleeing, Vaya turned to look at Derodile Oricris. Perhaps the smell of alcohol in the room was too strong. Derodile Oricris seemed a bit tipsy. Feeling Vaya's gaze, Derodile Oricris showed a mischievous, impish smile. Duke Vaya, do you also find me disgusting in this form? But I haven't inherited the seven-colored Dragon King's power, so I can only save the Dragon Kingdom this way. Vaya knew that Derodile Oricris possessed a strong sense of responsibility. Her transformation into an innocent little girl was entirely for the sake of saving the Dragon Kingdom, which was on the verge of collapse. Celebrate, the blazing flash captain of the Crystal Tears, was a perverted lollican who had been captivated by her youthful girl image. You are only about 100 years old, and I am about 200 years old. To me, you are naturally a little sister, so I don't think there's anything wrong with your current appearance. Vaya said seriously, but I can tell that you don't like deceiving others this way, so I don't think you should force yourself. This is the first time anyone has said such a thing to me. Derodile Oricris looked at Vaya, full of wavering emotions. Since you are treating me with sincerity, I certainly cannot continue to deceive you in this form. After saying this, Derodile Oricris's body began to grow at a visible speed, finally transforming into a beautiful girl of about 17. This is my true appearance. Looking at Derodile Oricris's slender waist that could be held in one hand, her nearly bursting neckline, and her long legs beneath her skirt, Vaya suddenly felt a stir in his heart. This feeling is... Vaya leaned closer to Derodile Oricris and sniffed her scent. Derodile Oricris inherited 1/8 of the seven-colored Dragon King's bloodline, so she carried the scent of a female dragon. It was obvious. Vaya's sudden stir was due to his body's instinct recognizing Derodile Oricris as a female dragon. Their faces were almost touching, and Derodile Oricris's small face flushed crimson with shyness. Duke Vaya, do you also feel something for me? I just wanted to confirm if you had the scent of a dragon. After explaining, Vaya changed the subject. Your Majesty the Dragon Queen, let's talk about the war with the Orc Nation. To defeat the Orc Nation, we don't even need 20,000 earth-digging orcs. So, my reason for gathering 20,000 earth-digging orcs to fight the Orc Nation is actually to eradicate the Orc Nation and save the humans who are enslaved and used as food by them. Eradicate the Orc Nation. Derodile Oricris's small face showed a worried expression. Behind the Orc Nation are the 6 great Orc nations of the Central Continent. Aren't you worried about the 6 great Orc nations attacking the Dragon Kingdom? After eradicating the Orc Nation, I will turn it into my territory. The Dragon Kingdom will not border the 6 great Orc nations of the Central Continent, so you don't have to worry about the Dragon Kingdom being invaded by them. Derodile Oricris looked at Vaya with surprise. If you want to expand your territory, you could completely conquer the Riestai's kingdom and the Bahar's empire. Why would you make an enemy of the 6 great Orc nations in the Central Continent? Are you trying to emulate the 6 great gods from 600 years ago and save the humans in the Central Continent who are enslaved and used as food by the Orc races? Vaya nodded. Saving the humans of the Central Continent is indeed my goal. Just then, Bariulo entered the room. Lord Vaya, 20,000 earth-digging orc warriors have assembled in the Dwarven capital's plaza. The Queen's husband, the huge plaza of the Dwarven capital. 20,000 earth-digging orcs warriors were gathered here, all holding magic spears crafted by Dwarven artisans in their right hands. Derodile looked down at the earth-digging orcs army from the podium, her eyes wide with disbelief. It truly is a massive army, composed of 20,000 third-tier, earth-digging orcs warriors. Vaya immediately teased her. You only truly believe my words now. The Angelicia Mountains only house 80,000 earth-digging orcs. No normal person would believe that 20,000 third-tier earth-digging orcs could emerge from here. Derodile looked at Vaya, brimming with curiosity. What method did you use exactly to cultivate these earth-digging orcs to the 3rd tier? Vaya did not conceal it. I used origin magic to raise the growth limit of these earth-digging orcs. Origin magic. Derodile became even more confused. The 8 Desires Kings brought tier magic to this world, causing all newly born dragons to be unable to use origin magic. You just said you were only around 200 years old. Are you lying to me? And are you actually a true dragon king born before the 8 Desires Kings descended? I can use origin magic because I possess a special innate ability. So that's how it is. Derodile did not doubt Vaya's words. This was because she herself was the black-scaled dragon king, who possessed the innate ability imitation origin magic, and could use origin magic. The royal capital of the Dragon Kingdom, Draval. The conference room of the royal palace. Under the anxious gaze of the Prime Minister and Celebrate, a pitch-black teleportation gate suddenly opened, and Vaya and Derodile walked out. Seeing Derodile transform into a tall, beautiful maiden, Celebrate looked utterly devastated. Your Majesty the Queen, is this your true appearance? Celebrate, I am truly sorry. Derodile flashed a mischievous smile. My juvenile form was merely a disguise. I won't deceive you any more in the future. I am not a pervert like a lollikin. Celebrate explained. The one I love is Her Majesty the Queen. Whether your appearance is that of a young girl or a tall, beautiful maiden, my love for you remains the same. Derodile looked toward Vaya with a pleading gaze. Vaya issued a command expressionlessly. All of you, leave. The Queen and I need to hold a meeting for 2. Receiving Derodile's hint, the Prime Minister immediately accepted the order. After the Prime Minister left, taking Celebrate and Aputicus with him, Derodile proactively broke the silence and asked, Duke Vaya, after eliminating the Orc Nation, you will certainly need a large population and resources to develop your territory in the Central Continent. As long as you are willing to marry me, you can become the Dragon King of the Dragon Kingdom and freely command its population, wealth, and supplies. Considering the threat posed by the Platinum Dragon King, Vaya instinctively wanted to agree to Derodile's proposal. Because the Dragon Kingdom becoming Vaya's territory would allow Vaya's 2 main classes, World Guardian and Dragon Ruler, to increase by at least one level. But Vaya and Drolatilen were just strangers meeting for the first time. Drolatilen, I know you are willing to sacrifice yourself to save the Dragon Kingdom, and I also hope the Dragon Kingdom becomes my territory. Drolatilen's eyes lit up. Should I start calling you husband now? Vaya shook his head. We are strangers meeting for the first time. I hope you can consider it again. If you still wish to become my wife after getting to know me, I will agree to marry you. After saying this, Vaya felt a noticeable change within himself. Opening his status panel, Vaya saw that Priest of the Dragon God had risen to LV2, and his comprehensive level had risen to LV66. Kialenia's efforts to preach the faith of the White Dragon God and cultivate followers finally brought Vaya a reward. This is the result of my careful consideration. Drolatilen lunged into Vaya's arms. I want to marry you, not to protect the Dragon Kingdom, but for myself. We are both newly born dragons who can use origin magic. I am the black-scaled Dragon King, and you are the frost-white dragon. I believe you are my destined husband. Of course, Vaya did not believe Drolatilen's confession. Because Drolatilen was neither a little girl around 12 years old nor a maiden around 17. She was an old woman who had ruled the Dragon Kingdom for decades. Since it was impossible for Drolatilen to fall in love with Vaya at first sight, the only reason she wanted to marry Vaya was to have him protect the Dragon Kingdom. Drolatilen, if you truly want to marry me, you must do two things for me. What does husband want me to do? After eliminating the Orc nation, you must manage the territory in the central continent for me. That is the first thing you must do. What is the second thing I must do? I am a priest serving the White Dragon God, so you must preach the White Dragon God in the Dragon Kingdom and turn your subjects into followers of the White Dragon God. No problem. Drolatilen accepted Vaya's request without hesitation. Because the Dragon Kingdom was established by the seven-colored Dragon King, the Dragon Kingdom naturally harbors dragon worship. If I use my identity as queen to preach the White Dragon God, the White Dragon God will quickly gain 1 million followers. Hearing Drolatilen's answer, Vaya placed his right hand on her head. As long as you complete these two tasks, I will definitely marry you. Husband, may I publicly announce our engagement? Ahem. When the conference room door opened again, the Prime Minister was not surprised to see Vaya and Drolatilen walk out like a married couple. Your Majesty the Queen. Seeing Drolatilen clinging to Vaya's arm, looking utterly dependent, Celebrate's eyes widened, revealing the painful expression of having his beloved stolen. Everyone, I have good news to announce to you. Drolatilen paid no attention to Celebrate's reaction. Duke Vaya has become my fiancé. After we marry, he will be the Dragon King of the Dragon Kingdom. Tomorrow, husband and I will head to the fortress city fighting the Orc nation. The war between the Dragon Kingdom and the Orc nation will no longer require the involvement of Crystal Tear and Blazing Crimson Lotus. After Vaya and Drolatilen left, Celebrate immediately questioned the Prime Minister. Lord Prime Minister, Her Majesty the Queen could not possibly say something like that. Was Duke Vaya using charm magic on her? Sir Celebrate, Her Majesty the Queen is the black-scaled Dragon King who inherited the bloodline of the seven-colored Dragon King. The Prime Minister said expressionlessly, although Her Majesty does not possess great power, she has the long lifespan of the dragon race. It is only natural for her to marry a powerful Dragon King. Do you really think an ordinary human is qualified to be Her Majesty's husband? Her Majesty the Queen and Duke Vaya just met for the first time. Celebrate shouted, It's impossible for Her Majesty, the Queen, to fall in love with him at first sight. She must be sacrificing her own happiness to protect the Dragon Kingdom. This is the responsibility she bears as Queen. Destroy the Orc Kingdom, the fortress city on the eastern border of the Dragon Kingdom. In order to counter the Orc nation's invasion, 50,000 troops were gathered here at this time. East of the fortress city, a 20,000-strong Orc Army was stationed, including man-eating species such as tiger men, lion men, and wolf men. On the walls of the fortress city, Ruka looked at the scene of the Orc army holding a two-legged sheep feast, suppressing his instinct to vomit, and asked the commander beside him, "Sir, can we really win? Orcs are not beasts." The commander replied with an expressionless face, "As long as we block the first wave of the Orc army's attack, they will give up the siege and go to attack the towns and villages behind the fortress city." Hearing the commander's answer, Ruka looked angry. "I hold the determination to die to fight the orcs, in order to block the orcs at the fortress city. Human soldiers only have the strength of the first tier, while orc soldiers all have the strength of the second tier. Even if we have a numerical advantage, we cannot defeat the orc army. Therefore, letting a portion of people become sacrifices offered to the orcs is a very necessary sacrifice." As soon as the commander finished speaking, two figures descended from the sky, landing between the fortress city and the orc army. "That girl is..." Seeing Dralatilin in her beautiful girl form, the commander widened his eyes in disbelief. "That is Her Majesty the Queen." Flying to the sky above the fortress city, using the fly magic, Vaya and Dralatilin had already seen the scene of the orc army holding a two-legged sheep feast. After the two landed, Dralatilin covered her face with both hands, suppressing the instinct to vomit, and Vaya directly opened a portal using the 7th tier magic, Greater Teleportation. Also being a teleportation magic, Greater Teleportation can transport more personnel. The next instant, groups of earth-digging orcs warriors rushed over from the other side of the portal. When a group of knights came to Vaya and Dralatilin from the fortress city, thousands of earth-digging orcs had already teleported over. Her Majesty the Queen. It really is Her Majesty the Queen. The knights came to Dralatilin's side, looking at Vaya and the earth-digging orcs army with some worry, because earth-digging orcs are also orcs. "You don't need to be afraid." Dralatilin introduced Vaya's identity to the knights. "He is my future husband, Vaya Helios, the Dragon King you are about to pledge your loyalty to. These earth-digging orcs are my husband's subordinates. They will eliminate the orc army threatening the Dragon Kingdom under my husband's orders." Ruka was also one of the knights who came to Dralatilin's side. Hearing Dralatilin's words, Ruka muttered in a low voice, "Will orcs really protect humans? Earth-digging orcs are not a man-eating species." His commander said in a low voice, "Even if these earth-digging orcs didn't come to help us, they wouldn't become our enemies." Half an hour later, 20,000 earth-digging orcs arrived at the canyon, where the Dragon Kingdom and the Orc Nation were battling. Vaya did not order the earth-digging orcs army to attack the orc army, but first flew into the sky to release the 10th tier magic. Armageddon Evil. Centered on Vaya's body, a demon legion consisting of 64 low-level demons around LV-10, 32 sickle demons around LV-20, 16 corruption devils around LV-30, 8 plea demons around LV-40, 4 war demons around LV-50, 2 high-level demons around LV-60, and 1 great demon around LV-70 was summoned. The Demon Legion launched an attack on the Orc army, and only then did Vaya issue an order to the earth-digging Orcs army. Yujai, Baru, Lolo, Shura. After the Demon Legion has swept through, you immediately launch an attack on the Orc army. Understood. After the 4 commanders of the earth-digging Orcs army accepted the order, Vaya flew to the sky above the Orc army's camp, looking down at the scene of the Demon Legion sweeping through the Orc army. Soul Eater is a monster with a base level around LV-35 and a maximum level of LV-50. Once, 3 Soul Eaters attacked a city in the Orc Nation, causing the city's population to be almost completely wiped out. Even Soul Eaters with a maximum level of LV-50 are natural disasters that the orcs cannot defeat. The 1 great demon, 2 high-level demons, 4 war demons, and 8 plea demons attacking the Orc army are, of course, enemies that the Orc army cannot defeat. 10 minutes later, the Demon Legion's devastation ended, and the earth-digging Orcs army began to eliminate the remaining orcs. Watching the scene of the Demon Legion and the earth-digging Orcs army eliminating the orcs, the knights beside Dralatilin all widened their eyes in shock. Am I dreaming? The Orc army that we humans could not defeat has actually been eliminated so easily. It's fortunate that they are not our enemies. Drollitilan showed a faint smile. Sure enough, my choice was correct. When the remaining Orc army was eliminated by the earth-digging Orcs army, Vaya did not end this war, but took the Demon Legion and flew towards the cities of the Orc nation. 20,000 earth-digging Orcs returned to Drollitilan with the human slaves they had rescued from the Orc army's camp. 5 minutes later, the portal appeared again, and Vaya's voice came from the other side of the portal. Yuzhai, I am occupying an Orc city. Bring your legion over. Understood. Yuzhai, who accepted the order, took 5,000 earth-digging Orcs warriors into the portal. Above the Orc city, Vaya looked at the Orc city that had been devastated by the Demon Legion and then devastated by the earth-digging Orcs, his heart without the slightest wavering. Because in the Orc nation, the humans who have become slaves and food are the objects that Vaya should sympathize with and pity. Since these Orcs do not know how to sympathize with humans, I have absolutely no reason to pity them. Yuzhai, after eliminating the Orcs in the city, you continue to sweep through the Orcs in the surrounding villages and towns. Protect every human you encounter. Half an hour later, the portal appeared again. Baru, I am occupying the second Orc city. Bring your legion over. An hour later, the portal appeared for the third time. Lolo, I am occupying the third Orc city. Bring your legion over. Another half hour passed. The portal appeared for the fourth time. Shura, I am occupying the fourth Orc city. Bring your legion over. Shura took all of his 5,000 earth-digging Orcs warriors into the portal, and the portal did not disappear immediately. Seeing Vaya walk out of the portal, Drollitilan immediately asked, Husband, have you really occupied 4 cities of the Orc nation? Vaya nodded. The Orc nation that threatened the Dragon Kingdom has completely disappeared from this world. Hearing Vaya's answer, the knights beside Drollitilan let out a cheer. Husband, the Orcs and humans of the Orc nation. The Demon Legion and the earth-digging Orcs army eliminated about 500,000 Orcs and rescued about 300,000 humans. Eliminated about 500,000 Orcs. In other words, the Orcs of the Orc nation were almost completely wiped out. Reactions from all parties. Orc Federation. A meeting room in the capital. The Orcs attending the meeting were all seated around the conference table, and an irritable male Orc immediately asked, why was this emergency meeting called so suddenly? Could it be that the Minotaur nation wants to attack us? The Orc Federation and the Minotaur nation are both major Orc powers in the central part of the continent. In the past, to compete for hegemony in the central part of the continent, the Orc Federation used a secret weapon to launch a full-scale war against the Minotaur nation. In this war, the Minotaur nation used the legacy left by the Minotaur sage to defeat the Orc Federation's army, proving that the Minotaur nation possessed the strength not to lose to the Orc Federation. The Minotaur nation has no plans to attack us. The one who responded was a female Orc. The reason for calling this meeting is that the Orc nation in the southwest has been annihilated. The next instant, the Orcs around the conference table all became tense. The humans of the Dragon Kingdom do not have the strength to annihilate the Orc nation at all. Could it be that the 7-colored Dragon King is angry? The Dragon Kingdom was founded by the 7-colored Dragon King. That Orc nation attacked the Dragon Kingdom every year, so this result is only natural. Will the 7-colored Dragon King destroy us as well? The female Orc spoke again. You need not be nervous. It was not the 7-colored Dragon King who destroyed the Orc nation, but a white dragon named Vaya Helios. The destruction of the Orc nation had nothing to do with the 7-colored Dragon King, and the other Orcs all breathed a sigh of relief. The irritable male Orc asked, why did Vaya Helios destroy the Orc nation? It is said that he is the husband of the Dragon Queen Drollitilan, so he must want to please the Dragon Queen. The female Orc explained. After the other party occupied the Orc nation, they did not launch an attack on us. So, the reason for calling this meeting today is to discuss with you whether we should attack the Dragon Kingdom. The Orcs began to look at each other. After all, the dragon race is the strongest species in this world. If we go to war with the dragon race, the Minotaur nation might take advantage of this opportunity to destroy us. The fact that the seven-colored Dragon King did not intervene in the war between the Orc nation and the Dragon Kingdom does not mean that the seven-colored Dragon King will not intervene in the war between our Orc Federation and the Dragon Kingdom. We should first understand the current strength of the Dragon Kingdom before deciding whether to attack the Dragon Kingdom. Dragon Kingdom. The royal capital, Dravel. In the conference room of the royal palace, Vaya was checking his status panel. Seeing that World Guardian and Dragon Ruler had leveled up to LV4, and his overall level had become LV68, Vaya guessed that Lachius had fully taken over the border region centered on Irantal. Prime Minister, now that the Orc nation is the territory of my husband and me, you should assemble a group of officials to manage the Orc nation and have them head to the Orc nation together with the 50,000-strong army from the fortress city. Your Majesty, I oppose occupying the Orc nation. Hearing Drolatilin's order, the Prime Minister flatly refused. If we occupy the Orc nation, the Orc Federation might launch a war against us. Now that I have my husband to rely on, I don't need to worry about the threat of the Orc Federation at all. Vaya came back to his senses and immediately said to the Prime Minister, Prime Minister, I will have 20,000 earth-digging orcs stay behind to guard the Orc nation. From now on, the Orc nation will be the home of these earth-digging orcs. If the Orc Federation attacks the Dragon Kingdom, I will personally face the Orc Federation. The Prime Minister and Drolatilin exchanged glances, and both of their faces revealed smiles of having succeeded in their scheme. Since you have said so, I naturally agree to occupy the Orc nation. After the Prime Minister left with a smile on his face, Drolatilin threw herself into Vaya's arms and asked, Husband, since you want to increase your territory and subjects, should we take the initiative to attack the Orc Federation? Vaya shook his head. I do not currently have the strength to annihilate the major orc power in the center of the continent. In this world, orcs, like humans, have a maximum growth level of the 6th tier. The reason Vaya currently lacks the confidence to annihilate the Orc Federation is because the 6 great powers in the central part of the continent possess legacies left by players. The races that players of Yggdrasil could choose from are roughly divided into 3 types: humans, demi-humans, and heteromorphs. In addition to the heteromorphic players represented by the Bone King and the human players represented by the 6 great gods, there are also demi-human players who have descended into this world. The Minotaur Sage, who appeared in the Minotaur nation 200 years ago, is a representative of demi-human players. Because of the legacy of the Minotaur Sage, the Minotaur nation was able to achieve victory in the war against the Orc Federation. Just as the Minotaur nation has the legacy of the Minotaur Sage, the Orc Federation may also possess powerful weapons or even a world-class item left behind by demi-human players. Before leveling up to LV90, Vaya has no intention of actively attacking the 6 great powers in the central part of the continent. A luxury inn in Dravel. Nigun was enjoying lunch with members of the Sunlight Codex when cheers suddenly erupted from the street outside. Long live Her Majesty the Queen. The damned Orc nation has been completely annihilated by us. We no longer have to worry about the invasion of the Orc nation. In the restaurant of the inn, Nigun widened his eyes in disbelief and murmured, The Orc nation has been annihilated. Hurry and go find out the news. I must know exactly what method the Dragon Kingdom used to annihilate the Orc nation. Understood. The members of the Sunlight Codex, who received the order, all left the inn. 1 hour later, Nigun roared angrily at the members of the Sunlight Codex. You actually brought me this kind of intelligence. Captain Nigun. The vice-captain with short silver hair, Ian Arsheim, couldn't help but say, Why can't you accept that Vaya Helios possesses great strength? Because he is a nobody. Nigun explained. A dragon race that suddenly appeared in the last few months and doesn't even have the title of Dragon King could never possibly possess the strength to summon a demon legion. The fact that the Orc nation's army was annihilated by a demon legion is a fact witnessed by the soldiers of the Dragon Kingdom with their own eyes. It is also a fact witnessed by the soldiers of the Dragon Kingdom that Vaya Helios can not only summon a demon legion, but also possesses 20,000 earth-digging orc warriors. Ian. Nigun looked at Ian with a serious expression. If we believe that all this intelligence is true, we must report it to the Supreme Council of the Theocracy. The Water-Bright Scripture and the Windflower Scripture will definitely bring this intelligence back to the Theocracy. Are you going to conceal this intelligence? Among the 6 colored scriptures of the slain Theocracy, the Windflower Scripture engages in information gathering and espionage, while the Water-Bright Scripture focuses on gathering intelligence on other countries. During the period when the Dragon Kingdom and the Orc Nation were at war, the Dragon Kingdom would certainly have members of the Windflower Scripture and Water-Bright Scripture. It seems I have no choice but to believe that Vaya Helios is a powerful Dragon King. Nigun took out a magic scroll with an unwilling expression. Ian, I will use the teleportation scroll now to return to the Theocracy and report to the Supreme Council. Use Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter. Slain Theocracy. Holy Capital. Council Chamber of the High Priests. The High Priest of the Fire Goddess, beneath the Water Priest, the High Priest of the Wind God, the Earth Priest, the High Priest of the Light God, and the High Priest of the Dark God gathered in this room once again. High Priest. The High Priest of the Fire Goddess, beneath, took the initiative to ask, calling this emergency meeting so suddenly, could it be that there is a problem with the war between the Dragon Kingdom and the Orc Nation? The High Priest nodded with a grave expression. Vaya Helios participated in this war as reinforcements for the Dragon Kingdom. This is the report from the Sunlight Codex, the Windflower Scripture, and the Water-Bright Scripture. The High Priest placed 6 reports on the conference table. The Water Priest, Zyndon, picked up the report and saw the contents, his eyes widening immediately. Vaya Helios can summon a demon legion composed of hundreds of demons. If he used 10th tier magic, his level must be at least around LV 70. The Earth Priest, Raymond, said with a gloomy expression, Vaya Helios, as the son of the White Dragon King Orisatic of the Angelisha Mountains, is only a young dragon of about 200 years old. His current level cannot possibly rival the Azure Dragon King. The High Priest of the Wind God, Dominic, looked at the High Priest with sharp eyes. This is not information seen with the own eyes of the Sunlight Codex, the Windflower Scripture, and the Water-Bright Scripture. Perhaps Vaya Helios only summoned dozens of demons. Star-gazing 1,000 Miles used remote surveillance to witness with her own eyes how Vaya Helios destroyed the Orc Nation. The High Priest said directly, if you are willing to believe Star-gazing 1,000 Miles, then let Star-gazing 1,000 Miles make the report. Star-gazing 1,000 Miles is the 7th seat of the Black Scripture. She not only has the ability of remote surveillance, but she can also project illusions of what she has seen in her memory. I believe Star-gazing 1,000 Miles. After the High Priest of the Dark God, Maximilian, stated his position, the High Priest of the Light God, Ian, followed up. I also believe Star-gazing 1,000 Miles. Seeing that no one objected, the High Priest issued an order via message. You may come in. Creak. As the door to the conference room opened, 3 figures walked in. One of them was Star-gazing 1,000 Miles, wearing a high school girl's uniform and glasses. The other 2 were the petite and youthful-looking extra seat of the Black Scripture, Zeshai Sume, and the captain of the Divine Race, who served as the first seat of the Black Scripture. The High Priest of the Fire Goddess, beneath, teased the High Priest. With 2 Divine Race members coming to attend this meeting, it seems you have already confirmed that the information about Vaya Helios is true. Arriving at the conference table, Star-gazing 1,000 Miles skillfully used an item to project an illusion, and a silent illusion appeared on the table. Seeing the scene where Vaya opened a teleportation portal and summoned 20,000 earth-digging orcs, the Water Priest, Zyndon, exclaimed, the information is true. I can see that these earth-digging orcs all possess the strength of the 3rd tier. The scene of Vaya summoning the Demon Legion appeared in the illusion. The High Priest of the Light God, Ian, showed a look of disgust. to actually use 10th tier magic. Via Helios is indeed an evil dragon. The Earth Priest Raymond said, although Via Helios drives earth-digging orcs and demons, he wiped out the orcs and saved humanity. Just then, Stargazing 1,000 miles suddenly warned in a trembling voice. The truly terrifying scene is coming. Under the astonished gaze of the 6 high priests, the Demon Legion and the 20,000 earth-digging orcs wiped out the Orc Army that was attacking the Dragon Kingdom. Vaya did not end the war there, but instead led the Demon Legion toward the cities of the Orc Nation. Seeing that about 500,000 orcs in the Orc Nation were almost completely wiped out under the ravages of the Demon Legion and the 20,000 earth-digging orcs, the High Priest of the Fire Goddess, Benith, murmured, "This is truly too terrifying." The High Priest of the Wind God, Dominic, couldn't help but laugh. The orcs of the Orc Nation are almost wiped out. It seems Via Helios's philosophy is the same as mine. I think Via Helios, like the 7-colored Dragon King, is also a dragon that likes humans. Perhaps we can cooperate with him. The High Priest of the Light God, Ian, retorted, "The Dragon Kingdom, established by the 7-colored Dragon King, is a human nation. Via Helios's subordinates include not only the earth-digging orcs of the Angelicia Mountains, but also the lizard men in the Tabu Great Forest." The Water Priest, Zyndon, looked at the High Priest. "Please tell us your thoughts. If Via Helios were the second 7-colored Dragon King, we could even support him in establishing a new human nation. But he is clearly not the second 7-colored Dragon King, because what he wants to establish is a nation where humans and demi-humans coexist." The High Priest stated his thoughts. "I propose using the world-class item to control Via Helios." World-class item. This is the legacy left by the 6 great gods, known as a true artifact, a world-class item that possesses the immense power to change the laws of the world. If it is not the holder of a world-class item or a true Dragon King who uses origin magic, even a level 100 NPC would be turned into a slave of the holder by the world-class item. Use the world-class item. Our plan was to use the world-class item to control the soon-to-be-revived catastrophe, Dragon Lord. Is Via Helios worth us doing this? The High Priest's gaze turned to Zeshai Sume. Zeshai Sume revealed a faint smile. A few months ago, Via Helios's level was around LV 50. The High Priests were even more shocked. Via Helios leveled up from around LV 50 to around LV 70 in just a few short months. This is the leveling speed that only the divine race and players have. Dragons cannot have this kind of leveling speed. I think Via Helios might be a dragon player adopted by the White Dragon King Orisadek. Everyone, the High Priest said with a serious face, I propose using the world-class item to control Via Helios precisely, because his level can increase rapidly just like the divine race and players. There are still about 4 years until the Catastrophe Dragon Lord revives, which is enough time for Via Helios to grow to have the strength to defeat the Catastrophe Dragon Lord. After listening to the High Priest's explanation, the High Priests expressed their opinions one after another. I approve of using the world-class item to control Via Helios. Under our control, Via Helios can become the second 7-colored Dragon King and establish a new human nation. If Via Helios's children can also level up as quickly as the divine race, we can let him take more wives and have more children, and train his children into the divine race of the theocracy. The High Priests all agreed to use the world-class item. The High Priest looked at the captain of the divine race. To ensure the success of the mission, you and the Black Scripture will assist Care, slaying the 8 fingers, Irantal. The city hall, located in the city center. The corpulent mayor, Pana Sora Glausdale Rettenmeyer, entered the mayor's office and bowed to Lachius, who was sitting behind the desk. Your Highness Lachius, what are your orders for summoning me? Lord Panasara, please don't be so formal. Lachius showed an innocent and charming smile. I summoned you because a command from my father, His Majesty, arrived from the royal capital. My father has now appointed you as my aide. Are you willing to assist me in managing the White Dragon ducal territory, centered around Irantal? Panasora fell silent. Irantal was a direct royal territory. Panasora, having earned the trust of Rambusa III to become the mayor of Irantal, was naturally a noble loyal to the royal family. Now that Irantal had become the territory of the White Dragon Duke Via Helias, Panasora had already decided to go to the royal capital to continue offering his wisdom to Rambusa III. However, His Majesty the King's command was for him to remain in Irantal. Lord Panasora. Lachius persuaded Panasora. Lord Vaya will become my husband and His Majesty's son-in-law. Your loyalty to Lord Vaya is loyalty to the royal family. Is your loyalty only dedicated to my father? Panasora gave a helpless bitter smile. Your Highness Lachius, my loyalty is, of course, dedicated to His Majesty and the entire royal family. Then please continue to manage the municipal affairs of Irantal. As you command. Panasora accepted the order and left the conference room. Evil Eye, who was sitting on the sofa, immediately asked, "Is this fellow trustworthy?" Lachius couldn't help but laugh. Miss Evil Eye, although my father himself is a mediocre person, he does have his own talent, which is finding talented individuals who are also loyal to the royal family. Lord Panasara is precisely such a talented and loyal individual, and I believe my father's judgment is not mistaken. It seems your father isn't as bad as he appears on the surface. Thank you for your recognition of my father. After thanking Evil Eye, Lachius proactively changed the subject. Miss Evil Eye, do you know that Miss Gista from the city-state Biber is managing Lord Vaya's eastern territory? I think, compared to Miss Gista, Miss Evil Eye is more suitable to manage Lord Vaya's eastern territory. I have no interest in managing territories. Evil Eye's small face showed a cunning smile. Are you saying this to me because you want to use me against Miss Gista? No. Lachius immediately denied it. Although Miss Gista is older than me, I don't believe she's a rival in love I can't defeat. I want you to manage Lord Vaya's territory because you share the same status as me. As expected of you, to be able to tell that I am also a princess. Evil Eye's gaze turned south. I was once a princess of the Inbelia Kingdom, south of the Catinia's mountains, and received air training as the only child of my father and mother. Inbelia Kingdom. This was a country Lachius had never heard of. Evil Eye explained. The Inbelia Kingdom was already destroyed before the Riestes Kingdom was born. I'm sorry. You don't need to apologize. That was 250 years ago. Just then, the office door opened, and Lachius, Gagarin, Tina, Tia, Kialinia, and Clementine walked in. Evil Eye, long time no see. Gagarin teased. Lord Rigret asked you to join Blue Rose in her place, but now you're the princess's guard. Do you know how lonely I've been? Evil Eye said guiltily. The Riestes Kingdom doesn't have enemies you can't handle, so it's fine if I quit, right? Evil Eye, you don't need to worry about us. Lachius said confidently. I've already reached the 5th tier, and Gagarin, Tina, and Tia have all improved their strength. Princess Lachius, Miss Evil Eye, Miss Lachius. Kialinia nervously bowed to Lachius, Evil Eye, and Lachius. It's a pleasure to see you. You are now the Saintess serving the White Dragon God. You no longer need to bow to us. Evil Eye looked at Kialinia with curiosity. Why are you here? I invited Lachius and Miss Kyrenia here. Everyone's gaze focused on Lachius, who continued. Lachius, Kyrenia, I invited you here because I want you to work together to subjugate the criminal organization 8 Fingers. 8 Fingers? This was a notorious massive syndicate established by 8 departments in the Riestes Kingdom, engaging in various illegal trades, including slave trafficking and assassination. Even first Prince Pablo, the most promising heir to the throne, accepted bribes from 8 Fingers, which sufficiently demonstrated how powerful 8 Fingers was. Although His Majesty the King has abolished slavery, I heard that 8 Fingers is still trafficking slaves. Lachius said through gritted teeth. Lachius, I accept the mission to subjugate 8 Fingers. Thank you, Lachius. After thanking Lachius, Lachius's gaze turned to Kialinia. Kyrenia, as a saintess, your subjugation of 8 fingers will certainly help spread the faith of the white dragon god. You're right. Qi Ya Lei nodded in agreement. I also accept the mission to subjugate 8 fingers. After Lachius, Gagarin, Tia, Tina, Qi Ya Lei, and Clementine left, Evil Eye looked at Lachius with a suspicious gaze. What is your true purpose in having them subjugate 8 fingers? Miss Evil Eye, although I have no interest in becoming queen, I am interested in becoming a queen consort. Lachius explained. In my plan, Lord Vaya will establish a kingdom and become king. Unlike my wise brother Senak, the foolish brother Pablo will become an obstacle to Lord Vaya, so I must make brother Pablo lose his right to succession. Is Prince Pablo the master of 8 fingers? Lachius let out a scoff. If brother Pablo had the ability to control 8 fingers, he would have long since replaced our aging father and inherited the throne. Although it's a disgrace to the royal family, I must tell you that brother Pablo is merely a fool being used by 8 fingers. Prince Pablo is actually incompetent to this extent. Evil Eye showed an incredulous expression. Because Pablo, as the first prince, not only had the first right of succession to the throne, but also the support of a large number of nobles. Marquis Boralip, the leader of the noble faction among the 6 great nobles, even married his daughter to Pablo. For Pablo to possess such immense power, yet be unable to control 8 fingers, was incompetence to the extreme. Chapter 62, LV 69, The Dragon Kingdom. The royal capital, Dravel. Vaya stood in the courtyard of the royal palace, once again feeling as if he was being watched. If the Platinum Dragon King were monitoring me, I shouldn't be able to sense it. Thinking that the 7th seed of the Black Scripture, star-gazing 1,000 miles, possessed the ability to monitor remotely, Vaya made a decision. Husband. Hearing Drolatilin's call, Vaya turned around and saw Drolatilin approaching with elegant steps. Today, she wore a pure white Greek goddess-style dress, cinched at the waist by a golden belt befitting a queen, beautiful and noble, like a goddess descending to the mortal world. Feeling Vaya's gaze, Drolatilin stopped in front of Vaya and turned around in place. Husband, are you captivated by me? Yes. Vaya did not deny this fact. Drolatilin, have you finished your work as queen now? Although she possesses the innate ability, Mimic Origin Magic, which earned her the title of Black-Scaled Dragon King, her combat ability is the same as an ordinary person's. Because her own talent was not very high, Drolatilin diligently handled state affairs, relying on the accumulation of knowledge and experience to become an excellent queen whose ruling ability was second only to Lachius and Blood Emperor Gilk Arabic Noon Arabiket Arabic Fa. Husband, I have already handed over state affairs to the officials, including the Prime Minister. Drolatilin threw herself into Vaya's arms and explained. In the past, I maintained the image of a diligent queen to inspire the soldiers' determination to fight the Orc nation. Since the threat from the Orc nation has been resolved by husband, I no longer need to maintain that image. Now I have enough time to spend with husband. Would husband like to go on a date with me? Let's change locations. The feeling of being watched had not disappeared. Vaya opened a teleportation gate and brought Drolatilin to his bedroom. This room. Looking at the large bed in the room, Drolatilin's shy face was full of nervousness. Husband, I think this kind of thing should wait until we get married. Why did you think of marriage? Vaya looked at Drolatilin in confusion. I brought you here because I have something important to tell you. Something important. Neither the Orc Federation nor the Minotaur nation in the central continent shows any signs of attacking the Dragon Kingdom, so I plan to leave the Dragon Kingdom. No, Drolatilin said discontentedly. During this time, I not only dispatched officials and troops from the Dragon Kingdom to take over the territory of the Orc nation, but I also used my status as queen to call upon the citizens of the Dragon Kingdom to worship the White Dragon God, ordering the construction of a White Dragon God temple in every town in the Dragon Kingdom. I have done so much for husband, shouldn't husband stay by my side always? Hearing Drolatilin's words, Vaya opened his status panel. Vaya Helias. Race, White Dragon. Racial levels, Infant LV10, Juvenile LV10, Adolescent LV10. Job levels: Dragon Warrior LV7, World Guardian LV4, Priest of the Dragon God LV3, Dragon Chanter LV9, Primal Chanter LV6, World Connector LV6, Dragon Ruler LV4. Total level LV69. Special abilities: Ancestral True Dragon, Dragon Race Talent, Magic Talent, Combat Talent, Form Transformation. Origin Magic: Limit Break, World Severing Barrier, Convert Familiar. Seeing that Priest of the Dragon God had risen to LV3, and his total level had increased to LV69, Vaya's eyes lit up. Dralatilin truly deserved to be the queen who had ruled the Dragon Kingdom for decades, possessing astonishing rallying power within the Dragon Kingdom. In just half a month, tens of thousands of people in the Dragon Kingdom had become followers of the White Dragon God. The Dragon Kingdom was established by the seven-colored Dragon King, and the citizens of the Dragon Kingdom naturally have a reverence for dragons, which might be the reason tens of thousands came to believe in the White Dragon God in such a short time. Dralatilin, thank you. Vaya proactively wrapped Dralatilin in his arms, then lowered his head toward her cherry lips. Dralatilin shyly closed her eyes. After a long period of time passed. So this is a kiss. Dralatilin opened her eyes, and the look she gave Vaya had changed in some way. Husband, I want to be with you forever. Dralatilin, I also want to be with you forever, but I am currently the target the Platinum Dragon King wants to kill. Vaya revealed his secret. In order to fight the Platinum Dragon King, I must increase my strength. An expression of surprise appeared on Dralatilin's small face. How did husband become enemies with the Platinum Dragon King? Because I can use origin magic. The Platinum Dragon King suspects that I am the Dragon Emperor's filth. The Dragon Emperor's filth. This is what the true Dragon Kings call players. Because players were summoned to this world by the Dragon Emperor. Since the Platinum Dragon King is husband's enemy, husband should stay in the Dragon Kingdom even more. Dralatilin seemed somewhat delighted. My great-grandfather, the seven-colored Dragon King, resides in the mountain range near the Dragon Kingdom. As long as great-grandfather seven-colored Dragon King is willing to protect husband, husband won't have to worry about the Platinum Dragon King's threat. Dralatilin, to guard a certain weapon, the Platinum Dragon King's main body cannot leave the Agrand Council Nation, so he can only fight me by manipulating his platinum armor. As long as my level continues to rise, I can fight the platinum armor manipulated by the Platinum Dragon King myself. The reason I want to leave the Dragon Kingdom is to raise my level. Can't husband stay in the Dragon Kingdom to raise his level? Vaya nodded. Dralatilin sighed helplessly. Since husband has a compelling reason to leave, I certainly won't object. Dralatilin, to give you the power to protect yourself, I want to turn you into my familiar before I leave. Are you willing to accept? I can become stronger by becoming husband's familiar. I can guarantee it. As husband's future wife, everything I have belongs to you. Since becoming husband's familiar can make me stronger, I am willing to let husband become my master. Hearing Dralatilin's reply, Vaya bit his right wrist to draw blood, then offered his right wrist to Dralatilin. While Dralatilin drank deeply of the dragon blood, Vaya used the origin magic, Convert Familiar, on her. Dralatilin inherited 1/8 of the seven-colored Dragon King's bloodline. Covered by the dazzling brilliance of the origin magic, her body transformed at an astonishing speed. When her transformation was complete, Vaya immediately used Attribute Probe to check her status. Derodile Oricris. Race, Dragonoid. Racial levels: Infant LV10, Juvenile LV10, Adolescent LV5. Job levels: Queen LV10, Priest LV1, Mage LV1. Total level: LV37. Special abilities: Mimic Origin Magic, Shapeshift. Seeing that Dralatilin's total level was LV37, Vaya attempted to use message on her. Can you hear my voice? Husband. Dralatilin looked at Vaya in confusion. I think I heard husband's voice. You didn't hear wrong. Vaya explained. I just used the contact magic message on you. Since you can receive message, we can use message to contact each other after we separate. Captain God. In the southern Katz Plains, the Dragon Kingdom and the slain theocracy share a border. Husband, where are you now? As Vaya arrived above the border of the two countries using flight magic, Drolatilin's voice echoed in his mind. This was Drolatilin using message magic. Message is also a magic from Yggdrasil. In this world, message is considered a very unreliable method of communication because its effectiveness diminishes with distance. About 300 years ago, a kingdom called Göteborg even fell due to message magic. The Göteborg Kingdom was a human nation primarily composed of magic chanters, and they had message communication points set up in every city, which indeed increased the speed of intelligence transmission. However, they overly trusted the messages they received, and simply because they received 3 false messages, the country fell into civil unrest. Coupled with calamities like monster attacks and subhuman invasions, the Göteborg Kingdom was thus destroyed. Now, few people trust information transmitted via message. Those who overly trust message are considered fools. I am entering the Katz Plains. After sending a message to Drolatilin, Vaya showed a helpless expression. Because this was already the 10th message Drolatilin had sent. By his calculations, Drolatilin sent a message every minute. Does she really want to be with me all the time? Drolatilin was not a naive little girl, so it was impossible for her to fall in love with him at first sight. The Dragon Kingdom is a human nation, and Drolatilin is the only dragon in the Dragon Kingdom. She must just see me as her only kin and has developed a strong dependency. Just then, a fully armed man appeared in front of Vaya. He looked about 15 years old, with sharp red eyes on his youthful face, long black hair almost as tall as he was, and an old spear in his right hand. From his appearance, he seemed to be a warrior class. He could use flight magic, perhaps because he held both magic chanter and warrior classes, or perhaps because he possessed a flying magic item. Duke Vaya. The young man spoke first. I am the first seat of the Black Scripture of the slain theocracy, and also the captain of the Black Scripture. So it's you. Vaya recognized him as the captain of the divine race, one of the 3 divine bloodline awakened of the slain theocracy. The appearance of the captain of the divine race also confirmed Vaya's suspicion. The person who had been remotely observing Vaya was star-gazing 1,000 miles, the 7th seat of the Black Scripture. You do know me, as expected. The captain of the divine race showed a faint smile. Did the former 9th seat, Gale Steps, tell you about me? No. Vaya denied his guess, then counter-questioned. Are you here for me? High priest of the fire goddess, Benith, is nearby. She wishes to represent the theocracy to discuss a very important matter with you. Would you accept my invitation? Because the captain of the divine race showed no expression, Vaya couldn't tell if he was lying. Far sight. Vaya used the 8th tier scouting magic to observe the ground ahead. Seeing the 12 members of the Black Scripture, including Zeshi Zetsume, protecting an elderly white-haired woman on the hill ahead, Vaya no longer doubted the captain of the divine race. Because the fire high priest of the theocracy, Benith, was indeed a woman over 50 years old. Captain of the divine race, I agree to meet with the fire high priest on the hill where the members of the Black Scripture were located. As Vaya and the captain of the divine race descended from the sky, Vaya suddenly had a bad feeling looking at high priest of the fire goddess, Benith, who was surrounded by the 12 members of the Black Scripture. Because the clothes she was wearing looked like a kippa. As Vaya's feet touched the ground, the captain of the divine race shouted an order. Use it. The next moment, the 12 members of the Black Scripture surrounding high priest of the fire goddess, Benith, moved apart, and Vaya saw that Benith was indeed wearing a silver-white kippah, on which a 5-clawed flying dragon was embroidered with gold thread, soaring towards the sky. World-class item. Recognizing this world-class item, Vaya immediately understood that this elderly woman was not high priest of the fire goddess, Benith, but Care, the user of world-class item. The effect of the world-class item is mind control. Even powerful level 100 NPCs like Shaltir cannot resist its effects. Clearly, the slain theocracy intended to control Vaya with world-class item. Buzz, accompanied by a certain fluctuation, the Kipao on Kair's body burst forth with dazzling light, enveloping Vaya. As Vaya felt his will being twisted, a strong fluctuation came from the river of souls connected to him. After the fluctuations of the world-class item, and the river of souls annihilated each other, Vaya's will remained unchanged. Did it succeed? Hearing the impatient inquiry of the captain of the divine race, Vaya immediately cast magic at him. Crimson Nova. The 9th tier magic flame transformed into a torrent, rushing towards the captain of the divine race. The captain of the divine race dodged while speaking. Did it fail? I didn't think you'd let him attack me. How is this possible? Seeing that Vaya was not controlled by world-class item, the elderly Kair showed an incredulous expression. Because world-class item was the highest grade divine artifact left by the 6 great gods, possessing the effect of controlling level 100 NPCs and monsters. Am I too old to exert the effect of world-class item anymore? Seeing Kair fall into self-doubt, Zeshi Zetsume reminded her with a smile. World-class item also has a chance of failure. Kair's eyes lit up. World-class item cannot control holders of world-class items or users of origin magic. Then, Kair's eyes widened as she looked at Vaya. Is Vaya Heli as a player who holds a world-class item? Because Vaya could use tier magic, Kair did not consider Vaya to be a true Dragon King who used origin magic. Myriad Lightning Strike. Earth Split. Polar Claw. Under the continuous attacks of Vaya's 9th tier magic, the captain of the divine race dodged while speaking. Duke Vaya, please calm down and let me explain. Time stop. After stopping the captain of the divine race's movements with the 9th tier magic time stop, Vaya responded with 10th tier magic. Divine Flame. Super Acid Fog. Meteor Fall. The moment time stop's effect disappeared, 10th tier Divine Flame, Acidic Mist, and magic meteors simultaneously dealt damage to the captain of the divine race. Are you really going to kill him? Hearing Zeshi Zetsume's dissatisfied voice, Vaya sneered. I won't kill him. Even if he dies, I will resurrect him with 10th tier magic. I want to be queen. Revised. When Kair used the world-class item to control Shaltir, even Shaltir, a level 100 NPC, could not inflict a serious injury on the captain of the divine race with a full power strike. It must be admitted that the legacy left by the 6 great gods to the slain theocracy is indeed powerful. At this moment, Vaya, in order to vent his anger, continuously cast 10th tier magic attacks on the captain of the divine race, yet only managed to inflict minor injuries. Husband, have you returned to Irantal? A message suddenly sounded in his mind, sent by Drolatilin. Vaya responded impatiently. I don't have time to chat with you right now. After sending the message, Vaya immediately felt a little regretful. I'm sorry. I'm extremely angry right now because the slain theocracy tried to control me using a world-class item. Is it truly the theocracy that wants to control my husband? Yes. I donate so much money to the theocracy every year, and yet they dare to harm my husband. I'll make the theocracy return the money right now. After ending the conversation with Drolatilin, Vaya opened his status panel. Seeing that Dragon Chanter had risen to LV10, and his total level had increased to LV70, the anger in Vaya's heart gradually subsided. The 3rd seat of the Black Scripture, 4 Great Elements, was a tall man who looked middle-aged. From the magic staff he held, it was clear he was a magic chanter. Seeing that the captain of the divine race was sustaining more and more injuries under Vaya's attack, 4 Great Elements asked with a solemn expression. Should we help the captain? Don't be ridiculous. The 7th seat, Stargazing 1,000 Miles, cried out in a trembling voice. That's a monster that even the world-class item has no effect on. If we get involved in the fight, we will definitely be killed. The 11th seat of the Black Scripture, Infinite Magic, was a girl wearing a huge hat, stockings that were asymmetrical left and right, and blue hair tied into 2 large braids, her face bearing a lazy expression. Hearing Star gazing 1,000 miles' words, infinite magic expressed her agreement. The captain is much stronger than all of us combined. Since even the captain cannot defeat that monster, the result of us doing something foolish will only be a pointless sacrifice. Since Zeshi-sama is here, I believe she won't let the captain be killed. Just then, Vaya's attack stopped. Holy chant! Zeshi Zetsume issued a command to the 4th seed of the Black Scripture, Holy chant. Hurry and treat the captain. Understood. Holy chant was a tall, blonde girl wearing a priestess uniform. After receiving Zeshi Zetsume's command, she ran to the captain of the divine race with the fastest speed and cast healing magic. The slain theocracy, attempting to control Vaya using the world-class item, was something Vaya absolutely could not tolerate. If Zeshi Zetsume were not the guardian of the slain theocracy, Vaya would definitely kill all members of the Black Scripture and seize the world-class item as revenge. The reason Vaya did not do this now was not only because he could not defeat a fully armed Zeshi Zetsume, but also because the Overlord would descend 3 years later. In order to make Zeshi Zetsume one of the important combat forces against the Overlord and the Great Tomb of Nazarick, Vaya had to avoid becoming a mortal enemy of the slain theocracy. One day, I will make the Supreme Council of the Theocracy regret their foolish idea. After making his decision, Vaya turned and looked at Zeshi Zetsume. You're not going to attack me. Zeshi Zetsume countered. Am I wearing the equipment of the 6 great gods? Zeshi Zetsume was wearing a high school girl's uniform similar to that of stargazing 1,000 miles. Which meant Zeshi Zetsume had no intention of fighting Vaya from the start. I didn't stop the cardinal priests from implementing this plan. You must be blaming me. What is your reason? Because I wanted to see you. Hearing Zeshi Zetsume's answer, Vaya's face was full of confusion. Zeshi Zetsume explained. I heard an interesting rumor. You are going to marry Drolatilen, the Dragon Queen of the Dragon Kingdom. What does that have to do with you? You're finding a concubine behind the back of me, your legal wife. Of course I have to take action. Legal wife. The first time Vaya and Zeshi Zetsume met, Zeshi Zetsume had indeed said Vaya was her husband. Zeshi Zetsume, I already refused to marry you back then. You're willing to marry the Dragon Queen Drolatilen, so why refuse to marry me? Are you a hopeless lolican who likes the form Drolatilen disguised herself as? Vaya shook his head. Drolatilen no longer disguises herself. She is now a tall girl, and her figure is different from yours. Zeshi Zetsume looked down at her own body. Forest elves are creatures whose bodies are thinner than humans. As a half-breed of human and forest elf, Zeshi Zetsume had slender, straight legs and a chest as flat as an airfield, completely unobstructed for those looking down. Drolatilen is different from me. I'm willing to marry Drolatilen, but not because of her figure. Then is it because Drolatilen is the queen who rules the Dragon Kingdom. As long as I marry her, the Dragon Kingdom will become my territory. So that's the reason. A twisted smile appeared on Zeshi Zetsume's small face. If I become the queen of the theocracy, would you also be willing to marry me? The slain theocracy is ruled by the Council of Cardinals. If Zeshi Zetsume wanted to become the queen of the theocracy holding real power, the Council of Cardinals would definitely not agree. If Zeshi Zetsume merely wanted to become the nominal queen, the Council of Cardinals might indeed accept it, because she is the slain theocracy's most powerful guardian and possesses the value to change the theocracy's national policy. Even if you really become the queen of the theocracy, I still won't agree to marry you. I am willing to marry Drolatilen because her great-grandfather is the 7-colored Dragon King. After stating his refusal, Vaya took a dragon scale from his body and used origin magic to reshape the dragon scale into the form of a ring. This is for you. Looking at the ring Vaya handed over, Zeshi Zetsume couldn't help but smile. A proposal ring. This is not a proposal ring. Vaya immediately denied it. Since you just said you wanted to become the queen of the theocracy, I'm worried the theocracy might use the world-class item on you. This is a ring I made from a dragon scale, and I've affixed the intermediate origin magic world severing barrier to it. It can grant you immunity once to the effects of intermediate origin magic, low-tier origin magic, and equivalent world-class items. You worry about something that is absolutely impossible to happen. Zeshi Zetsume smiled even more happily. This is proof that you care about me. Of course, I won't refuse it. Putting the dragon scale ring on her left ring finger, Zeshi Zetsume immediately pounced into Vaya's arms, wrapping her hands around his neck. Since I've accepted your gift, I must certainly return the favor. Then she slowly brought her cherry lips closer. After a long moment, Vaya pushed Zeshi Zetsume away, seeing her pale face flushed with shy redness. Feeling the gazes of the members of the Black Scripture and Care, Vaya questioned her in dissatisfaction. How could you do something like this in front of so many people? Zeshi Zetsume raised her left hand, showcasing the dragon scale ring Vaya had given her. Since I have accepted your proposal ring, our relationship is now beyond that of lovers and fiancés. Now we are like true husband and wife, and the more people who know about our relationship, the better. A relationship beyond that of lovers and fiancés. Looking at Zeshi Zetsume, who completely disregarded his feelings, Vaya could only choose to give up on convincing her. Teleportation. After Vaya left via the teleportation gate, Zeshi Zetsume turned to her companions. Let's go back to Princess and Queen Irantal. The city hall, located in the center of the city, had a carefully crafted garden. At this time, Lachius and Evil Eye were enjoying steaming black tea in the garden pavilion. Miss Evil Eye, how do you find the taste? It is delicious. Hearing Evil Eye's praise, Lachius revealed a cunning smile. If my hospitality satisfies you, I hope you can grant me a request. What do you want me to do? Go on a date with me. A date? Evil Eye looked at Lachius, full of surprise. Although the members of Blue Rose are all women, don't misunderstand. I joined Blue Rose because of regret. It's not because I like girls. Lachius couldn't help but laugh. Miss Evil Eye, I am also a normal girl who likes men. I asked you to go on a date with me because I want to go to the slums. In other words, you want me to protect you. Yes. If you wanted me to protect you, you should have just said so. Why use a misleading word like date? Because I want to develop a closer relationship with Miss Evil Eye, beyond just friendship. I am not Lachius. Just as Evil Eye finished speaking, Vaya's voice echoed in her mind. Evil Eye, where are you right now? Is that message? Evil Eye was surprised for a moment, then replied using message. I am in the garden of the Irantal City Hall. The plaza outside the City Hall. Receiving Evil Eye's message, Vaya sent a message to Dralatilin while walking into the City Hall. Dralatilin, I have returned to Irantal. The next moment, Dralatilin's voice echoed in his mind. Husband, did you use teleportation to return to Irantal? Since husband could use teleportation to return to Irantal, why did you use flight to leave the Dragon Kingdom? I used flight to leave the Dragon Kingdom in order to draw out the people remotely monitoring me. If I had used teleportation directly back to Irantal, Theocracy would have had to abandon their plan to control me using world-class item. Husband, did you kill the people who wanted to control you and seize the Theocracy's world-class item? World-class item. I did not kill them, nor did I take world-class item. After denying Dralatilin's guess, Vaya explained. With my current strength, I still cannot defeat Theocracy's Godkin Guardian, Zeshi Zetsume. The City Hall Garden. Accompanied by the magical fluctuations of the third-tier magic dimensional shift, Vaya's figure appeared beside the tea table. Lord Vaya. Vaya. Seeing Vaya, Lachius and Evil Eye cried out simultaneously. I'm back. Vaya sat down beside the tea table and asked Lachius and Evil Eye. During the time I was gone, were there any problems that you couldn't solve? Evil Eye showed a confident smile. I now possess 10th tier strength. As long as the enemy isn't the legendary true Dragon King, there is nothing I cannot resolve. I have a question. Lachius looked displeased. Lord Vaya, recently I heard rumors that you not only eliminated the Orc nation that threatened the Dragon Kingdom, doubling the Dragon Kingdom's territory, but also married the Dragon Queen, Dralatilin. Now I want to know, is this rumor true or false? Teleportation. Vaya immediately opened a teleportation gate. Lachius, Evil Eye, I would like to introduce a friend to you. Under the curious gazes of Lachius and Evil Eye, Dralatilin walked out through the teleportation gate. As expected, it was the teleportation gate opened by husband. Dralatilin, I want to introduce two friends to you. Vaya pointed his right hand toward Lachius and Evil Eye. She is the third royal princess of the Riesti's kingdom, Lachius Thayer Chardalin Rylve self, and she is the acting lord who manages Erantal on my behalf. She is Evil Eye, known as Nukaslayer, and like you, she is my subordinate. Next, Vaya's right hand pointed toward Dralatilin. Lachius, Evil Eye, she is the queen of the Dragon Kingdom, Deldalin Oricris, and she is also my subordinate. Dralatilin, if you want to chat, you can communicate with Evil Eye using message. I believe you two will have many topics. After saying this, Vaya immediately used Dimensional Shift to leave the City Hall garden. Husband. Not expecting Vaya to suddenly leave, Dralatilin's eyes widened in surprise. Recovering herself, Dralatilin sat down beside the tea table and looked at Evil Eye, whose beauty and figure were in no way inferior to her own. Miss Evil Eye, you must be my love rival. I am not. Evil Eye denied it somewhat flusteredly. Vaya and I do not have that kind of relationship. Is that your honest feeling? Evil Eye fell silent, because her heart was pounding like a startled deer. Why is my heart so restless? This must be because I am now his subordinate, so I instinctively care about his affairs. This is definitely not the feeling of love. Your Majesty Dralatilin. Lachius proactively spoke. I am your true love rival. Dralatilin's gaze turned to Lachius. You are lying to me. Husband couldn't possibly like a little girl like you, so Evil Eye is my love rival. Lachius's expression turned gloomy. Please don't treat me like a little girl. I am already 13 years old. Dralatilin directly ignored Lachius, returning her gaze to Evil Eye. Evil Eye, I am husband's head wife. Provided you don't harbor ambitions to challenge me, I permit you to become husband's second wife. Why should I yield the position of head wife to you? Evil Eye was somewhat dissatisfied. Vaya and I have known each other longer than you have. I am the queen who rules the Dragon Kingdom. I am also the princess and heir of the Inbelia Kingdom. After Vaya helps me rebuild the Inbelia Kingdom, I will become the queen who rules the Inbelia Kingdom, so my status is the same as yours. I am the black-scaled Dragon King who inherited the bloodline of the seven-colored Dragon King. Husband is a frost-white dragon, so husband and I are destined to be husband and wife. I am Vaya's first subordinate, and the bond between us is something a little girl like you cannot imagine. Little girl, you dare call me, the queen who has ruled the Dragon Kingdom for decades, a little girl. Your age is at most 100 years, while mine exceeds 250 years, so of course I can call you a little girl. Dralatilin could only glare at Evil Eye with a look of unwillingness, because what Evil Eye said was the truth. Compared to Evil Eye, she truly was a little girl. Lachius let out a delicate giggle. Your Majesty Dralatilin, this is truly too amusing. You treated me like a little girl, and now you yourself are being treated like a little girl by Miss Evil Eye. It is wonderful to have met you and Miss Evil Eye. This is the first time I have felt this happy. Above the city hall, Vaya looked down at the three girls on the ground, his face full of smiles. As expected, just as I thought, Dralatilin kept sending me messages because she had no one to talk to. Now that Lachius and Evil Eye are her conversation partners, I don't have to keep talking with her. Chapter 66 LV72, Slain Theocracy. Holy Capital. The Supreme Council's meeting room. The High Priest, Fire High Priest, Water Divine Official, High Priest of the Wind God, High Priest of the Earth God, High Priest of the Light God, and High Priest of the Dark God sat around the conference table. all looking solemnly at Zeshi Zetsume. The slain theocracy has a population of 15 million. Among these 15 million people, only 3 have awakened their bloodline to become god-humans. Therefore, to the theocracy, the importance of god-humans is on par with the legacy of the 6 great gods. Zeshi Zetsume is not only the strongest god-human in the theocracy, but can also use the equipment of the 6 great gods, making her importance far surpass that of other god-humans. The high priest spoke first. Even you must give us a reasonable explanation. Via Helias is the man I've chosen. Zeshi Zetsume showed a faint smile. I didn't stop your plan to control him with the world-class item because I wanted you to understand his strength and character. Only when you have a sufficient understanding of him will you agree to him becoming my husband. You want to marry a dragon? High priest of the fire goddess, Benith, exclaimed in surprise. As a descendant of the 6 great gods, are you going to betray the theocracy? Are you also worried that I will betray you? Zeshi Zetsume looked at the high priests with an expression of dissatisfaction. Don't forget my identity. I don't believe you have the right to suspect me of betraying the theocracy. The high priest fell silent, because what Zeshi Zetsume said was the truth. Although she appeared youthful, like a girl around 15 years old, she was actually over 100 years old. Before the high priests were born, Zeshi Zetsume was already the guardian of the theocracy. We will not oppose your marriage. High priest of the wind god, Dominic, couldn't help but say. But we oppose a dragon becoming your husband. Zeshi Zetsume replied. I also wanted to marry a human as you wished, but I've never met a human who could defeat me. If I don't marry Vaya, the strongest god-human bloodline in the theocracy will end with my generation. The high priest showed a worried expression. Vaya Helias is a powerful dragon after all. Will he agree to the next generation of god-humans you bear remaining in the theocracy? I will keep my children in the theocracy. I don't need his permission. Since you say so. The high priest took a deep breath. As long as you guarantee that you and your children will remain in the theocracy as guardians, we will agree to this matter. Then, the high priest's gaze turned to the other high priests. Everyone, Zeshi Zetsume has protected the theocracy for 100 years. I believe you also wish for Zeshi Zetsume to find happiness. High priest of the fire goddess, Benith, immediately said, My thoughts are the same as the high priest's. As long as she and her children remain in the theocracy, I support her marrying the husband she chooses. The water divine official, high priest of the wind god, high priest of the earth god, high priest of the light god, and high priest of the dark god followed, saying, I support it too. I don't object. I hope she finds happiness. I don't object either. I support it. Seeing no one objected, the high priest's gaze turned to Zeshi Zetsume. Zeshi Zetsume immediately made a promise. In the name of the 6 great gods, I promise you that my children and I will remain in the theocracy as guardians. Katz Plains, scattered architectural ruins, everywhere proved that this was once an area where humans lived. Now a thin mist shrouds the area day and night, making it a forbidden zone for humans, dominated by undead and monsters. At this moment, on the ruins of a tall tower, Vaya was contemplating methods to transform the Katz Plains. The transformation of the Katz Plains from a human habitat into a cursed land dominated by undead could be due to a player using super-tier magic or a world-class item here. Or it could be a true dragon king using origin magic here. In other words, only super-tier magic, world-class items, or origin magic could transform the Katz Plains back into an area suitable for human life. Super-tier magics, world alteration, should be able to change the weather and geography of the Katz Plains, but I don't seem to be able to learn super-tier magic. Although the name contains the word magic, super-tier magic does not belong to the tier magic system. One could even say it isn't magic. Because using super-tier magic doesn't consume magic power, but rather the number of times super-tier magic can be used in a day. This is a type of magic that exclusively belongs to players. Even NPCs from Yggdrasil cannot use super-tier magic in this world. Although I can't use super-tier magic, I am currently LV70, so I can create high-rank primordial magic that changes weather and geography to transform the Katz Plains. To create high-rank primordial magic that changes geography and weather, Vaya began experimenting by casting tier magic that manipulates weather. Cloud manipulation. Weather manipulation. Storm. Vaya continuously cast tier magic that manipulates weather, sensing how tier magic triggered changes in the weather. After a long period, Vaya finally grasped the secret of tier magic's weather manipulation. Next, Vaya began casting tier magic that manipulates geography. Hot spring. Earth crack. Create fortress. Vaya continuously cast tier magic that manipulates geography, sensing how tier magic triggered changes in the geography. Who knows how much time passed? Vaya finally grasped the secret of tier magic's geographical alteration and began creating high-rank primordial magic that changes weather and geography. Creating new high-rank primordial magic, of course, is not something that succeeds on the first try. After hundreds of failures, Vaya finally opened the door of the River of Souls, manipulating endless soul power to transform the weather and geography of the Katz Plains. This is the high-rank primordial magic I created, world alteration. Under Vaya's gaze, the thin mist shrouding the Katz Plains disappeared at a visible speed, and the reddish-brown desolate land also turned into fertile black soil. After the transformation of the Katz Plains was complete, Vaya felt a noticeable change in himself and immediately opened his status panel. Vaya Helias. Race, White Dragon. Racial level, Infant LV10, Juvenile LV10, Youth LV10. Job level, Dragon Warrior LV7, World Guardian LV4, Priest of the Dragon God LV3, Dragon Chanter LV10, Primal Chanter LV7, World Connector LV7, Dragon Ruler LV4. Overall level, LV72. Special abilities, Ancestral True Dragon, Dragon Race Talent, Magic Talent, Combat Talent, Form Transformation. Origin Magic, Limit Break, World Severing Barrier, Convert Familiar, World Alteration. Seeing Primal Chanter and World Connector increase to LV7, and his overall level rise to LV72, Vaya smiled. The increase in levels for Primal Chanter and World Connector proves that the Origin Magic, World Alteration, I created is indeed high-rank primordial magic. Since I can create high-rank primordial magic based on tier magic, when my overall level reaches LV90, I can also create the highest rank primordial magic based on tier magic. Katz Plains, the center of the Katz Plains. Under the manipulation of the 4 inner circle members of the Abyss of Death, the King of Corruption, the Ancient of Myriad Armies, the Devourer, and the Sallow Ghost, and 20 outer circle members, tens of thousands of undead were gathered together. On the rooftop of a ruined building, the Ancient of Myriad Armies looked down at the tens of thousands of undead below and asked, "True White Saren, when will your master come to see us?" Granchin Roka responded expressionlessly, "When my master comes to see us is, of course, for my master to decide, so I cannot answer your question." HMPH. The Ancient of Myriad Armies let out a dissatisfied snort. "We came here because we want to obtain even greater power. You have kept us waiting for so long, you must convince your master to turn us into familiars as well." As soon as the Ancient of Myriad Armies finished speaking, a patch of sunlight pierced through the mist and shone upon him. Sunlight. The Ancient of Myriad Armies looked up at the sky in surprise, seeing the mist that shrouded the Katz Plains disappearing. Granchin Roka also saw this scene. The next instant, the King of Corruption, the Devourer, and the Sallow Ghost used Dimensional Shift to appear beside Granchin Roka and the Ancient of Myriad Armies. The Devourer asked anxiously, "True White Saren, Ancient of Myriad Armies, the mist that has shrouded the Katz Plains for hundreds of years has disappeared. What on earth is going on?" Granchin Roka said, gritting her teeth, "My master wants to turn the Katz Plains into his own territory. This must be my master transforming the Katz Plains. True White Saren, could your master be the legendary True Dragon King?" The Sallow Ghost revealed an excited smile. I have heard that in ancient times, there existed a true Dragon King in this region who could manipulate natural disasters. The Katz Plains became a cursed land because of the power of a true Dragon King. If your master can eliminate the curse of the Katz Plains, he must possess power rivaling that of a true Dragon King. Granchen Roca fell silent, because she did not know how to answer this question. Just then, boom, boom, boom. Accompanied by the sound of roaring flames, a torrent of white gold fire descended from the sky. Seeing that even a fourth-tier undead archmage would be annihilated by the white gold torrent of fire, the members of the Abyss of Death hurriedly used teleportation, attempting to escape the attack range of the white gold torrent of fire. Unfortunately, this space had been completely enveloped by the 8th-tier magic dimensional lock, rendering all teleportation-type magic ineffective. This is. Recognizing this as the 10th-tier magic divine flame that Vaya had used before, Granchen Roca used Fly to soar toward the source of the white gold flames. 100 meters in the air. Vaya was continuously casting divine flame, annihilating the members of the Abyss of Death and the tens of thousands of undead. Granchen Roca flew to Vaya's side and questioned him with some dissatisfaction. Master, you said you would use the members of the Abyss of Death to control the undead of the Katz Plains and turn the Katz Plains into your territory. Why are you destroying them now? Do I need your permission to destroy them? Vaya turned his head to look at Granchen Roca. Before I was able to transform the Katz Plains, I did indeed want to use the members of the Abyss of Death to turn the Katz Plains into my territory. Now that I have transformed the Katz Plains into a place suitable for human life, the members of the Abyss of Death and the undead of the Katz Plains are evil existences that I must destroy. It was truly you, Master, who transformed the Katz Plains. Upon learning that Vaya had eliminated the curse left on the Katz Plains by a true Dragon King from the ancient era, Granchen Roca wore an expression of fear. Granchen Roca, save us. I don't want to die. Damn you, true White Saren. We really shouldn't have trusted you. Amidst the angry roars of the King of Corruption and the Ancient of Myriad Armies, the torrent of white gold fire broke through the wall of hell and engulfed the 4 inner circle members of the Abyss of Death. The tens of thousands of undead, including the members of the Abyss of Death, were all annihilated by the divine flame, and Vaya immediately opened a portal. Seeing this scene, Granchen Roca hurriedly asked, Master, what do you need me to do now? I want you to go to the Bahar's Empire as the Saren of the White Dragon God and propagate the faith of the White Dragon God. Irantal. As a fortress city, this city was protected by 3 layers of walls, and an army of 10,000 was stationed in the outermost area. At this moment, in the garrison's barracks, Brian Anglais was observing the soldiers' training status. Seeing that the soldiers' strength had all improved significantly, Brian muttered to himself, Ever since I met Lord Vaya, I have become less and less like Brian Anglais. My goal is to become a warrior who surpasses Gazif, not to become a commander leading an army of 10,000. Warrior Captain Gazif is also the commander of a warrior unit. Only by improving your strength enough to defeat Gazif while serving as the commander of the White Dragon Legion can you truly claim victory in a fair duel. This voice is. Brian turned around in surprise to look at Vaya. Lord Vaya, why are you here? Brian, I am giving you an order now. Please command me. The great White Dragon God has performed a miracle, not only transforming the Katz Plains into a place suitable for human habitation, but also annihilating all the undead in the Katz Plains. I now order you to lead the 10,000 soldiers of the White Dragon Legion to the Katz Plains and turn the Katz Plains into my territory. Dragon Kingdom. Royal Capital Dravel. The Queen's bedchamber. Dralatilin was lying lazily on the sofa, chatting with Evil Eye using message. Evil Eye, I will open a portal for you. Come over and play with me. Are you really a queen? Evil Eye complained with dissatisfaction. To be able to keep chatting with me, you have too much free time. I am a queen who has ruled the Dragon Kingdom for decades. Of course, I would cultivate some talented people who can do the work for me. Dralatilin. Vaya's voice suddenly appeared in Drolatilin's mind. Husband. Drolatilin stood up in surprise and delight. Did you miss me? Quickly open a portal for me. I will go to your side to keep you company right now. I have something important to tell you. Important thing. I used high-tier origin magic to transform the Katz Plains, turning the Katz Plains into a region suitable for human life. Now, I want to announce to all nations that the Katz Plains is my territory, and I hope the Dragon Kingdom will be the first to support me. As a reward for you, I will hand over the management rights of the Katz Plains to you. Husband, are you really going to hand the Katz Plains over to me? The northern part of the Katz Plains borders the Riesti's kingdom and the Bahar's empire, while the southern part borders the slain theocracy and the Dragon Kingdom. With control over the Katz Plains, the Dragon Kingdom would be able to develop trade with the Riesti's kingdom, the Bahar's empire, and the slain theocracy. Of course it's true. Husband, you're so good to me. White Dragon Emperor, Bahar's empire. The imperial capital, Oental. The luxurious office in the imperial palace. The Blood Emperor, Gilk Arabic Noon Arabiket Arabic Fa, sat in his office chair, sternly reading the news relayed by the intelligence personnel using message. Ninbul, one of the 4 knights of the empire, stood behind him as a guard. Your Majesty. Accompanied by the sound of the office door opening, Fluter Paradane walked in. This old man was taming the Death Knight that was recently captured. Since your Majesty suddenly summoned me, what important matter is it? Gilk Arabic Noon Arabiket Arabic Fa looked towards Fluter Paradane. Old man, the Empire's intelligence personnel, used message to inform me that the Katz Plains has transformed from a cursed land into an area suitable for human habitation. That's impossible. Fluter Paradane said, his eyes wide. The Katz Plains was turned into a cursed land by a true Dragon King who manipulated natural disasters and calamities. Only the mythical 6 great gods, 8 Desires King, and true Dragon King can lift the curse of the Katz Plains. Old man, do you think this is false intelligence relayed by the personnel? The intelligence personnel capable of using message were almost all magic chanters trained by Fluter Paradane, so Fluter Paradane naturally would not doubt their loyalty. Your Majesty, did the intelligence personnel report to you who lifted the curse on the Katz Plains? Gilk Arabic Noon Arabiket Arabic Fa picked up a document from his desk and handed it to Fluter Paradane. Upon seeing the contents of the document, Fluter Paradane's face was filled with surprise and delight. White Dragon Duke Via Helias informed all nations. The great White Dragon God bestowed a miracle, transforming the cursed land of the Katz Plains into an area suitable for human habitation. Since White Dragon Duke Via Helias is the White Dragon God's human incarnation, the Katz Plains should become the White Dragon Duke's territory. All nations are requested to accept this self-evident fact. If the Katz Plains was still a cursed land, I don't believe Lord Vaya could formally make all nations recognize the Katz Plains as his territory. Your Majesty, there is absolutely no need for doubt. Fluter Paradane displayed a look of fanaticism. Although I do not believe the White Dragon God truly exists, I believe my teacher possesses power comparable to a true Dragon King. Since a true Dragon King can turn the Katz Plains into a cursed land, my teacher can naturally lift the curse from the Katz Plains. Old man, my thoughts are the same as yours. I also believe Lord Vaya lifted the curse on the Katz Plains. Gilk Arabic Noon Arabiket Arabic Fa was a disciple personally trained by Fluter Paradane, so Fluter Paradane understood his personality very well. After calming down, Fluter Paradane guessed what his disciple was thinking. Since your Majesty summoned this old man, what exactly do you want me to do for you? Old man, I want you to use teleportation magic to take me to Erantal. Erantal. The office in the city hall. Vaya, sitting behind his desk, looked at the official letter sent from the Dragon Kingdom. Drolatilin has already recognized the Katz Plains as my territory. Which country do you think will be the second to recognize the Katz Plains as my territory? Lachius, who was sitting by the tea table, put down her teacup, a confident smile appearing on her small face. I believe the second will be the Bahar's empire. Then, Lachius looked toward Evil Eye. Evil Eye, I want to hear your answer. I have neither met the emperor of the Bahar's empire, nor the holy virgin of the Rabble Holy Kingdom, nor the high priest of the slain theocracy, so I cannot answer this question. As soon as Evil Eye finished speaking, Mayor Panasora walked into the office in a slight panic. Duke Vaya, Princess Lachius. 2 people have requested to meet with Duke Vaya. They claim to be the emperor of the Bahar's empire and Fluter Paradane, the empire's strongest magic chanter. Lachius immediately said, Lord Panasara, quickly invite them over. After Panasora accepted the order and left, Lachius turned to look at Vaya. Lord Vaya, if the Blood Emperor is here to represent the Bahar's empire and recognize the Katz Plains as your territory, as a reward for guessing correctly, could you grant me one request? If you guess incorrectly, you must also grant me one request. A moment later, Panasora led G.I.L.K. Arabic Noon, Arabiket Arabic Fa, and Fluter Paradane into Vaya's office. Seeing Vaya behind the desk, Fluter Paradane excitedly knelt on the ground and performed a devout worship. My teacher, I have already seen the great miracle you created in the Katz Plains. You are exactly the deity I should believe in. Watching Fluter Paradane's prostrate figure, G.I.L.K. Arabic Noon Arabiket Arabic Fa felt a sense of betrayal. The old man has already knelt down, should I also? Just as he was about to bend his knee, Vaya's voice reached his ears. G.I.L.K. Arabic Noon Arabiket Arabic Fa, you are different from Fluter Paradane. G.I.L.K. Arabic Noon Arabiket Arabic Fa immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Even after seeing the miracle of the Katz Plains, he did not want to kneel before Vaya in his capacity as emperor. Fluter Paradane, I command you to stand up. As you command. Seeing Fluter Paradane stand up, Vaya's gaze returned to G.I.L.K. Arabic Noon Arabiket Arabic Fa. G.I.L.K. Arabic Noon Arabiket Arabic Fa, what is the purpose of your visit? Lord Vaya, I am here to suggest that you establish a nation and claim kingship. Hearing G.I.L.K. Arabic Noon Arabiket Arabic Fa's reply, Vaya widened his eyes in surprise. You want me to establish a nation and claim kingship? G.I.L.K. Arabic Noon Arabiket Arabic Fa nodded. Why? Because your territory is already sufficient to establish a nation. Vaya's White Dragon Ducal territory has an area of roughly 20,000 square kilometers. Including the Katz Plains, Vaya's territory exceeds 50,000 square kilometers, which is already the scale of a medium-sized country. G.I.L.K. Arabic Noon Arabiket Arabic Fa, half of my White Dragon Ducal territory was originally Bahar's empire territory. To support you in establishing a nation and claiming kingship, I am willing to give the Bahar's empire's territory to you. Upon saying this, G.I.L.K. Arabic Noon Arabiket Arabic Fa showed a cunning smile. As compensation for us, I hope that after you establish your nation, you can form an alliance with our Bahar's empire. G.I.L.K. Arabic Noon Arabiket Arabic Fa's words gave Vaya a sense of déjà vu. This was because G.I.L.K. Arabic Noon Arabiket Arabic Fa had previously suggested that the Bone King establish a nation and claim kingship when he met him at the Great Tomb of Nazareth, and also proposed an alliance with the nation the Bone King would establish. G.I.L.K. Arabic Noon Arabiket Arabic Fa. Since you are the one suggesting I establish a nation and claim kingship, what do you think my title should be? Lord Vaya is currently the White Dragon Duke, so the nation you establish should be the White Dragon Empire. I would like to bestow upon you the title of White Dragon Emperor. White Dragon Emperor. Are you dissatisfied with this title? I am very satisfied. Vaya couldn't help but smile. G.I.L.K. Arabic Noon Arabiket Arabic Fa. I have decided to hold the ceremony for establishing the nation and claiming kingship 3 days from now, right here in the City Hall of Erantal. I am personally extending an invitation to you to attend the founding ceremony. Will you accept? I accept. G.I.L.K. Arabic Noon Arabiket Arabic Fa said immediately. After you establish your nation and claim kingship, I will personally represent the Bahar's empire in recognizing the White Dragon Empire, Crown Prince Senak, Riesti's Kingdom. Royal Capital. The Grand Conference Hall of Francia Palace. Ramses III, wearing a golden crown on his head, looked solemnly at the nobles led by the 6 great nobles. Everyone, this court meeting was originally intended to discuss whether to recognize Katz Plains as the territory of Duke Vaya. Yesterday, the kingdom's intelligence agent sent the latest news via message. Duke Vaya intends to establish a kingdom and declare himself king in Irantal. What are your thoughts on this? The nobles looked at each other, all falling into silence. Because Irantal was originally royal territory, Duke Vaya establishing a kingdom and declaring himself king, there would not harm the interests of the nobles at all. Father, the first prince, Pablo, spoke up proactively. I do not oppose Duke Vaya establishing a kingdom and declaring himself king, but I believe he should return Irantal to our royal family and establish his nation on the Katz Plains or within the territory of the Bahars Empire. Hearing these words from Pablo, the second prince, Senak, looked helpless. Father, before we discuss matters regarding Duke Vaya, I have an important matter to report to you. Then, Senak took out a document he had prepared beforehand. Upon seeing the contents of this document, the elderly body of Ramses III began to tremble. Senak, do you really have to do this? Father, in order to save the Riesti's kingdom, this is a necessary sacrifice. After saying this, Senak looked at the nobles who supported him. Numerous nobles, led by Marquis Raven, all took out documents and handed them to the nobles of other factions. My lords, the documents in your hands are evidence of the many crimes committed by the kingdom's criminal organization, 8 Fingers. The crimes of 8 Fingers have never been exposed because the first prince, Pablo, has been protecting them. The evidence of his collusion with 8 Fingers is also in these documents. After Senak finished introducing the contents of the documents, Pablo angrily grabbed Senak by the collar with his right hand. Why are you using such despicable methods to deal with me? Isn't it a fact that you colluded with 8 Fingers? Senak looked at Pablo with a blank expression. As long as you can prove that my accusations are false, I will announce that I am renouncing my right to the throne. Pablo, gritting his teeth, was not blinded by anger at this moment. He looked at his father, Ramses III, with a pleading gaze. Father, 8 Fingers is the most evil criminal organization in the kingdom. Senak wants to use 8 Fingers to frame me. You must believe that I am innocent. Ramses III certainly knew that his collusion with 8 Fingers was a fact. But he was, after all, his eldest son. Pablo is right. As long as there is no sufficient evidence, we cannot believe what 8 Fingers says about Pablo. Father, I have evidence. Senak interrupted Ramses III. Lachius, Gagarin, Tina, and Tia of Blue Rose, along with the Saintess of the White Dragon God Temple, Qi Ya Lei, and the Paladin Clementine, have captured the 8 leaders of 8 Fingers alive. Now we can use magic that forces them to tell the truth to make them reveal the facts of their collusion with Pablo. Senak, do you really want to destroy your own brother? Senak remained silent. Ramses III closed his eyes in pain. I can strip Pablo of his right of succession. Upon hearing this, Senak revealed the smile of a victor. Father, I also agree that we cannot fully trust the accusations made by 8 Fingers against my brother Pablo. His father had actually compromised with Senak. Pablo stared at Ramses III in disbelief, his eyes wide. Father, are you really going to revoke my right to the throne? Pablo, you truly lack the talent to rule the Riesti's kingdom. Ramses III opened his eyes and looked at Pablo with a cold gaze. I am now using my power as king to revoke your royal status and appoint you as a border count in the northern part of Marquis Boralip's territory. You no longer have the qualification to attend this meeting. Leave the conference hall immediately. Father, warrior commander, escort him out. As you command. After Gazif led Pablo away, the gazes of the nobles all gathered on Senak. With Pablo, the first heir, losing his right of succession, Senak was now the crown prince who would become the next king. From this moment on, every word he spoke was the speech of the next king. Father, let us continue the discussion regarding Duke Vaya. Senak said cautiously, To congratulate Duke Vaya on establishing his kingdom, I propose sending envoys to attend his founding ceremony and recognizing Irantal and Katz Plains as belonging to the new nation established by Duke Vaya. Ramses III's gaze turned to the nobles led by the 6 great nobles. What are your thoughts? I approve of His Highness Senak's proposal. After Marquis Raven stated his position, Count Lytton, one of the 6 great nobles, followed up. I approve as well. Count Lytton was relatively weak among the 6 great nobles, because Pablo was not only the first heir to the throne, but also the son-in-law of the noble faction leader, Marquis Boralip. He had originally been a supporter of Pablo and Marquis Boralip. Now that Senak had defeated Pablo to become the next king, Count Lytton began to support Senak. Ramses III's gaze turned to the youngest of the 6 great nobles, Marquis Pespia. Marquis Pespia had married the first princess and was a son-in-law deeply trusted by Ramses III. I approve. Ramses III's gaze then turned to Marquis Blumrash, Count Uravorona, and Marquis Boralip. The elderly Count Uravorona was a royalist noble. After meeting Ramses III's gaze, Count Uravorona finally spoke. I do not oppose it. Since 4 of the 6 great nobles agree with Senak's proposal, I have decided to send envoys to attend Duke Vaya's founding ceremony. After the court meeting concluded, Marquis Boralip arrived at Pablo's room and saw his daughter comforting Pablo. Upon seeing Marquis Boralip, Pablo immediately said, Father-in-law, I have been abandoned by my father. He never let me become the crown prince. It turns out it was because he loved Senak more in his heart. Pablo, you have not yet lost hope of inheriting the throne. A cold sneer appeared on Marquis Boralip's face. Whether or not you can inherit the throne is determined entirely by your strength. You have only lost the right of succession. You have not lost the strength that supports your claim to the throne. Pablo's eyes brightened. Father-in-law, are you willing to use force to support me in seizing the throne? Marquis Boralip nodded. Senak's room. Looking at the scenery outside the window, Senak revealed a self-deprecating, bitter smile. If I propose giving Irantal to Duke Vaya, will I be mocked as a traitor? No. Marquis Raven's voice sounded behind him. Duke Vaya is a great dragon capable of destroying cities and being a nation destroyer. Submitting to him is a wise choice. Saintess Karco. The Rabble Holy Kingdom, located in the southwest of the Riesti's kingdom, is a peninsula nation surrounded by the sea on 3 sides. As a nation with a strong religious color, the Holy Kingdom has always been governed harmoniously by the Holy Virgin, who wields faith-based magic and the temple forces. The current ruler of the Holy Kingdom, Holy Queen Kalka Bessers, was able to inherit the throne because of the support of the temple forces. The territory of the Holy Kingdom is divided into northern and southern parts by a huge bay. So some people call the 2 regions the Northern Holy Kingdom and the Southern Holy Kingdom. The Northern Holy Kingdom is connected to the continent, and a great wall spanning over 200 li from north to south has been built at the entrance of the peninsula. This is because the Abelian Hills on the east side of the Holy Kingdom is an area ruled by demi-human races. Just as the Dragon Kingdom has been invaded by the Orc nation in the east, the Holy Kingdom has also been continuously invaded by the demi-human races from the east. The situations of the Dragon Kingdom and the Holy Kingdom are certainly not exactly the same. As a major human nation, the Holy Kingdom has a population of about 7 million. As a mid-sized nation, the Dragon Kingdom has a population of only about 3 million. Because of the difference in national scale, the Dragon Kingdom's finances have been dragged down by the Orc nation's invasion, but the Holy Kingdom's finances can still support a long-term war against the demi-humans. Hauberns, the city in the Northern Holy Kingdom, where the Grand Cathedral, the center of faith for the Holy Kingdom, is located, is the royal capital of the Holy Kingdom. The conference room of the royal palace. Holy Queen Kalka Bessers, wearing the Holy Virgin's crown and dressed in white holy robes, sat on the Holy Virgin's throne. She had long, golden, lustrous hair, a delicate doll-like face that combined tenderness and heroism, and a soft smile on her face like a saint. Because she could use 4th tier magic at the age of 15, she was considered a genius magic chanter of the faith-based system. But she was very mediocre in governing the country. She had been the Holy Virgin for 6 years, and the noble forces opposing her had never been eliminated. Remedios, Curat, Via Helios will establish a nation and declare himself king in Irantal. What are your thoughts? Karco's gaze turned to the 2 young women sitting next to the conference table. Remedios Custodio, with a delicate face, sharp eyes, and a cold aura, was a brown-haired girl wearing silver full-body armor and a white cloak. At her waist was Saphaligia, one of the 4 holy swords of the Holy Kingdom. As the wielder of the holy sword, Remedios was known as the strongest captain of the Knights Templar in history, and was the military backing that supported Holy Maiden Kalka. The Holy Kingdom had talents in various fields known as the 9 colors. Remedios was the white among the 9 colors. Curat Custodio, who looked extremely similar to Remedios and had waist-length brown hair, was Remedios' younger sister by 2 years. Curat was not only the high priest of the Grand Cathedral, but also served as the leader of the priesthood, could use 4th tier magic, and was the temple backing that supported Holy Maiden Kalka. Many nobles suspected that Karco became the Holy Virgin because of the support of Remedios and Curat, so they were also known as the Wings of Holy Maiden Kalka. This is the result I expected. Curat showed a frivolous smile. The dragons helping humans must be to rule over them. The Agrand Council Nation, which faces the Holy Kingdom across the sea, is a multiracial nation ruled by the Platinum Dragon King, Azure Dragon King, Diamond Dragon King, Obsidian Dragon King, and Worm Dragon King. It is a fact that Via Helios annihilated the Orc nation that kept attacking the Dragon Kingdom. Remedios said with a serious expression, "If our war with the demi-humans continues, our finances will eventually be dragged down. Perhaps we can use the power of Via Helios to annihilate the demi-humans of the Abelian Hills." I agree with your idea. Karco smiled at Remedios. Although I am not a talented ruler, I also want to end the war between the Holy Kingdom and the demi-humans, so that the people of the Holy Kingdom do not have to worry about the invasion of the demi-humans all the time. Sister and Her Majesty Karco are really too naive. Curat sighed. Although Via Helios helped the Dragon Kingdom annihilate the Orc nation, he demanded the Dragon Queen marry him as a reward. A shy blush appeared on Karco's small face. For the sake of the Holy Kingdom, I am very willing to exchange myself. No. Remedios immediately objected. The Holy Kingdom has not yet reached a dead end, and I will not allow Her Majesty Karco to sacrifice herself. Remedios. Karco couldn't help but say, I am already over 20, and I haven't found a husband who can help me bear an heir, so this doesn't count as sacrificing my happiness. Curat also teased. Sister is opposing Her Majesty Karco's marriage. Could it be that you think of Her Majesty Karco? Don't misunderstand. Remedios explained in a panic. I just treat Her Majesty Karco as my own sister. I definitely do not like Her Majesty Karco, who is also a girl. Remedios, I also treat you and Curat as my own sisters. Slain Theocracy. Holy Capital. The conference room of the Supreme Council. The High Priest took the initiative to say to the Fire Priest, Water Priest, High Priest of the Wind God, Earth Priest, High Priest of the Light God, and High Priest of the Dark God. Via Helios is going to establish a nation and declare himself king in Irantal. I want the High Priest of the Fire Goddess, Benith, and the captain of the divine race to represent the theocracy at the founding ceremony. High Priest of the Fire Goddess, Benith asked, Does the theocracy want to improve its relationship with Via Helios? Our relationship with Via Helios will be determined by the nation he establishes. If he is the second 7-colored Dragon King, we can develop an alliance with him. If he is the second Platinum Dragon King and wants to establish a multiracial coexistence nation, then we will treat him as the second Platinum Dragon King. Irantal. The office in City Hall. Via was checking his attribute panel. Seeing that World Guardian and Dragon Ruler had been upgraded to LV5, and his overall level had increased to LV74, Vaya showed a slight smile. It seems that Brian has already completely controlled the Katz Plains with 10,000 soldiers of the White Dragon Legion. Lord Vaya. Lachius, who was massaging Vaya's shoulders, asked, "Since you value territory so much, why don't you use me to annex the Riesti's kingdom? As long as Brother Pablo and Brother Senak disappear, I can inherit the throne and become queen." To level up quickly, Vaya could accept Drolatilen and use her to turn the Dragon Kingdom into his own territory. The Riesti's kingdom is a major human nation with a population of 9 million. Vaya had, of course, thought about using Lachius to control the Riesti's kingdom. But Vaya had a reason for not being able to annex the Riesti's kingdom. The Agrand Council Nation, where the Platinum Dragon King's main body is located, has the Riesti's kingdom as its only neighbor. Before he had the strength to confront the Platinum Dragon King, Vaya would never proactively approach the Platinum Dragon King. "Lachius, I do want to increase my territory, but I will not help you become queen by killing your two brothers." National Founding Ceremony. Erantal, protected by triple walls, had its outer ring as a garrison base, the middle ring as a residential area, and the inner ring as the location of important institutions including the City Hall, Armory, and Granary. Second, Prince Senak and Marquis Raven followed Lachius, Gagarin, Tia, and Tia into the inner ring. Seeing that the streets completely lacked the festive atmosphere expected of a nation-founding ceremony. Is today really the day of the nation-founding ceremony? Gagarin voiced the doubts in everyone's hearts. "I feel like not only the residential area, but even the inner ring is the same as usual." Lady Gagarin, today is indeed the day Lord Vaya is holding his nation-founding ceremony. A hint of a smile appeared on Senak's face. "We haven't seen the festive atmosphere expected of a nation-founding ceremony. Surely because Lord Vaya doesn't want to interfere with the residents' normal lives." City Hall. Receiving guests at the entrance was Mayor Panasora. "Your Highness Senak, Marquis Raven, I didn't expect the two of you to represent the kingdom at Lord Vaya's nation-founding ceremony." Seeing Senak and Marquis Raven, Panasora showed a complicated expression. "If I remain here, will Her Majesty consider me a traitor?" "Lord Panasora, my royal father does not doubt your loyalty," Senak said with a serious expression. "Because my sister Lachius will definitely marry Lord Vaya, your loyalty to Lord Vaya is loyalty to our Fansef family." Hearing Senak's words, Panasora was so moved that tears began to well up in his eyes. "Your Highness Senak, I will do my utmost to pledge my loyalty to Her Highness Lachius and Lord Vaya." Throne Hall. Panasora led Senak and the others here. Senak saw that there were not only many humans, but also dwarves, lizard men, and earth-digging orcs wearing sunglasses. Seeing the men gathered on the left side of the hall and the women on the right, Lachius proactively said, "Your Highness Senak, it seems we must part ways." "My thoughts are the same as yours." Senak took Marquis Raven to where the Blood Emperor Gilk Arabic Noon Arabiket Arabic Fa, Furuta, captain of the divine race, Ogre King Beriulo, High Priest of the Earth Temple of the Dwarven race, and Brian were located. "Everyone, I am Senak, representing the Riesti's kingdom at the nation-founding ceremony. It's a pleasure to meet you all." Marquis Raven followed, saying, "I am Marquis Raven." Second Prince Senak. Gilk Arabic Noon Arabiket Arabic Fa, Esgaze, scanned Senak's entire body. "I heard you defeated Prince Pablo and became Rambusa III's sole heir. It seems you possess the same wisdom as Princess Lachius. Under your rule, the kingdom will surely be stronger than the empire. You must be His Imperial Majesty." Senak humbly bowed his head in greeting. "If you believe my wisdom is equal to Lachius, it merely proves that my wisdom is far inferior to hers. After all, my sister Lachius is only a 13-year-old girl right now. You two are too hypocritical." Beriulo sneered mockingly. "One of you is an emperor, and the other defeated his rivals to become the next king. Why are you unwilling to boast about your greatness? I am Ogre King Beriulo, who unified the 8 clans of the earth-digging orcs, and I love to say that I am the greatest king in earth-digging orc history." Lord Ryulo, if it were just the two of us here, I would speak to you with sincerity. Unfortunately, in front of everyone, I must play the role of the perfect emperor. Gilk Arabic Noon Arabic Yet Arabic Fa, S gaze swept over Beryulo, and the high priest of the Earth Temple. I heard that the earth-digging orcs and the dwarven race are sworn enemies, like fire and water. For you both to live in harmony, Lord Vaya must be truly great. Hearing Vaya's name, Beryulo trembled all over in fear. Are you an idiot? Don't just casually say Lord Vaya's name. The captain of the divine race agreed, saying, I think so too. Beryulo looked at the captain of the divine race in surprise. You also suffered his torment. The captain of the divine race gave a bitter smile. If my companions hadn't treated me in time, I would have experienced death. The high priest of the Earth Temple looked at the captain of the divine race, full of doubt. You are not a difficult-to-tame beastman, so why would Lord Vaya torment a child like you? The captain of the divine race explained. You could say I brought it upon myself, because I wanted to control Lord Vaya. You're from the slain theocracy's The Black Scripture, aren't you? Brian couldn't help but say. Among everyone I've met, your strength is second only to Lord Vaya. Would you be willing to fight me once? Of course. Lachius, Gagarin, Tia, and Tia arrived at the location where Lachius, high priest of the fire goddess Benith, Gista, Renaz, Her Majesty Kalka, Remedios, Clarent, and Kuxiu Lulu of the Lizardmen were. Gagarin proactively asked, Princess Lachius, where is Evil Eye? Lachius showed a gloomy smile. Lachius, Gagarin, Tia, welcome to the nation-founding ceremony. Evil Eye is with Lord Vaya. Lachius, you look unhappy. Lachius said with concern, If you don't want to stay with Lord Vaya, who has broken ties with the kingdom, I can take you away from here. Lachius, you've misunderstood. Misunderstood? I'm unhappy because I'm not the one with Lord Vaya. As soon as Lachius finished speaking, Remedios strode up to Lachius. You are Lachius, the captain of Blue Rose. I am Lachius. Lachius curiously sized up Remedios. Are you perhaps Lady Remedios? I am Remedios, wielder of the holy sword Saphalicia. Remedios gripped the hilt of the holy sword Saphalicia at her waist with her right hand. Lachius, you are the wielder of the demonic sword Kilinarum. Are you interested in a fight with me? A clash between a holy sword and a demonic sword. Lachius showed an excited smile. Lady Remedios, I am interested. High priest of the fire goddess Benith asked Her Majesty Kalka, who was wearing a sacred robe. Your Majesty, the Holy Queen, I heard you could use 4th tier faith-based magic at 15. Have you now entered the 5th tier? Kalka showed a troubled expression. Because in the 6 years from 15 until now, her level had not increased at all. Her Majesty Kalka is already a queen. Clarent said expressionlessly, For Her Majesty Kalka, governing the country is more important than increasing her strength. Miss Clarent, High Priest of the Fire Goddess, Benith's gaze turned to Clarent. I heard you are also a genius who could use 4th tier magic at 15. It seems you have already entered the 5th tier. Clarent having 5th tier strength was her hidden secret. With this secret exposed, Clarent showed an unwilling expression. As expected of Lord Benith, the Fire High Priest of the Theocracy, the Empire of the White Dragon Emperor. Surrounded by humans, Kuerziu Lulu tried her best to hide herself with clothes woven from weeds and rags. No one noticed me, no one noticed me, no one noticed me. You look very nervous. The girl who spoke to Kuerziu was Gista. Kuerziu stared at Gista with wide eyes in surprise. You don't hate me. I don't know if others will hate a subhuman like you, but I come from the Kasana's city-state alliance where humans and other races coexist, so I won't hate you because of your identity. Thank you. After thanking Gista, Kuerziu began to introduce herself. I am Kuerziu Lulu, the representative of the lizard men living in the Tabu Great Forest. It's a pleasure to meet you. I am Lycia Glista Cavalier, the representative of Biber, a city-state in the Kasana's city-state alliance. After Gista finished her self-introduction, Renaz, who was beside her, said expressionlessly, I am her guard, Lena's Rockburs. Just then, Kialinia, dressed in a white saintess robe, walked up the steps to the golden throne. In the name of the great white dragon god, I announce that Vaya Helias's enthronement ceremony now begins. Hearing Kialenia's declaration, everyone in the throne room stopped chatting, and their gaze all turned to the entrance of the throne room. Under the gazes of Kialenia and the crowd, Vaya, dressed in a magnificent white robe, appeared at the entrance of the throne room. Behind Vaya were Drollitilan in a black princess dress and Evil Eye in a red princess dress. That's the old woman from the Dragon Kingdom. Seeing Drollitilan, beautiful and noble like a goddess, Gilk Arabic Noon Arabicat Arabic Fa S face twisted into a smile. To rank first among the women I dislike, her acting is truly perfect and commendable. Unfortunately, Princess Lachias's acting is even more perfect than hers. Perhaps in a few years, Princess Lachias will replace her and become the woman I dislike the most. Is she also a divine race who awakened her bloodline? The captain of the divine race stared at Evil Eye, because he felt that Evil Eye possessed strength not inferior to his own. Lachias looked at Drollitilan and Evil Eye with a gloomy expression. Lord Vaya, you are truly too much. Vaya led Drollitilan and Evil Eye to the steps where the golden throne was located, then turned and sat directly on the golden throne symbolizing kingship. Drollitilan and Evil Eye stood on either side of the golden throne. Representatives from various countries, thank you for witnessing this ceremony of nation building and enthronement. Vaya's gaze looked down at the crowd. Now I announce to you that I will establish the White Dragon Empire, whose territory includes the Angelisha Mountains, the Tabu Great Forest, the eastern border of the Riesti's Kingdom, the western border of the Bahar's Empire, and the Katz Plains. I am the first emperor of the White Dragon Empire. After Vaya finished speaking, Kialenia held a meticulously carved platinum crown with both hands and walked towards Vaya. In this world, both gold and platinum are used as currency, and platinum is 10 times more valuable than gold. That is to say, the value of a platinum crown is 10 times that of a gold crown. Kialenia placed the platinum crown on Vaya's head. The crowd saw a dragon head carved on the front of the platinum crown, dragon wings carved on both sides of the crown, and a dragon tail soaring into the sky at the back of the crown. Vaya Helias, in the name of the great white dragon god, I crown you the White Dragon Emperor who rules the White Dragon Empire. After completing the coronation ceremony, Kialenia immediately knelt before Vaya and shouted, "Long live His Majesty, the White Dragon Emperor." Seeing this scene, the fire high priest, Benith, muttered in his heart, "It's just as I thought. Kialenia, the saintess of the White Dragon god, is merely a puppet who has dedicated her body and soul to Vaya Helias, not a saintess with devout faith. Long live His Majesty, the White Dragon Emperor." Under everyone's gaze, Beriula walked to the center of the throne room and knelt on both knees. On behalf of the earth-digging orcs, I swear that we earth-digging orcs will forever be loyal to the great white dragon, Emperor Vaya Helias, and his descendants. The high priest of the earth temple of the dwarven race also walked to Beriulo's side and knelt down. On behalf of the dwarven race, I swear that we dwarves will forever be loyal to the great white dragon Emperor Vaya Helias and his descendants. Kuerziu, trembling all over with nervousness, walked to the high priest of the earth temple's side and knelt down. On behalf of the lizardmen race, I swear that we lizardmen will forever be loyal to the great white dragon Emperor Vaya Helias and his descendants. Finally, Brian walked to Kuerziu's side and knelt down. On behalf of all humans in the White Dragon Empire, I swear that the citizens of the Empire will forever be loyal to the great white dragon Emperor Vaya Helias and his descendants. Earth-digging orcs, dwarves, lizardmen, humans. Seeing the 4 races swear allegiance to Vaya, Saint Princess Karl proactively asked, "Your Majesty, the White Dragon Emperor, are you going to establish a multiracial nation?" "Your Majesty, Saint Princess, my White Dragon Empire is not a multiracial nation." Under everyone's puzzled gazes, Vaya spoke the answer. "My White Dragon Empire is a human-dominated nation that tolerates subhumans like lizardmen and earth-digging orcs who will not harm humans." a human nation that tolerates subhumans. Before everyone could recover, Drollitilan spoke loudly. Representatives from various countries, I would like you to bear witness. I am Derodile Oricris, Queen of the Dragon Kingdom, and I now offer the Dragon Kingdom to His Majesty, the White Dragon Emperor. Then Drollitilan turned and knelt on one knee before Vaya. Husband, please accept the Dragon Kingdom as your territory. Drollitilan, have you really thought this through? Vaya couldn't help but say, if the Dragon Kingdom becomes part of the White Dragon Empire, you will no longer be the queen ruling a nation. Drollitilan revealed a gentle smile. Rather than being the queen burdened by the Dragon Kingdom, I would rather be my husband's empress. Since you say so. Vaya grabbed Drollitilan's right hand and pulled her into his embrace. Representatives from various countries. As you can see, from now on, the Dragon Kingdom is part of the White Dragon Empire. After saying this, Vaya immediately felt a change within himself. Opening his status panel, Vaya saw that World Guardian and Dragon Ruler had increased to LV7, and his overall level had increased to LV78. World Guardian and Dragon Ruler actually increased by 2 levels at once. Vaya first widened his eyes in shock, then thought of the Orc nation he had destroyed. Now the Dragon Kingdom's territory includes the Dragon Kingdom and the Orc nation. Its territorial scale is already that of a large nation, so World Guardian and Dragon Ruler increasing by 2 levels is a natural result. To thank Drollitilan, Vaya continued, I now formally announce that Derodile Oricris is my fiancé, and will become the empress who rules the White Dragon Empire with me. Correct. The last string in Lachius's heart snapped, and her face became frighteningly gloomy. My possessiveness is stronger than I thought. Long live His Majesty, the White Dragon Emperor, Sword of the Holy Queen. The Dragon Kingdom, like the Riesti's Kingdom, the Bahar's Empire, and the Rabble Holy Kingdom, was a human nation founded 200 years ago. Upon seeing the Dragon Kingdom become part of the White Dragon Empire, the Blood Emperor, Gilk Arabic Noon Arabic Yet Arabic Fa, stared with wide eyes in shock. To give the nation founded by her ancestors to Lord Vaya, the Dragon Queen's resolve is truly astonishing. If I were an empress, perhaps I would also offer the Bahar's empire as a dowry to Lord Vaya. After sighing to himself, Gilk Arabic Noon Arabic Yet Arabic Fa stood up and walked to the center of the hall. Your Majesty, the White Dragon Emperor. Our Bahar's empire and the White Dragon Empire both face the potential invasion of the Orc nations in the central continent. Therefore, I wish to establish an alliance against the Orc nations between the Bahar's Empire and the White Dragon Empire, in the presence of representatives from various countries, and proclaim you as the leader of this alliance. Once the alliance between the Bahar's Empire and the White Dragon Empire is established, if any member of the alliance is invaded by an Orc nation, all alliance members must provide full support. Not allies of equal standing, but rather proclaiming me as the leader. Vaya looked at Gilk Arabic Noon Arabic Yet Arabic Fa with a faint smile. This was because after the Skeleton King displayed his power, Gilk Arabic Noon Arabic Yet Arabic Fa also proposed to the Skeleton King that his nation become a vassal state of the Aints Ul Gaun Sorceress Kingdom. Gilk Arabic Noon Arabic Yet Arabic Fa, are you really going to do this? If we establish a subordinate relationship, any betrayal from you and the Bahar's empire will be met with the most brutal punishment. I have made my resolve. I will never betray my lord leader. Hearing his answer, Vaya's gaze swept over the representatives from the various countries. Everyone, I now officially announce the establishment of an alliance between the White Dragon Empire and the Bahar's Empire. The White Dragon Empire will act as the leader to protect the members of the alliance and punish its traitors. Seeing this, Senak also wanted to propose an alliance with the White Dragon Empire. However, he was not yet king, and did not have the authority to form an alliance between the Riesti's Kingdom and the White Dragon Empire. Your Majesty, the White Dragon Emperor. Holy Queen Kalka walked to the center of the hall. I wish to represent the Rabble Holy Kingdom and establish an alliance with the White Dragon Empire, proclaiming you as our leader. the situation of the Rabble Holy Kingdom was extremely similar to that of the Dragon Kingdom. The Dragon Kingdom faced invasion from the Orc nations in the central continent. The Rabble Holy Kingdom also faced invasion from the demi-human races of the Abelian Hills. To counter the demi-human races, the Rabble Holy Kingdom not only built a great wall over 200 miles long on its eastern border, but also implemented a national mobilization order. During a demi-human invasion, everyone would become subject to conscription. Undoubtedly, the threat of the demi-humans was like the sword of Damocles hanging over the Rabble Holy Kingdom. Therefore, Vaya knew from the beginning that Holy Queen Kalka, Remedios, and Clarent participated in this nation-founding ceremony to leverage his power to eliminate the demi-human races of the Abelian Hills. Your Majesty, the Holy Queen, I know that the Rabble Holy Kingdom wishes to establish an alliance with the White Dragon Empire to eliminate the demi-humans of the Abelian Hills. Vaya looked at Kalka with a serious expression. I can accept your request, but you must agree to 3 conditions. A shy blush appeared on Kalka's fair, delicate face. As long as the citizens of the Holy Kingdom no longer have to worry about demi-human invasions, I am willing to accept any of your conditions. My first condition is to turn the Abelian Hills into territory of the White Dragon Empire. The area of the Abelian Hills is approximately 70,000 square kilometers. This vast and enormous hilly region is currently occupied by dozens of demi-human races. If these demi-human races were to integrate and unify, they would become a formidable force capable of destroying the Rabble Holy Kingdom. Hearing Vaya's demand, Remedios looked at Vaya with a dissatisfied expression. Your Majesty, the White Dragon Emperor, your demand is too excessive. If both sides work together to eliminate the demi-human races of the Abelian Hills, then half of the Abelian Hills should belong to the Rabble Holy Kingdom. You must be Remedios, the simple-minded Holy Knight Captain. Vaya teased with a smile. Even if you are a foolish idiot, you should know that the Rabble Holy Kingdom does not have the strength to eliminate the demi-human races of the Abelian Hills. On the contrary, if the demi-human races of the Abelian Hills unite, they will have the power to destroy the Rabble Holy Kingdom. A look of unwillingness appeared on Remedios' face. Although what you say is true, the demi-human races of the Abelian Hills will never unite. Such an idiot is actually the Holy Knight Captain. Bariulo sneered mockingly. In the past, no one believed that our 8 clans of earth-digging orcs could integrate and unify. Now, all 8 clans of earth-digging orcs have submitted to me, the king of the Dug Beastmen. I believe the situation in the Abelian Hills is the same. It only requires the emergence of a strong individual whose power surpasses everyone else to unify the demi-humans of different races. You are just an anomaly. Remedios. Kalka turned and glared at Remedios. It is a fact that we are powerless to eliminate the demi-human races of the Abelian Hills, and His Majesty, the White Dragon Emperor's demand is very reasonable. I was wrong, Remedios said, lowering her head. I agree to the Abelian Hills becoming the territory of the White Dragon Empire. My second demand, Vaya's gaze swept over Kalka's entire body, is to use Her Majesty, the Holy Queen, as the Holy Queen's sword once. I accept your proposal, A. Kalka looked at Vaya in disbelief. What did you just say? I want to use you as the Holy Queen's sword once. The Holy Queen's sword. Kalka was even more puzzled. Clarent frowned and said, Your Majesty, the White Dragon Emperor, your demand is incomprehensible. If you wish to have Her Majesty Kalka, Her Majesty Kalka has already made her resolve. As long as you promise not to annex the Holy Kingdom, Her Majesty Kalka is very willing to become your wife. My demand is exactly what it sounds like. Vaya explained, I want to wield Her Majesty, the Holy Queen, as a sword. Holy Queen Kalka Bessers was known as the chaste Holy Queen. As the first queen of the Rabble Holy Kingdom, her beauty was considered the greatest treasure of the Holy Kingdom. Although her rule caused dissatisfaction among many nobles of the Holy Kingdom, she made no mistakes in 6 years. This queen, barely qualified, had a very tragic fate. Demiurge, a level 100 NPC of the Great Tomb of Nazarick, first captured humans from the Holy Kingdom for various experiments, then manipulated the demi-human races of the Abelian Hills to attack the Holy Kingdom, causing the northern part of the Holy Kingdom to become a hunting ground ravaged by demi-human races. When Karl stepped forward to protect the citizens of the Holy Kingdom, she was captured by Wrath, a demon general disguised as Demiurge. To kill Karl and achieve the goal of controlling the Holy Kingdom, Wrath wielded Karl as the Sword of Karl, beating her to a tragic death, heading to the Holy Kingdom. The angry demon general wielding the Holy Queen's sword is also a famous scene, so Vaya truly wanted to test the power of the Holy Queen's sword. Wield me like a sword. Karl was a little embarrassed and annoyed. Even if I am willing to make any sacrifice for the Holy Kingdom, your request is too strange. Your second request is truly just to use me as the Holy Queen's sword once. That is my second request. Indeed, I am a woman without charm. Karl showed a bitter smile. His Majesty the White Dragon Emperor, I accept your request. My third request is to spread the faith of the White Dragon God in the Rabble Holy Kingdom. The Rabble Holy Kingdom is ruled by the cooperation of the Holy King and the Temple forces, and the Temple's power is strong enough to determine the succession to the throne. Holy Queen Karl became the Queen of the Holy Kingdom precisely because of the Temple's support. Hearing Vaya's request, Karl immediately showed a troubled expression. His Majesty, the White Dragon Emperor. Kuerziu, as the highest priest of the temple, proactively asked, "Your request is not for our Rabble Holy Kingdom to enshrine the White Dragon God as the national faith, but merely to spread the faith of the White Dragon God to gain followers." Exactly. Her Majesty Karl. Kuerziu turned to look at Karl. You can accept His Majesty, the White Dragon Emperor's request. Kuerziu, thank you. After thanking Kuerziu, Karl looked at Vaya. His Majesty, the White Dragon Emperor, I accept your third request. Her Majesty Karl. From now on, the Rabble Holy Kingdom is also an ally of the White Dragon Empire. After saying this, Vaya looked at the High Priest of the Fire Goddess, Benith. High Priest of the Fire Goddess. The century-long war between the slain theocracy and the Elf Kingdom has continued to this day. Do you also want to form an alliance with the White Dragon Empire? The High Priest of the Fire Goddess, Benith, gave a bitter smile. The slain theocracy is a nation established by the 6 great gods, thus advocating that humans are the chosen race of the gods. Because Dralatilin is the queen of the Dragon Kingdom, the slain theocracy refused to aid the Dragon Kingdom, which is also a human nation. Dralatilin could only donate large sums of money each year to hire the Sunlight Codex. The alliance Vaya established had the dragon race as its leader, so of course, the slain theocracy would not consider joining the alliance. His Majesty, the White Dragon Emperor. Whether the theocracy joins your alliance must be decided by the theocracy's Supreme Council. I will await the Supreme Council's decision. After the founding ceremony, Benith and the captain of the divine race used teleportation to return to the slain theocracy. Gilk Arabic Noon, Arabic Yet, Arabic Fa, and Furuda used teleportation to return to the Bahar's empire. Vaya also used teleportation to send the ogre King Beriulo and the high priest of the Earth Temple of the Dwarven race back to the Angelisha Mountains, and Kuxiu Lulu back to the Tabu Great Forest. Senak, who remained, brought Marquis Raven before Lachius. Lachius, it's been a long time. Lachius showed an innocent and lovely smile. Brother Senak, why are you thanking me? The Blue Roses Lachius, Gagarin, Tina, Tia, and the White Dragon God Temple's Saintess Qi Ya Lei, and Paladin Clementine's subjugation of 8 Fingers must have been your plan. Because I obtained evidence of Brother Pablo's collusion with 8 Fingers, I was able to defeat Brother Pablo and become the sole heir. Brother Senak, you are celebrating too early. Lachius looked at Marquis Raven. Brother Pablo is Marquis Boralip's son-in-law. To ensure Brother Pablo inherits the throne, Marquis Boralip will certainly launch a rebellion by force. To ensure Brother Senak inherits the throne, is Marquis Raven willing to sacrifice his soldiers to fight Marquis Boralip? Marquis Raven said confidently. Your Royal Highness, there is no need to worry. I have made preparations to suppress the rebellion by force. To ensure His Royal Highness Senak inherits the throne, I am willing to use all my wealth to conscript soldiers. Why would Marquis Raven do this? Lachius asked curiously. Marquis Boralip is willing to launch a rebellion for Brother Pablo because Brother Pablo is his son-in-law. If Brother Pablo inherits the throne, the next king will be Marquis Boralip's grandson. But Marquis Raven has no daughter to marry Brother Senak, so why do you support Brother Senak so strongly? Marquis Raven showed a cunning smile on his face. Your Royal Highness, I do not have a biological daughter to marry His Royal Highness Senak, but I can have my blood relatives, nieces and grandnieces, become His Royal Highness Senak's queen. Of course, this was not the real reason. In reality, Marquis Raven was originally an ambitious man who single-mindedly wanted to usurp the royal family. But after his children were born, Marquis Raven became a father who was extremely concerned about his children. To ensure his children grew up safely and inherited his territory, Marquis Raven prioritized being a good father and abandoned his ambitions. Because Marquis Raven's change was so drastic, his wife even suspected he had gone mad. At this moment, Lachius, Gagarin, Tina, and Tia also came before Evil Eye. Evil Eye, it's truly been a long time. Lachius forced a smile and said, How are you doing now? I'm doing great. Seeing Lachius's stiff expression, Evil Eye directly asked, Do you have something you want to tell me? Yes. Lachius leaned close to Evil Eye's ear and whispered, Lady Rigret wants to meet you. Are you willing to come with us to the royal capital? Evil Eye hesitated for a moment. I also want to meet Rigret. Hearing Evil Eye's answer, Gagarin immediately urged, Lachius, let's leave now. Don't make Rigret wait too long. Lachius nodded, then looked at Senak and Marquis Raven. His Royal Highness Senak, Marquis Raven, we are now going to use teleportation magic to return to the royal capital. After Lachius, Gagarin, Tina, Tia, Evil Eye, Senak, and Marquis Raven left using teleportation, Kalka, Remedios, and Kurziu came directly before Vaya. Your Majesty Vaya, when do you plan to go to the Holy Kingdom? I can depart now. Now? Kalka looked at Vaya, full of doubt. Don't you need to gather an army? Her Majesty Kalka, haven't you heard the rumors that I can summon a demon legion? I have heard. To eliminate the subhumans of the Abelian Hills, the demon legion I summon will be the main force, and your Rabble Holy Kingdom will be responsible for sweeping the battlefield. Using demons to eliminate enemies. As a faith-based magic chanter, Kalka fights by summoning angels. Thinking that the angels she summoned would fight alongside the demons Vaya summoned, Kalka sighed helplessly. Since your Majesty Vaya does not need to gather an army, please come with us to the Holy Kingdom now. Ning Ya with fierce eyes, Rabble Holy Kingdom. The royal capital, Haberns. In this city, the center of faith where the Grand Cathedral is located, a squad of 25 warriors was currently heading to the royal palace. The 20 warriors at the front were all clad in white enchanted full plate armor, their cloaks emblazoned with the Holy Kingdom's emblem, and the swords at their waists bore the insignia of the Holy Knights. It was obvious. They were all members of the Holy Knights. The 5 individuals following behind the Holy Knights did not have the Holy Knights insignia on their swords, nor were they wearing enchanted full plate armor, indicating that their status was merely that of Holy Knight squires. When they completed their training and attained the status of Holy Knight, their swords would be enchanted into magical weapons, and they would receive the Holy Knight's insignia. Among the 5 Holy Knight squires, there was a girl about 13 years old with fierce eyes that seemed to glare at people, and short blonde hair like a man's. Her build was very petite, making it hard to believe she was a Holy Knight squire. Nia Balaja. Hearing her name, the blonde girl instinctively responded. Vice Captain, do you have any orders? You don't need to be so nervous. Gustavo Montagnes, one of the 2 vice captains of the Holy Knights, came to Nia's side. Gustavo had a fearless-looking face, but he was not an impulsive, brainless warrior. Rather, he was a man who made decisions rationally and possessed charismatic leadership. Remedios's ability to perform the duties of the Holy Knight Captain was entirely due to Gustavo and the other vice captain. Nia, are you truly determined to become a Holy Knight? Yes, Nia said without hesitation. I want to become a Holy Knight and protect the Holy Kingdom with my mother. Gustavo forced a smile. Then go for it. It was evident to everyone that Nia Balaja was not suited to be a Holy Knight. However, Gustavo did not make her give up on her goal. Because although Nia was not a noble young lady, she was not an ordinary person either. Nia's mother was a senior member of the Holy Knights, possessing third-tier strength. Nia's father was even Black of the 9 Colors, Pavel Balaja, the captain of the soldiers guarding the eastern border of the Holy Kingdom. Barring any accidents, Nia was bound to become a member of the Holy Knights. Upon entering the royal palace, Nia mustered her courage and asked Gustavo, who had been very supportive of her. Vice Captain, I heard that a dragon-established nation has appeared again at the border junction of the Riesti's kingdom, the Bahar's empire, and the slain theocracy. Is this rumor true? Gustavo nodded. Captain Remedios is not on a mission today precisely because she is going to attend the dragon race's nation-founding ceremony. Will the dragons capable of establishing a nation be as powerful as the sea god? The sea god Nia referred to was the sea dragon, known as the guardian god of the sea. The sea dragon's hands, feet, and wings had atrophied, and it had a long tail, appearing like a giant sea snake, possessing intelligence comparable to, or even surpassing, that of humans. Moreover, sea dragons were gentle in nature, and sometimes, if offerings were made, they would even protect ships. When Nia's family traveled to Liman, a port city on the western coast, they were fortunate enough to witness a sea dragon. At that time, the sea dragon's neck stretched high out of the sea. Its enormous figure indeed worthy of being called a guardian god, making it hard to believe any human could defeat it. I don't know how powerful Via Helias is, Gustavo said with a serious expression. But I know that the 7-colored Dragon King, who founded the Dragon Kingdom, and the Platinum Dragon King, who founded the Agrand Council Nation, are both legendary true Dragon Kings. It is said they are even more powerful than demon gods, and only the mythical 6 great gods and 8 desires kings can contend with them. No sooner had Gustavo finished speaking than a teleportation gate appeared in the palace courtyard ahead. Then, under the wary gaze of the Holy Knights, Vaya, Karco, Remedios, and Clarent emerged through the teleportation gate. Her Majesty the Holy Maiden, Captain Remedios, Lord Clarent. Gustavo led Nia and the others to Karco, looking at Vaya with a vigilant gaze. Vice Captain Gustavo, members of the Holy Knights, you've worked hard. Karco displayed an approachable smile. I am very grateful to all of you, for the peace of the Holy Kingdom has always been guarded by you. This was the first time Nia had seen Karco. The Holy Virgin, known as the Treasure of the Holy Kingdom, turned out to be an ordinary person with a professional smile, speaking superficial words, which left Nia feeling somewhat disappointed. Because in Nia's mind, the image of the Holy Virgin was a goddess descended among humans, possessing wisdom and majesty beyond human imagination, a truly perfect being. Now, upon meeting the Holy Virgin herself, Nia finally understood why the nobles in the southern Holy Kingdom opposed her rule, believing that the Holy Virgin's elder brother, Caspond Bessers, should become the new Holy King. Since the Holy Virgin is just an ordinary person, the first in line to the throne should be His Highness Caspond. The rumor that the Holy Virgin was able to inherit the throne due to the support of the Grand Cathedral seems to be true. After exchanging pleasantries, Karco continued speaking to Gustavo. Allow me to introduce the identity of this esteemed individual. He is the Emperor of the White Dragon Empire established today, His Majesty the Great White Dragon Emperor Via Helias. Dragon race. Nia let out a cry of surprise. Seeing the girl with fierce eyes, Vaya's gaze brightened. Are you Nia Balaja? Everyone's gaze gathered on Nia, who nervously lowered her head and said, This humble one is indeed Nia Balaja. Please forgive my offense. If you want me to forgive you, you must become my subordinate. Hearing Vaya's words, Remedios sneered. As expected, a pervert interested in little girls. No wonder Princess Lacheus is also by your side. Vaya's gaze turned to Remedios. Remedios wore a fearless smile. I will use my authority as the Holy Knight Captain to offer Holy Knight Squire Ning Ya to you. Please forgive my offense. Accepted. Vaya accepted the deal. I actually lost to a little girl. Karco feigned sadness. Clarent, it seems I really will never marry. It must be said. Karco indeed had self-awareness. In her short 25 years of life, she truly would never marry. White, His Majesty the White Dragon Emperor. Ning Ya looked at Vaya with confusion and asked, Why do you want a squire like me? Because the White Dragon God Temple needs a saintess like you. Ning Ya's job levels were Holy Knight LV1 and Divine Archer LV2, which sufficiently proved she was more suited to be an archer. Vaya wanted Ning Ya because after Ning Ya became a follower of the Bone King, she gained the two professions of evangelist and founder, established the faceless ones who worshipped the Bone King in the Holy Kingdom, and quickly replaced the Holy Kingdom's temple forces. For Vaya, who wished to propagate the faith of the White Dragon God, Ning Ya was undoubtedly the most needed talent. Karl has awakened, night. The guest room of the royal palace. Ning Ya sat stiffly on the sofa opposite Vaya, her head bowed as she awaited Vaya's command. Miss Ning Ya. Vaya proactively questioned Ning Ya. Why do you want to become a holy knight? My mother was also a holy knight, and I want to protect the Holy Kingdom with her. After saying this, a crestfallen expression appeared on Ning Ya's small face. My mother was a rather famous holy knight, and I heard her swordsmanship was quite formidable. But I didn't inherit my mother's talent for swordsmanship, and have never been able to improve my sword skill level through training. I'm quite good with the bow and arrow my father used, even without training, so it seems I only inherited my father's talent. Holy Queen Karco, Holy Knight Captain Remedios, and High Priest Clarent all possessed 4th tier strength at 15 years old. Compared to true geniuses like them, you, who are currently only 1st tier, actually have neither swordsmanship talent nor archery talent. Am I incompetent? Miss Ning Ya, I'm not saying these things to discourage you. I just want you to make a choice. Vaya explained to her. Although you don't have natural talent, I can turn you into my familiar, allowing you to immediately possess 4th tier strength. Give me 4th tier strength, that's impossible. Miss Ning Ya, I am a dragon, the strongest species, so I can do things humans could never imagine. Vaya brought his right wrist to Ning Ya's mouth. Drink my blood. His Majesty, the White Dragon Emperor. This is my command to you. Under Vaya's unyielding gaze, Ning Ya reluctantly bit Vaya's right wrist. Ning Ya began to drink the dragon's blood deeply, and Vaya also aimed his left hand at her body, releasing origin magic. Convert familiar. Enveloped by the glow of origin magic, Ning Ya felt her body undergo some kind of change. A moment later, Ning Ya's body completed its transformation, and Vaya cast Attribute Probe to check her status. Ning Ya. Race, Dragonoid. Racial level, Infant LV10, Juvenile LV7. Job level, Holy Knight LV3, Divine Archer LV4, Mage LV1. Overall level, LV25. Vaya was not surprised to see Ning Ya's two main professions, Holy Knight and Divine Archer, level up simultaneously due to the Dragonoid racial levels, and also gain the new profession of Mage. Am I dreaming? Feeling her strength increase by more than tenfold, Ning Ya looked down at her body, full of doubt. Only then did she realize she was no longer human, as a white dragon tail had appeared behind her. Is this my tail? Ning Ya, you can now possess 4th tier strength because the great white dragon god bestowed grace upon you, transforming you into my familiar, a dragonoid. Vaya placed his right hand on her head. To repay the white dragon god, you must become a follower of the white dragon god and spread the faith of the white dragon god in the Holy Kingdom. His Majesty, the White Dragon Emperor. Perhaps because after becoming a familiar, Ning Ya would instinctively obey Vaya's commands. Ning Ya hesitated for a moment, then said with a resolute expression, From now on, I will be the White Dragon God's most loyal follower. and I will make more people believe in the white dragon god with me." As soon as Ning Ya finished speaking, the door to the guest room was pushed open from outside. Remedios stood outside the door and said to Vaya, "His Majesty the White Dragon Emperor, Her Majesty Karco, is waiting for you." After saying this, Remedios looked at Ning Ya, who had already hidden her tail. "Ning Ya Balaja, you seem to have changed." "Captain Remedios, that must be your imagination." Ning Ya said guiltily, "I'm still Ning Ya Balaja. I said you've changed because I can see a clear increase in your strength." A courtyard of the royal palace. Vaya and Remedios walked into the courtyard, illuminated by the magic light of perpetual light, and saw Karco and Clarent, fully armed, standing there. Karco spoke to Vaya, ready to face death. "Lord Vaya, I am now resolved to become the Holy Maiden's sword." Clarent looked at Vaya with a sinister smile. Remedios glared at Vaya with an incredibly fierce gaze. "Flight." Vaya cast flight on Karco, making her body float, then walked to her side and held her ankles as if gripping a sword. Karco immediately tensed her whole body, her pale little face turning into a ripe red apple. "Besides my father and my royal brother, you are the first." Vaya ignored Karco's words and cast a second spell on her, Time Stop. Time Stop is a 9th-tier magic, which not only stops all of the target's actions, but also protects the target's body, ensuring it will not suffer any damage. Under the gaze of Clarent and Remedios, Vaya began to wield the Holy Maiden's sword. Empty slash. Whirlwind slash. Instant flash. Dragon fang thrust. Under Vaya's swing, the Holy Maiden's sword sounded like a real sword, tearing through the air. After repeating these martial arts 3 times, Vaya allowed Karco's feet to touch the ground and then dispelled the effect of Time Stop. Seeing Karco regain her freedom, Remedios immediately came to her side and asked, "Her Majesty Karco, is your body injured?" "Remedios, you don't have to worry about me. I'm completely unharmed." "But your face." Remedios' eyes widened as she looked at Karco's delicate face. "I've never seen your face this red before." "This is," Karco explained with a hint of embarrassment and annoyance. "This is shyness." At this moment, Clarent also came to Karco's side and asked, "Her Majesty Karco, are you really all right? When I became the Holy Maiden's sword, Lord Vaya used powerful magic to protect my body. And to prevent me from getting hurt, his sword movements were also very gentle." After saying this, Karco looked at Vaya with eyes as gentle as water. "I am no longer afraid. Will you continue to use me as the Holy Maiden's sword?" "You want to continue to be used as the Holy Maiden's sword." Vaya's eyes widened in surprise as he looked at Karco. Although Vaya was indeed trying his best to prevent Karco from getting hurt when he used the Holy Maiden's sword. But if she were a normal person, she shouldn't have such an abnormal thought. Could it be that I opened a new world for her and awakened a strange hobby? Vaya looked at Karco, whose face was flushed with shyness, and this guess formed in his mind. "Lord Karco." Clarent leaned close to Karco's ear and whispered, "Although I think it's impossible, have you really fallen in love with him?" Karco lowered her head shyly and explained, "Besides my father and royal brother, Lord Vaya is the first man to have physical contact with me. He must be my destined husband." Operations Conference, the eastern border of the Holy Kingdom. A large fortress with 3 gates. At this moment, in the conference room of the large fortress, Karco was staring with obsessive eyes at Vaya, who was sitting opposite her. Karco Bessers not only held the status of queen, but also possessed beauty known as the treasure of the Holy Kingdom. However, she was also an unmarried young woman, over 20 years old, who still could not find a marriage partner. As she grew older, Karco desperately wanted to get married. Because rumors had started to spread in the Holy Kingdom that she liked girls, with Remedios and Curat being the subjects of her scandals. Because her desire to marry was so strong, as long as the man truly loved her, Karco could accept marrying him regardless of what kind of person he was. Now, Karco felt she had found the marriage partner she had long been waiting for. When wielding me like the Holy Maiden's sword, His Majesty Vaya's movements were very gentle, as if he were treating me as carefully as a treasure. He must love me, which is why he took the initiative to have physical contact with me. Her Majesty Karco, Her Majesty Karco. Hearing Remedios' voice, Karco came back to her senses and asked, Remedios, did something happen just now? Pavel Balaja, the captain of the soldiers guarding this large fortress, has come to attend the meeting. Then let him in. Pavel, you may enter. The door of the conference room was pushed open, and a thin, blonde-haired man walked in. He wore a black cloak and light leather armor with the Holy Kingdom's emblem on one side and an owl pattern on the other. Even his boots were black. This man was Pavel Balaja, the black of the 9 colors of the Holy Kingdom. Upon entering the conference room, Pavel scanned the room, seeing Vaya, Karco, Remedios, Curat, and the 2 vice captains of the Knights Templar, Gustavo Montagnez and Isadro Sanchez, sitting at the conference table. Finally, his gaze fell upon the petite ninja. Ninja, why are you here? Pavel opened his eyes wide in surprise. Dad, long time no see. Ninja happily rushed over and hugged Pavel. I am also a participant in this meeting. Her Majesty the Holy Maiden. Pavel complained to Karco with some dissatisfaction. Even though I am one of the 9 colors and the commanding officer of the border fortress, and my wife is a famous female holy knight, you should not let a little girl like Ninja attend the meeting. Lord Pavel, you have misunderstood. Curat explained with a smile. The reason Miss Ninja can attend this meeting is that she is now a familiar of His Majesty, the White Dragon Emperor. The White Dragon Emperor. Pavel's gaze turned to Vaya. Vaya introduced his identity to him. Let me introduce myself. I am Vaya Helios, who rules the White Dragon Empire. You are the dragon named Vaya Helios. Father, you should not address His Majesty Vaya by his name directly. His Majesty Vaya has now established a nation and become king. You should respectfully address him as His Majesty. Because I am His Majesty Vaya's familiar, you may also respectfully address him as Lord Vaya. Ninja. Looking at his daughter, who seemed like a different person, Pavel felt an ominous premonition in his heart. Pavel, we are about to begin the meeting. Hearing Remedios' reminder, Pavel sat down at the conference table. Her Majesty the Holy Maiden, His Majesty Vaya, my lords, this meeting will be presided over by me, Gustavo Montagnez. Gustavo reached out and pointed to the map on the conference table. To stop the demi-humans of the Abelian Hills from invading the Holy Kingdom, our Holy Kingdom has stationed about 5,000 professional soldiers at this large fortress. Added to the 500 holy knights, 300 priests, and 200 adventurers we brought, our total military strength is 6,000. Even if we defeat the demi-human tribes one by one, our forces are somewhat insufficient. I believe we should summon more professional soldiers. There is no need to summon more professional soldiers. Remedios rejected this proposal. His Majesty the White Dragon Emperor is the strongest species of dragon. He alone can wipe out all the demi-humans. Our soldiers participating in this war are only responsible for cleaning up the battlefield and killing any fish that slip through the net. His Majesty the White Dragon Emperor. Curat showed a mischievous smirk. Can you promise us that you will wipe out the main force of the demi-humans by yourself? I can. Vaya said expressionlessly. Just as Remedios said, I can wipe out all the demi-humans by myself, so you do not need to summon more troops. The number of demi-humans in the Abelian Hills exceeds 200,000. These demi-humans all possess the strength of the 2nd tier, and the demi-human leaders known as the 10 heroes of the demi-humans all possess the strength of the 5th tier. If they unite, they would have the power to destroy the Holy Kingdom. Even if Vaya were the strongest species of dragon, Gustavo could not believe that Vaya could wipe out 200,000 demi-humans, including the 10 heroes of the demi-humans, by himself. But his position was only that of a vice-captain of the Knights Templar, so he could only continue. There are 13 types of demi-humans with the largest populations in the Abelian Hills. Snake men, goat men, iron rat men, cave dwellers, blue maggots, blade-armored insects, centaurs, spider-men, stone-eating apes, beast men, magic manifesting men, winged demi-humans, and orcs. Each of these races has a population exceeding 10,000. In addition to the 13 major races, there are 6 powerful but less numerous groups in the Aeolian Hills: ogres, earth elemental trolls, water elemental trolls, snake kings, guardian fairies, and beast-bodied quadrupeds. In order to defeat the demi-human races one by one, I believe we should first eliminate the Goatmen tribe, where Barth the Great King resides. Goatmen look like goats walking upright, but they are not gentle species like goats. They are terrifying carnivorous demi-humans. Barth the Great King is the Goatman King, who conquered all the Goatmen tribes, and is considered to have talent second only to Ogre King Biriulo. Gustavo proposed eliminating the Goatmen because the Goatmen's territory is very close to this large fortress, and Barth the Great King has led the Goatmen army to launch attacks several times. I approve of attacking the Goatmen. The person who spoke was Pabel. When Barth the Great King attacked the large fortress, he once defeated Orland Campano, one of the 9 colors under my command. That guy Orland has always wanted to defeat Barth the Great King. I also approve of eliminating the Goatmen. Remedios added. Barth the Great King has led the Goatmen army to attack the Holy Kingdom's large fortress several times, and is the greatest threat to us among the 10 heroes of the demi-humans. Lord Vaya. Karco's gaze turned to Vaya. What do you think of everyone's proposal? Her Majesty Karco, this is a matter that you should decide. I agree to attack the Goatmen first. Karco made the final decision. Miracle, Aeolian Hills. The grassland region ruled by the Goatmen. Barth the Great King, the king of the Goatmen who holds the title of the King of Destruction, was training the 7 children born to him by his 4 wives. As the sons of Barth the Great King, you must become brave and powerful warriors. My demands of you are not excessive. At least one of you must grow strong enough to inherit my name and status. Under the gaze of Barth, his 7 children all swung their weapons diligently, hoping to earn the approval of their father, Barth. Great King, Great King. A group of goatmen suddenly ran toward Barth. Seeing that this group of goatmen all looked anxious, Barth asked with a serious expression, "What happened? Could it be that a demi-human's tribe is attacking us?" "It's the humans." A goatman pointed toward the large fortress on the border of the Holy Kingdom. A human army has left their large fortress and is approaching our goatman territory. The cowardly humans are taking the initiative to attack us. A sneer appeared on the face of Barth. Is the human army 50,000 or 100,000 strong? About 5,000. 5,000. Barth widened his eyes in surprise. They dare to attack us with a mere 5,000 men. Could this human army be composed of Knights Templar and priests? A goatman reminded him. I have heard that the Holy Kingdom's Knights Templar and the priest group combined do not even number 1,000. As the king of the goatmen, Barth was not only a powerhouse known as one of the 10 heroes of the demi-humans, but also a king with excellent talent. He not only fought at the forefront, but also used wisdom to think. This human army is taking the initiative to attack us, so they are certainly not intentionally throwing their lives away. Perhaps they truly have the strength to defeat us. To avoid heavy casualties among our goatmen, you must immediately send messengers to request reinforcements from other demi-humans' tribes. Aeolian Hills. Her Majesty Karco, His Majesty the White Dragon Emperor. When the Holy Kingdom's army of 5,000 arrived here, Kurat suddenly descended from the sky and landed in front of Vaya and Her Majesty Karco. I flew into the sky to scout and saw an army of about 50,000 demi-humans approaching us. 50,000? Her Majesty Karco was frightened by this scale. She stopped and looked at Vaya. Lord Vaya, the demi-humans have gathered an army of 50,000. We should return to the large fortress immediately. That is unnecessary. Vaya said confidently. Even if the demi-humans gathered an army of 100,000, I could still annihilate them. As soon as Vaya finished speaking, a beast man with the upper body of a beast and the lower body of a quadruped. A beast man quadruped came rushing over, brandishing a huge double-edged axe. I am the king of the beast man quadrupeds, Vay Ragendra, known as Magic Claw. The strongest of this army, come over and fight me immediately. Remedios looked directly at Vaya. His Majesty the White Dragon Emperor, the enemy is challenging you. Vaya said one word to Vei Ragendra. Death. Death is an 8th tier instant death spell. As the magical fluctuations of death swept across the body of Vei Ragendra, this king of the beastman quadrupeds fell to the ground as a corpse. Seeing this scene, everyone in the Holy Kingdom widened their eyes in shock. Vei Ragendra was one of the 10 heroes of the demi-humans, a 5th tier powerhouse capable of rivaling Remedios. Vaya had taken his life just by saying the word death. Recovering from the shock, Kyrat asked curiously, His Majesty the White Dragon Emperor, what kind of magic did you use to kill Vei Ragendra? 8th tier magic death. 8th tier. In this world, 6th tier magic was the highest realm humans could reach. 8th tier magic was already in the realm of myth. Truly worthy of the strongest race, the dragon kind. It seems your power is indeed beyond my imagination. Just then, the vanguard of the demi-humans army arrived beside the corpse of Vei Ragendra. The commanders, Barth the Great King of the Goatmen, Hectorvish A Lagra of the Beastmen, Harisha Ankar of the Rock-Eating Apes, Laksh the Snake King, and the 10 heroes of the demi-humans, Muaplaksha the Beastman Quadruped, the Beast Emperor, the Ash King, and the Spiral Spear, all stopped and looked at the corpse of Vei Ragendra. Vei Ragendra is dead. Muaplaksha shouted triumphantly. From now on, I am the king of the Beastman Quadrupeds. Confirming that there were no signs of injury on the corpse of Vei Ragendra, Barth looked at the Holy Kingdom's army with a solemn expression. Humans, why have you invaded the Abelian Hills? As long as you abandon the attack on the Goatmen's territory, I can guarantee that the Goatmen will no longer attack the Holy Kingdom. Is Barth the Great King afraid? Harisha, the king of the rock-eating apes, teased Barth. Although I don't know what despicable method the humans used to kill Vei Ragendra, with 8 of us from the 10 heroes of the demi-humans joining forces, it is absolutely impossible for the humans to defeat us. Laksh the Snake King added, I share the same thought as Harisha. His foolish companions were not afraid because of the death of Vei Ragendra, so Barth could only lock his gaze on Vaya with vigilance. Because of his strong intuition, he was certain that Vaya was the strongest in the human army. Fly. Vaya flew above the demi-humans army, looking down at the coalition army composed of goatmen, beastmen, rock-eating apes, ogres, goblins, earth elemental trolls, water elemental trolls, and other demi-humans, and declared, Demi-humans, let me introduce myself. I am Vaya Helios, the White Dragon Emperor who rules the White Dragon Empire. Now I am going to turn the Abelian Hills into my territory, but I do not accept man-eating demi-humans as subjects of the White Dragon Empire, so I am going to annihilate you all. After saying this, Vaya directly released his high-tier origin magic world change. Boom! A huge gate to the River of Souls opened, and the soul power capable of changing the world surged out. Under Vaya's manipulation, the ground where the demi-humans' army stood began to turn from lush grassland into a lava zone. Under the incredulous gaze of the people of the Holy Kingdom, a huge lava lake instantly swallowed the demi-humans' army, and even the 8 warriors of the 10 heroes of the demi-humans were not spared. Are we dreaming? This must be a miracle. Is His Majesty, the White Dragon Emperor God? Seeing the miracle of Vaya turning the grassland into a lava lake with her own eyes, Ninja was also caught in shock. Hearing the words of the others, Ninja recovered from the shock and shouted, Everyone, what you are seeing is indeed a miracle, because His Majesty the White Dragon Emperor is the incarnation of the White Dragon God, possessing the divine power of the White Dragon God. His Majesty the White Dragon Emperor has used his divine power to eliminate the demi-humans who have threatened the Holy Kingdom for hundreds of years. Now, we should thank His Majesty the White Dragon Emperor together. Long live His Majesty the White Dragon Emperor. Long live His Majesty the White Dragon Emperor. Infected by Ninja, the others also began to shout fanatically. Long live His Majesty the White Dragon Emperor. 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 Dragon Race Transcender. Staring wide-eyed at Vaya's figure, Remedios asked in a trembling voice, Karco, Kyrat, is he really a deity? Kyurat, whose entire body was tense, nodded. To be able to change this world at will, His Majesty Vaya can indeed be regarded as a true deity. As if she hadn't heard Remedios' voice, Karco gazed at Vaya with a look of infatuation. Vaya changed the massive magma lake back into fertile black soil, immediately noticing a change in his own power. Opening his status panel and seeing that priest of the dragon god had leveled up to LV4 and his overall level had increased to LV79, Vaya showed a surprised expression. Did priest of the dragon god level up because of the people of the Holy Kingdom? Looking down at the Holy Kingdom's army on the ground, Vaya saw everyone, including Karco, Remedios, and Kyurat, gazing at him with the reverence reserved for a deity. It was obvious. The miracle Vaya had just displayed using world change had gained him a large number of followers. Just then, Vaya Helias, an angry roar came from the north. Vaya turned around and saw a giant dragon with azure scales approaching him. Are you the Azure Dragon King of the Agrant Council Nation? I am the Azure Dragon King, Spheria Myronhilluck. The Azure Dragon King flew up and stopped in front of Vaya. Having learned that you are interfering in the war between humans and subhumans again, the Platinum Dragon King sent me to supervise you. Do you know what you are doing? Using the power of the dragon race to eliminate subhuman armies? We dragons are the strongest race in this world and should look down upon the wars between humans and subhumans from above. You have made a grave mistake. As a member of the dragon race, I truly should not directly participate in the war between humans and subhumans. But I am not only a dragon, I am also the White Dragon Emperor who rules the White Dragon Empire, so I will continue this behavior. I will stop you. Azure Dragon King, can't you tell that I am much stronger than you? Via Helias, I am stopping you on behalf of the Platinum Dragon King. Do you think I fear the Platinum Dragon King? It seems the Platinum Dragon King hasn't told you about my relationship with him. After saying this, Vaya took a greatsword out of his item space and held it in his right hand, then launched an attack against the Azure Dragon King. The next instant, Vaya appeared before the Azure Dragon King and swung his greatsword, slicing at his neck. The Azure Dragon King cried out in pain and counterattacked by casting 5th-tier magic at Vaya. Dragon Thunder. Vaya currently possessed about 80% physical and magic defense, and all physical and magic attacks below level 50 would be nullified, so Vaya did not dodge. Seeing that Dragon Thunder had caused Vaya no damage, the Azure Dragon King immediately used Dragon's Breath. The Azure Dragon King was a dragon of around LV 70. As a magic chanter, he could only use 5th-tier magic, but his Dragon's Breath possessed the power of 10th-tier magic. Vaya also unleashed his own Frost Dragon Breath. Because of the massive difference of about 10 levels between them, when Vaya's Frost Dragon Breath collided with the Azure Dragon King's Dragon's Breath, Vaya's Frost Dragon Breath immediately overwhelmed the Azure Dragon King's breath and began freezing the Azure Dragon King's body. After the Azure Dragon King's dragon wings were frozen, Vaya immediately swung his sword, attacking the Azure Dragon King's entire body to collect the dragon hide and dragon scales that fell from him. As a dragon of around level 70, the Azure Dragon King's dragon hide and dragon scales were top-grade magic materials capable of storing 10th-tier magic. A moment later, the Azure Dragon King, covered in wounds, shouted, "Kill me, hurry and kill me. Why are you torturing me like this?" Seeing that there was no intact dragon hide or dragon scales left on the Azure Dragon King, Vaya cast the 6th-tier magic Great Heal on him to treat his body. Azure Dragon King, I won't kill you. Once your body is completely regenerated, we will continue our fight. After saying this, Vaya once again noticed a change in himself and opened his status panel. Vaya Helias. Title, White Dragon Emperor. Race levels, Infant LV10, Juvenile LV10, Young Adult LV10. Class levels, Dragon Warrior LV8, World Guardian LV7, Priest of the Dragon God LV4, Dragon Chanter LV10, Primal Chanter LV7, World Connector LV7, Dragon Ruler LV7, Dragon Race Overlord LV1. Overall level, LV81. Special abilities: Ancestral True Dragon, Dragon Race Talent, Magic Talent, Combat Talent, Form Transformation. Origin Magic: Limit Break, World Severing Barrier, Convert Familiar, World Change. In this world, reaching LV80 is enough to be called a supreme powerhouse, an overlord. Seeing Dragon Warrior, increased to LV8 and gaining the new class Dragon Race Overlord, which raised his overall level to LV81, Vaya smiled happily. Azure Dragon King, it seems I really should thank you. After saying this, Vaya sensed someone attacking him from behind. In the nick of time, Vaya turned around and swung his sword backward. Clang! Vaya's greatsword collided with a hammer. Platinum Dragon King. After forcing the hammer back, Vaya looked toward the platinum armor controlling the hammer. You really did want to kill me. After saying this, Vaya sent a message to Evil Eye. Evil Eye, I need your help. Vaya, you interfered in the war between humans and subhumans, and you severely wounded the Azure Dragon King, who is of the same race. I must sanction you. The Platinum Dragon King controlled a spear, a sword, a hammer, and a greatsword surrounding Vaya from 4 directions. If you are willing to go to the Agrand Council Nation and accept my supervision, our fight can be avoided. Riestai's Kingdom. Royal Capital. A high-class inn guarded by soldiers at the entrance. At this moment, in the room used by the Adamantite-class adventurer squad Blue Rose, Evil Eye, sitting at the tea table, questioned Rigrit with a look of dissatisfaction. Rigrit, how long exactly are you going to keep me imprisoned? Sitting opposite Evil Eye was a white-haired old woman whose face was full of the marks of time. She was none other than Rigrit Burrs Kalau, the necromancer among the 13 heroes who subjugated the demon god 200 years ago. Evil Eye, you're exaggerating. Rigrit showed a mischievous smile. This old woman simply wants to enjoy a world for just the 2 of us. Are you unwilling to satisfy this old woman's selfish request? Not only can I not leave this room, but I can't even use message. How did you do this? This is Char's origin magic, World Severing Barrier. Rigrit raised her right hand and showed Evil Eye a ring on her right index finger. Char knew this old woman couldn't defeat you, so this dragon treasure, the origin ring, can only cast World Severing Barrier and doesn't have the function to dispel it. You just need to wait 2 more days and the World Severing Barrier will automatically lift. Evil Eye once used the innate ability magic store copy to store the origin magic soul absorption of the corrupt Coffin Dragon Lord, allowing her to break through the confinement of the World Severing Barrier. But the magic she currently stored had long since been converted into the 10th tier magic final war. Evil. Alright legends, that's it for today. If you're ready for the next chapter, smash that like button and flood the comments right now. Remember, we've got 3 days to prove this story needs to continue. Subscribe so you don't miss the drop, and I'll meet you in the next audiobook.